Chapter 4, Part 5 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Outpost fighting expanded. Rockets, resupply, and radios. Through October 1952, operational control of Korean-based Marine fighter and attack squadrons was still vested in commanders other than General Jerome. Tactical squadrons continued to be directed by the FAF or Navy in their missions. The observation and helicopter squadrons were under operational control of the 1st Marine Division and utilized, as before, at its discretion. HMR 161, commanded since 8 August by Lieutenant Colonel John F. Carey, continued its primary mission of evaluating rotary wing aircraft and their methods of employment. One tactical innovation, movement of elements of the 4.5-inch rocket battery, was undertaken during August soon after the Bunker Hill battle. With ground-fired rockets, the problem of a telltale cloud of dust and brilliant flash of the rockets after each salvo had always plagued the artillerymen. This seldom went unnoticed by the enemy, who often showered the marked area with counter-battery fire. On 19 and 20 August, in Operation Ripple, HMR 161 and the rocket battery proved that these two units could successfully shoot and scoot to a new location and fire effectively again without drawing an enemy reprisal. This Marine Corps innovation in air mobility, the first displacement of field artillery under combat conditions, offered a major time-saving advantage. Whereas previously it took approximately a half hour for rocket launchers to move from their bivouac area to firing positions, deployment by helicopter could be made in a matter of minutes, a time factor that could be critical in event of an enemy attempted breakthrough. The operation demonstrated that helicopters not only could transport rocket crews with weapons and ammunition to firing areas far more rapidly than conventional wheeled vehicles, but that the rotary craft could airlift these weapons into places inaccessible by road. The nature of the mountainous terrain proved advantageous in that hills and valleys provided defilated areas for loading and firing the weapons as well as protected routes for helicopter movements. An observation made by pilots for operations in other types of environment, not offering as much cover and concealment, was that the shiny blue paint on their birds would make detection easy in most surroundings and that camouflage paint would lessen the risk from enemy AA. Transport helicopters of HMR 161 continue to augment those of VMO 6 in casualty evacuation and ferrying Marines and other frontline troops. The observation squadron maintained its policy and outstanding record of emergency flights of wounded under any weather conditions except dense fog. Electronic navigational aids still were not available. In August, various mechanical failures developed among the newly received HO-5S-1 Sikorsky helicopters. These three-place observation aircraft were underpowered but superior in many flight characteristics to the HTL-4 helicopters then in the squadron. Mechanical difficulties with the newer aircraft increased until it became necessary to ground them late in October until replacement parts became available in the supply system. Employment of transport helicopters for logistical support continued to be a principal use of such rotary wing aircraft as the end of 1952 approached. Tests earlier in the year had proved the theory that this versatile aircraft could resupply a battalion manning the MLR. The next step was to determine if the logistical support for an entire combat regiment could be accomplished by helicopter. Operation Haylift, conducted during 22 to 26 September, the last of 5 operations that month for HMR 161, was to test and evaluate helicopter resupply of Colonel Moore's 7th Marines. Plans called for delivering all Class 1, 3, and 5 items and such Class 2 and 4 items as could be accommodated. 2 loading and 4 unloading sites were prescribed. All but extremely valuable cargo, such as mail, was to be carried externally in slings or wire baskets. Haylift did show that at least for a short period of time, 5 days, A helicopter squadron, utilizing 40% of its aircraft, could sustain a MLR regiment. Following the general procedures employed previously with the battalion, HMR 161 found that no great changes were necessary for resupply of the regiment. Two recommendations emerged from an evaluation of haylift. One stressed the need for establishment of an operations center manned by representatives of each unit participating in the exercise. The second called for development of a more flexible loading system, one that would permit rapid weight increases or decreases of 50-pound increments, as the situation demanded. Such a method would make possible a more efficient payload for each lift. Transport on a larger scale in the First MAW was accomplished by General Jerome's few transport aircraft, reinforced by the 8 R-5Ds from the VMR 152 detachment. In June, the passenger carrying operations reached the peak for the entire Korean War. That month, 17,490 troops and military-associated civilians utilized the reinforced wing transport aircraft. June 1952 was also the second busiest month in freight transportation, 7,397,824 pounds, nearly double the figure for June 1951. Squadrons that were unable to better their performance records in some cases could trace their trouble to the inability to get all of their planes off the ground. Several models were subject to spare parts shortages. New aircraft, the F-3D-2s and the AU-1s, received in June by VMFN 513 and VMA 212, respectively, had preceded inadequate stocking of normal replacements for worn-out or defective parts. The Night Fighter Squadron was handicapped also by introduction into the supply system of inadequate radio tubes, which burned out rapidly. The most critical shortage, however, was parts for starter units of jet engines. This deficiency was not corrected until summer. One problem never quite eliminated was the confusion of supply orders intended for the helicopters of HMR 161 and VMO 6. It was believed that the close resemblance of Sikorsky HRS and HO5S part numbers and nomenclatures had caused the improperly marked requisitions and mix-up. The 1st Marine Division logistical situation during the summer and fall of 1952 was generally excellent. General Pollock's units did not suffer from the shortage of spare parts experienced by the 1st MAW, whose aircraft sometimes had to be grounded because of a missing spare part. U.S. Army support and the replacement of worn-out Marine vehicles for new Army ones proved satisfactory. No major problems arose in engineer support. Medical evacuation and treatment and the level of supplies in the 5 companies of the 1st Medical Battalion remained excellent. There were 2 significant changes in the logistical support provided the Marine Division early in the fall. One dealt with employment of the division's 1st and 7th Motor Transport Battalions, located in the rear support areas. Beginning in September, the companies were placed in direct support of the 4 infantry regiments, with liaison by Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth E. Martin, Division Motor Transport Officer. It was believed this decentralization would have the following advantages. 1. Decreased vehicle mileage and therefore less driver fatigue and prolonged vehicle life. 2. Increased dispersal as a safeguard against loss of wheeled vehicle support in event of an unexpected and successful enemy attack. The other change was a shift in the emphasis of support rendered by the Korean Service Corps. During October, each of the 3 frontline regiments received 300 more laborers, raising the total to 800. Rear area units paid for the increase, since the KSCs were detached from support units and sent forward to the MLR. Logistical support from the 1st Signal Battalion left little to be desired. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel John E. Morris when the Marines moved to Western Korea, the signalmen helped establish and maintain an extensive communications net, with 5,200 miles of wire within the division and several vital links to adjacent and higher commands. Wiremen worked around the clock to lay and maintain the telephone lines, which suffered considerable damage from the artillery and mortar barrages. When possible, the signalmen raised the wires off the ground. The battalion set in more than 1,400 telephone poles. After the system had been installed and was working efficiently, the July floods washed away part of the major communications. By improvising and by setting up emergency equipment, the battalion was able to maintain the flow of communications traffic at a satisfactory level. Replacement items were provided by the U.S. Army on a reimbursable basis in accordance with existing directives. In September, it became apparent that the signal equipment used to maintain division communications was no longer equal to the demands placed upon it. The extensive ground area plus the number and size of reinforcing units had not only put a heavy burden on radio, telephone, and teletype equipment, but also caused the depletion of reserve stocks. With the spare equipment in use, there was no pool to draw upon when units turned in defective equipment for repair. Neither were there available replacements for material destroyed by enemy action. Items most urgently needed were flown in from the States. Other critical parts came from Army sources in Japan and Korea. By the end of October, the communication resupply had returned to a more normal condition. Before the month ended, a different type of critical situation was to confront the division. It appeared that the enemy's success in seizing a half-dozen outposts earlier in October had only whetted his appetite for more. Chinese eyes were turned towards positions that held still more potential value than the stepping stones just acquired. The extreme right battalion in the division front, held by the 7th Marines, was the focal point of the new effort. End of Chapter 4, Part 5. Chapter 5, Part 1 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hook. Before the battle. After the heavy fighting in early October, there was a change in the 1st Marine Division dispositions. On the 12th, the 5th Marines relieved the 1st in the center sector and the latter regiment went into reserve. For the next 2 weeks, the lull that prevailed across the regimental front was in sharp contrast to the intense fighting there earlier in the month. On the division left, the Korean Marines, not engaged in any sizable communist action, conducted frequent tank infantry reconnaissance patrols and ambushes forward of their MLR. In the center of the division line, the 5th Marines, too, found their Chinese opponent seemingly reluctant to pursue any combat offensives, though his harassment of the Bunker Hill area represented the strongest action against the Marine Division at this time. The 7th Marines, holding down the right sector, similarly encountered the enemy for only brief periods, these contacts during patrol actions lasting no more than 15 to 30 minutes. Upon its relief from the MLR, the 1st Marines took over the division rear area. There the regiment continued the improvement of the secondary defensive lines, conducted extensive training, and dispatched numerous security patrols throughout the regimental area. These routine reserve roles were in addition to the primary mission of augmenting units on the Marine MLR in order to counterattack and defeat any attempted penetration of Jamestown in the division area. As part of its counterattack mission, the Divisional Reserve Regiment was to be prepared for employment anywhere in the One Corps sector to block an enemy advance. On the division right, the 7th Marines remained on position in defense of Jamestown. Following the bitter outpost contests on 6 October, Colonel Moore continued to retain all 3 battalions on line, 2-7 on the left, 3-7 in the center, and 1-7 on the right. The regimental commander had found it necessary to commit his 3 battalions on line due to the vastly overextended 6-mile front, the rugged terrain, and the very real possibility of a major communist attack anywhere along the MLR. With all battalions forward, Colonel Moore was left with a very small reserve, 1 company from 3-7. This battalion had to use as its reserve what had become known as clutch platoons, units composed of cooks, bakers, clerks, motor transport, and other Marine headquarters personnel. These local reserves, and even the reserve company from 3-7, could be employed only with the regimental commander's approval. Line Jamestown, in the 7th Marines area, meandered from the vicinity of the burned-out village of Torium on the left to the Hook salient in the right battalion sector, and from there southeast to the Samachan River, the boundary with the 1st Commonwealth Division. From the left battalion sector to the right, the terrain gradually grew more rugged until the hills finally spilled over into the Samachan Valley. To the rear of the MLR, the ground was less jagged. Forward of the line, the hills were more precipitous in character. The steepest heights were in the right battalion sector. Highest terrain feature along Colonel Moore's MLR was Hill 146, located not far from the Hook. Throughout the 7th Marine sector, rice paddies covered the narrow valley floors between the hills. Vegetation was sparse. A series of dirt roads and trails served the regimental area. Combat outposts varied greatly as to their distance from Jamestown. Farthest from the line were the 3 in the left battalion sector, manned by Lieutenant Colonel Caputo's 2-7. This trio, Carson, Reno, and Vegas, were approximately 1,000 yards forward of the MLR. Berlin and East Berlin, a new outpost established on 13 October, were the forward positions in the center line outposted by Lieutenant Colonel Charles D. Barrett's Marines. To the right, Lieutenant Colonel Delacky's 1-7 sector held 3, Cops Ronson, Warsaw, and Verdun, the latter near the Commonwealth border. Ronson was the outpost nearest to the Hook, a major defensive position of the regiment. The importance of this part of the MLR, in the extreme eastern sector, lay not in its strength but rather in its weakness. Jutting as it did towards the communist lines, the salient formed a J-shaped bulge in the main line, which not only gave the Hook its nickname but also established the vulnerability of the position. Its susceptibility to capture derived both from violation of a defensive axiom that the MLR should not have sharp angles and salients, and to the fact that the ridgeline on which the Hook was located continued northwest into communist-held territory. Seattle, which the Chinese had seized on 2 October, lay only about 500 yards northwest of the Hook. In spite of its vulnerability, the Hook could not be abandoned. There was no other terrain feature held by the Marines that could command the critical Samachan Valley, a major avenue of approach from the northeast directly to Seoul. The salient also dominated the entire nearby area of the Imjin River to the south. Possession of the Hook and adjoining ridge would give the Communists observation of a substantial portion of the Marine rear areas beyond the Imjin, as well as the vital river crossings. In the opinion of Major General M.M. Austin Roberts West, whose 1st Commonwealth Division was soon to take over the Hook sector, had the salient been lost, a withdrawal of 4,000 yards would have been necessary. At the beginning of October, this vital area had been protected by Cops Seattle and Warsaw. When the former was overrun, it became necessary to establish a new position. This was directed by Lieutenant Colonel Delacky, and on 16 October, Ronson was established 200 yards southeast of Seattle and 275 yards west of the Hook. About 600 yards northeast of the salient, the remaining position, Cop Warsaw, commanded the lowlands to the east and the narrow east-to-west oriented valley of a Samachan tributary immediately to the front. Opposite the 3 MLR battalions of the 7th Marines were the 356th and 357th Regiments of the 119th Division, 40th CCF Army. In addition to these infantry units, numbering close to 7,000, an estimated 10 battalions, 120 guns, of Chinese artillery were facing Colonel Moore's regiment. Personnel strength of the American unit consisted of 3,844 Marines, 11 medical officers and 133 corpsmen, 3 U.S. Army communicators, and 764 Koreans, 746 KSCs, and 18 interpreters. During the summer and early fall, the 7th Marines had amassed considerable information about the enemy, including Chinese strength and composition of forces and many of their combat characteristics. Encroachment on Marine ground positions by steadily creeping the CCF trench line forward continued to be the enemy's major ground-gaining tactic. In fact, the Chinese units facing the Marine Division concentrated their digging during the fall of 1952 in the sector north of the 7th Marines MLR. Other intelligence, however, seemed open to question. For example, there was the reported frontline presence of women among the 90 Chinese who had engaged a 2-1 patrol on 5 October, as well as the sighting in the KMC sector on the 17th of enemy super soldiers far taller than the ordinary Chinese. Many in the division found it difficult to believe the statements of enemy prisoners. During interrogation, they invariably maintained that the mission of Chinese Communist forces in Korea was a defensive one. The static battle situation encouraged the use of psychological warfare. In attempting to influence the minds of their opponents and weaken morale, the Chinese depended upon loudspeakers to carry their propaganda barrage across no man's land. Enemy employment of this technique was especially heavy during October. To Marines, for example, Chinese directed pleas of "go home and have peace," "surrender, we treat POWs well," "leave Korea," "Marines, come and get your buddies' bodies," and the like, often to the accompaniment of music. On occasion, Chinese patrols left propaganda pamphlets behind them in the KMC sector. Infrequently, the enemy displayed signs along patrol routes urging Marines to surrender. Most of the Chinese psychological efforts were directed against the Korean Marines. In enemy employment of artillery, Marine frontline units and division intelligence had become well aware of the vast improvements the Communists had made in recent months. Aided by a plentiful supply of ammunition, the enemy guns and howitzers, including the heavy 152mm weapon, frequently delivered concentrated fires on critical positions in the division area. Marines felt the effects of how well the Chinese had learned to mass their fires against a single target for maximum destructive power. From the Marines, moreover, the enemy had picked up the artillery box tactic, employing it for the first time in their sector opposite Colonel Moore's regiment during the early October Outpost battles. During those same clashes, the 11th Marines had observed how the Chinese displaced some of their batteries well forward for more effective artillery support of their attacking infantry. One enemy artillery innovation had been noted the previous month by a Marine AO. On 19 September, a Chinese artillery piece was detected firing in the open. Previous observations had indicated that the Chinese generally used wooded areas or extensive bunker-type positions to conceal their supporting weapons. By the middle of October, 62.5% of the Chinese artillery opposing General Pollock's division was located in positions north of the 7th Marines. The importance the enemy put on the principle of massed artillery fire and the improvement of their ammunition supply can be seen in a remark attributed to a Chinese division commander. The enemy had organized an attack of 2 battalion strength on our first-line platoon. As the enemy were getting into their assembly area, I directed several volleys of rapid fire against them with a total expenditure of about 120 rounds. That very evening, the Army commander rang me up and said disapprovingly, "You expended a bit too much ammunition today." It seemed as though the Army commander had detected precisely what was in my mind. There was an instant change in his voice, and he said, "Oh, comrade, it really could not be accounted as waste, but you must know we are short of supplies." Scarcely 2 years had passed, but the situation was completely altered. In the present, we had emplaced 120 guns to each kilometer of front line so that in a rapid-fire bombardment of 25 minutes more than 20,000 rounds of ammunition could be hurled against the enemy positions. If the fire used in supporting attacks and in repulsing enemy counterattacks were taken into account, the total would reach 70,000 rounds. Exaggerated as the numbers of guns and rounds may be, the basic massing technique was in line with U.S. intelligence estimates at the time. The remark also pointed to the importance the Chinese had learned to place on employment of artillery, a shift in emphasis that Colonel Moore's regiment was soon to experience in unprecedented volume. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hook. Preparations for Attack and Defense. Before the Hook battle erupted, the defensive fires that the 7th Marines could draw upon were not overpowering in terms of numbers of units available. Only one battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Burt Davis's 211, was in direct support of Colonel Moore's regiment. In this mission, the 211 fires were reinforced by those of 111, Lieutenant Colonel David S. Randall. In addition to these organic units, the batteries of the 623rd Field Artillery Battalion, 155mm howitzers, and one platoon of C Battery, 17th Field Artillery Battalion, 8-inch self-propelled howitzers, were readily available to the 7th Marines. In all, 38 light, medium, and heavy pieces constituted the artillery support of the right sector. General support was available from Lieutenant Colonel Raymond D. Wright's 411 and from the 4.2-inch rocket battery, Captain Donald G. Freer. The 159th Field Artillery Battalion, 155mm howitzers, and B Battery, 204th Field Artillery Battalion, 155mm guns, like the other Army units positioned in the Marine Division sector, reinforced the fires of division artillery. Fire support from 1st Commonwealth Division weapons within range of the Hook area could also be depended upon. Although the Army artillery unit satisfied the heavy punch requirement of the 11th Marines, commanded since 21 September by Colonel Harry N. Shea, there was one basic element the regiment lacked. This missing ingredient was a sufficient amount of ammunition for the howitzers. Defensive outposts and mainline positions along the USAC front in early and mid-October 1952 consumed a great deal of this type of ammunition. This heavy expenditure was brought to the attention of the Corps commanders by 8th Army. General Van Fleet pointed out that ammunition consumption rates for both the 105mm and 155mm howitzers during these two critical weeks in October not only exceeded the expenditures of the massive Communist spring offensive in 1951, but also the UN counterstroke that followed. To help remedy the situation, the USAC commander urged continuous command supervision to ensure the maximum return for all ammunition expended. The general made it plain that he was not changing his policy of exacting a heavy toll whenever the enemy began an attack. This course had been followed by the 1st Marine Division, but the Marines' ability to both restrict the enemy's creeping tactics and simultaneously fight a siege-type war was noticeably impeded. As the end of October approached, the shortage of ammunition was becoming a subject of increased concern to the frontline Marine units. Daily allowances established for the last 11 days of the month were 20 rounds of 105mm high explosive, HE, and 4.3 rounds of 155mm high explosive for each tube. With such small quantities to fire and further restricted by an equally critical shortage of both hand grenades and 81mm mortar rounds, Colonel Moore was almost powerless to spike the Chinese preparations for assault of the Hook. Artillery fires were reserved for only the most urgent situations or for large bodies of troops. It was one observer's opinion that the enemy could show himself almost at will without receiving fire, and that it was impossible either to harass or neutralize his continual fortification activity, let alone embark upon systematic destructive fires of the kind he was carrying out. As a means of compensating for the shortage of 81mm mortar and 105mm howitzer ammunition, the Marines reverted to a former method of using machine guns. This technique, employed during the trench warfare days of World War I but seldom thereafter, was considered a useful expedient to discourage enemy defensive creeping tactics as well as to deter his preparations for objective attacks. The system required emplacing heavy machine guns both on and to the rear of the MLR to fire into areas that troops used for assembly or as checkpoints. If the target was visible to the machine gunner, he could take it under direct fire. At night, when the enemy operated under cover of darkness, the machine guns fired into zones which had already been registered in the daytime. Colonel Moore directed his units on 23 October to resort to this expedient. A 1st Marine Division daily intelligence report covering the 24-hour period beginning at 1800 on 24 October noted that there was a marked increase in enemy artillery and mortar fire, with an estimated 1,200 rounds falling in the CT-1010 area of the 7th Marine Sector. According to the Division PIR, there was also an increased number of enemy troops observed that day in locations west and northwest of the Hook. Most of the fire was directed against the Hook area of the MLR and on the two sentinels, Ronson and Warsaw. Efforts by Marines and some 250 KSCs to repair the damaged or destroyed bunkers, trenches, communications lines, and tactical wire during brief periods of relief from the artillery deluges were wiped out again by subsequent shellings. It would not be correct to say that 1-7 remained entirely passive at this time. Battalion weapons replied, though in faint voices barely audible in the din created by Chinese firing. Regimental mortars chimed in, and so did 211, which fired 416 rounds in the 24 hours ending at 1800 on the 24th. For that same period, tanks expended 137 rounds at active weapon positions firing on the Hook. One airstrike was directed against the enemy opposing the Hook Battalion. This attack by a quartet of Marine F-9Fs from VMF 311, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur H. Adams, bombed and napalmed a troublesome group of Chinese entrenched on the enemy MLR 750 yards east of the Hook. During the next 48 hours, the enemy continued his preparations for an attack, concentrating his artillery fire on the Hook area. Colonel Moore's battalions received approximately 2,850 artillery and mortar rounds, most of which rained down on 1-7 to the right. There, the heavy and continuous fire slowed Marine efforts to restore their wrecked bunkers and trenches. Late on the 25th, there was some relief from the artillery bombardment, but by that time many of the profits on the line and in the rear area were uncertain only as to the precise time of the unexpected Chinese attack. Colonel Clarence A. Barninger, the division intelligence officer, had himself alerted General Pollock to the implications of the intensification and character of enemy fires being received in the 1-7 sector. The intelligence evaluation was not based only on recent events. A detailed study of Chinese capabilities and possible courses of action had just been completed by the G2 and his staff. In its discussion of the early October outpost attacks in the division right, the report concluded that Chinese interests lay in gaining the terrain dominating the Samachan Valley. Since 5 October, when 1-7 had been moved into the line as the regiment's 3rd MLR Battalion, the enemy had begun a regular shelling of 1-7 positions adjacent to the Hook. Incoming rounds had increased almost daily. Troops, vehicles, and tanks moving in daylight even behind the MLR almost invariably brought down enemy artillery or mortars upon them. It was apparent that the enemy was making preparation for a large-scale assault in this portion of the MLR, the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky, later recalled. Matters took an even more ominous turn about 23 October when the Chinese began a deliberate, deadly accurate precision fire aimed at destruction of the major fortifications in the Hook system of dug-in defense. As the tempo of this fire stepped up daily, the destruction of the battalion's carefully prepared defenses exceeded the Marines' ability to repair the damage. The artillery buildup was believed preparatory to an attempt to either seize or breach the MLR. In late October, Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky had 2 companies on the MLR to protect this important area. On the 23rd, Captain Frederick C. McLaughlin's Company A was assigned to the left part of the battalion's sector, which included the Hook. A squad outposted Ronson and a reinforced platoon was stationed at Warsaw. At 0200 on the 26th, Company C, Captain Paul B. Byram, departed the battalion reserve area to take over responsibility as the left MLR company. Relief of Company A was completed at 0410. Holding down the right flank of the main line during this time was Company B, Captain Dexter E. Evans. This area was larger but somewhat less rugged than the western part of the 1-7 sector. In the 2 days immediately preceding the Chinese attack of 26 October, 1-7 received a limited amount of support intended to harass the enemy and throw him off balance, if possible. Tanks fired their 90s at bunkers, caves, trenches, and direct fire weapons in the enemy's sector. On the 25th, Company A of the 1st Tank Battalion blasted away 54 times at these targets. On the next day, Captain Clyde W. Hunter's gunners more than tripled their previous day's output, firing 173 high-explosive shells. Artillery, in the meantime, stepped up its rate of fire on the 25th, when Lieutenant Colonel Davis's 211 fired 575 rounds, followed by 506 more the next day. The Division General Support Battalion, 411, fired a total of 195 rounds on these 2 days. Nearly half were to assist the 7th Marines. On both days, the regiment received the benefit of 4.5-inch rocket ripples. Air support just prior to the attack was increased slightly, but only 2 strikes were flown for the Hook Battalion. At 15:35 on the 25th, 2 Corsair fighters and a pair of AEUs, the attack version of the Corsair, dive-bombed a section of Chinese trench that housed a number of weapons bothersome to the Marines nearby. The 4 VMA 323 aircraft claimed destruction of 40 yards of trench and damage to 35 yards more. The target was 1,000 yards southwest of the Hook. Next morning, the squadron sent 3 of its famed fighters against bunker positions on a hill 900 yards west of the 1-7 salient. This mission had been pre-briefed to attack enemy artillery positions opposite the KMC line. Instead, the flight was diverted to take on the bunkers, which represented, at that time, more of a menace to the division. The attack destroyed 1 bunker, damaged another, and produced an estimated 7 casualties. Hidden nearby the area of this airstrike in the early morning hours of 26 October was the Chinese infantry unit, which later that same day would attack the Hook. Before daybreak, the 3rd Battalion, 357th Regiment, had moved from an area nearly 2 miles west of the Hook. The forward elements, 2 companies, with 2 days' rations for each man, halted about a mile from their objective. There the Chinese remained throughout most of the 26th, carefully concealing themselves from observation by friendly forces. While the enemy troops were lying low, their mortars and artillery began the final preparatory fires. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hook. Attack on the Hook. On the morning of 26 October, Chinese artillery and mortar fire striking the MLR slackened a bit, but was still sufficiently heavy in the vicinity of the Hook to prevent visitors in the area any direct observation from the salient. During his inspection of Hook defenses that morning, Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky was knocked to the ground by the concussion of an enemy artillery round exploding nearby. In the afternoon, enemy shelling continued at a steady pace, but towards the end of the day, intense mixed artillery and mortar fire increased to pre-attack proportions. Dusk brought no relief from the enemy's supporting weapons. Out at the flanking positions, Ronson and Warsaw, there was little change in the intensity of the enemy's shelling for the remainder of the afternoon. Bunkers and trenches were caved in, just as they were on the hook from the preparatory fires that had been building up over a period of days. Enemy shelling had also produced a number of casualties. Marines at Ronson were the first to experience the enemy's ground assault. At 1810, the Outpost reported an increased rate of mortar and artillery rounds exploding on the position. Two groups of enemy soldiers were seen moving towards the Outpost, one from the east and the other from the west. Ronson Marines took these advancing soldiers under fire immediately. Initially, the radio messages from Ronson reported that the attacking force was a company, but a later estimate of approximately 50 Chinese appeared to be more nearly correct. Communist infantry made their way through the defensive artillery barrages requested by the Kop garrison and into the rifle and machine gun fire of the Marines. By 1838, the enemy had overrun the squad of Marines and was in possession of Ronson. No one had escaped from the outpost. At this time, 800 yards northeast, the 9th Company, 357th Battalion was working its way towards Warsaw. Striking at the Kop from both east and west, the enemy company was momentarily halted by extremely heavy Marine mortar and artillery fire. By 1820, the platoon at Warsaw had requested the protective box around its position. This fire the 11th Marines delivered promptly. Still, the Chinese continued to besiege the position, and Company A defending Marines, under Outpost Commander 2nd Lieutenant John Babson, Jr., were locked in a hand-to-hand struggle. As a platoon was being ready to reinforce Warsaw, the outpost reported, at 1907, that enemy soldiers had reached the Marine bunkers and that defenders were using bayonets, pistols, hand grenades, and both ends of their rifles to repel the communist invaders. 3 minutes later came the word, "We're being overrun." With this message, all communication from the outpost temporarily ceased, but at 1944, Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky CP heard Warsaw report heavy fighting still in progress there. The outpost first stated that enemy soldiers were on top of the bunkers, then called for VT on own position, which the 11th Marines furnished. The seriousness of the situation was immediately apparent at higher commands. One outpost had been lost, a second was in jeopardy. At about this time, a veritable avalanche of enemy artillery and mortar fire began to blanket the Hook. Colonel Moore released Captain McLaughlin's company to 1-7. The 7th Marines commander also ordered regimental ammunition supplies be allotted to Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky's area. Shortly after that, division lifted ammunition restrictions on 1-7. To counter the impending ground attack, at 1859, Lieutenant Colonel Dulacky ordered Captain McLaughlin's Company A forward to reinforce the Hook sector and to assist Company C in containing the enemy attack. One platoon, the 1st, departed immediately for the MLR. As the remainder of the company prepared to move out, the enemy struck an estimated battalion strength. By 1938, some of the CCF infantry had advanced to the main trenches immediately south of the Hook. Within a few minutes, a second wave of communist soldiers, following closely the preparatory barrages, hit Jamestown just east of the 1-7 salient and frontally at the Hook itself. It appeared that the communists had come to stay, for many cargo carriers, Chinese with construction materials for bunkers and trenches, accompanied the attacking infantry. Firefights raged during the early phase of the struggle, with continuous support furnished the assault troops by Chinese artillery and mortars. The momentum of the enemy's three-pronged attack, aided by heavy rear area fire support, enabled the Chinese to overrun the trenches and push on along the crest of the ridge, its slope near the spine, and across the segments formed by the spurs that jutted south from the crest. Marine defenders pulled back while a small rear guard covered their movement with fire. Along the MLR, about 400 yards south of the Hook, the Chinese had slipped around the flanks of the COP and at 2030 forced a penetration in the C-17 line. Second Lieutenant John W. Meikle, 1st Platoon Company C, organized the Marines into a perimeter defense adjacent to the MLR. At 2130, remaining elements of the company formed another defense blocking area 550 yards east of the Hook near the crest of the ridge. Between these two positions, small groups of Marines continued the heavy close fight to repulse the enemy while inching their way forward to tie in with the rest of the unit. To the northeast, the platoon at Warsaw had not been heard from since 1945, and at 2330, Colonel Moore reluctantly declared the outpost to be in the enemy hands. At the time the loss of Warsaw was announced, countermeasures designed to halt the enemy assault were in various stages of preparation or completion. The initial reinforcing element sent forward to strengthen the main line had linked up with Lieutenant Meikle's 1st Platoon Company C in the perimeter near the 3rd Battalion boundary. The remainder of Company A was en route to the crest of the east to west ridge to thwart what appeared to be the main enemy drive. Colonel Moore had released his meager reserve, H-37, at 0300 on the 27th, and General Pollock had ordered one of the Division Reserve Battalions, 3-1, to the 7th Marines area, although still retaining operational control of the unit. As the forward battalion of the Division Reserve, 3-1, Lieutenant Colonel Altman, had prepared counterattack plans for critical locations in the division sector and had previously made a reconnaissance of the Hook area. The battalion immediately displaced from its bivouac site north of the Imjin, Camp Rose, to an assembly area behind the 7th Marines on the MLR. All possible support for 1-7 was made available, since the critical situation resulting from the major enemy assault automatically suspended previous restrictions on use of artillery and mortar allowances. At Warsaw, 211 blanketed the position with a continuous barrage in order to limit the enemy's ability to effectively hold and consolidate the captured COP. Lieutenant Colonel Davis's cannoneers also blasted enemy formations in response to fire missions from forward observers. Artillery rounds fell on Chinese outposts supporting the attack, on approach routes to the battleground, on assembly areas, and on known and suspected Chinese artillery locations. Marine aviation and tanks were employed as part of the plan to first limit the penetration made by the enemy before the counterattack to expel him. A section of tanks had been firing since 1930 against the enemy main line. A second section joined the direct fire assault a half hour later. At 2113, one F-7F with 1,300 pounds of bombs hit a portion of the enemy's MSR. At 2306, another twin-engine Grumman Tiger Cat blasted the same area, about 3/4 of a mile west of the Hook. These initial one-plane strikes in support of the defense of the salient were flown by Captain Leon C. Cheek, Jr. and Major Laurel M. Mickelson, respectively, of VMFN 513. Reno demonstration. At 0030 on the 27th, Major Mickelson, returning from his MPQ attack, touched his Tiger Cat down at K8, Kunsan. At the very moment that the plane set down on the Kunsan runway, the Chinese launched another assault against the 7th Marines, the second in less than 6 hours. This later action, in Lieutenant Colonel Caputo's 2-7 sector, nearly 2 miles west of the Hook, was not a surprise move either. In fact, an attack against the Carson-Reno-Vegas area had been anticipated for some time, and it was this state of preparedness that throttled the enemy's attempt to seize an outpost here. Division intelligence had accumulated considerable evidence that the Chinese buildup in late October was intended to ultimately clear the way to the 2-7 outposts rather than those of 1-7 in the eastern Hook area. A majority of the Marine supporting arms effort immediately prior to 1800 on the 26th had gone to the left battalion of Colonel Moore's regiment. Aware of the interest the enemy had shown in the outposts earlier in the month, The battalion commander had strengthened the defense of this key area. One measure, increasing the size of the ambush force maintained at night near Reno from a squad to a platoon, was to pay handsome dividends before October was over. Just after dark on the 26th, a reinforced platoon from Captain James R. Flores' Company E departed the MLR on a combat patrol and ambush mission. After reaching its assigned area, about 300 yards short of the hill that housed Cop Reno, the ambush platoon disappeared into camouflage dug-in positions and waited. At midnight, the Marines were alerted by faint noises to the front. There, elements of two Chinese companies, which had stealthily maneuvered into the ambush area, were organizing for a sneak assault by an envelopment on Reno from the rear. The waiting platoon apprised the outpost of the enemy's presence in the area. Then, when it appeared that the Chinese were about to launch their assault, the ambushers opened fire. As the surprised Chinese turned to take on the hidden ambush platoon, the two defending squads at Reno began firing. It took 10 minutes before the Chinese were sufficiently recovered to organize a withdrawal. At 0040, enemy elements quickly began to pull back towards the north. The outpost had been spared a major action, but its occupants were to be again engaged by the Chinese before daybreak. At 0400, one platoon from a 3rd CCF company, approaching from an enemy hill to the northeast, hit Reno. The attack was conducted in a fashion not previously experienced by the 1st Marine Division in West Korea, platoons echeloned in depth, assaulting in successive waves. The first unit to reach Reno was composed of grenade throwers and supporting riflemen. This advance element was followed immediately by the rest of the platoon, infantry armed with submachine guns and rifles. Marines on Reno were not troubled by the initial platoon assault, but the second one made some inroads before the defenders' fires forced the enemy to pull back. A third two-phased attack succeeded, however, in cracking the defenses at the northeast section of the position. The outpost commander then ordered his Marines into the bunkers and called for overhead artillery fire. Caught in the open, the Chinese were forced to withdraw at 0440 and did not return. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 5, Part 4 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hook. Counterattack. After the Marines and Lieutenant Colonel Caputo's 2-7 sector had dealt with the demonstration force, the action shifted back to the Hook. Early on the morning of the 27th, Captain McLaughlin's unit, sent to the Hook Hill 146 crest to block the penetration of the MLR, had established contact with Captain Byram's Company C, passed through its lines, and pressed on to the Hook. Suddenly, enemy small arms and machine guns opened up on lead elements of Company A. Artillery and mortar fire then began to hit the company. The Marines continued their advance and made some progress in arresting the Chinese thrust at the ridge. Shortly thereafter, the enemy called in heavy supporting fires, forcing Company A to halt its attack temporarily. When the company commander ordered his men to resume the advance, overwhelming enemy fire again slowed the movement. McLaughlin then ordered his men to hold and dig in. When report of the Company A situation reached the regimental CP, Colonel Moore ordered into action his last reserve unit, Captain Bernard B. Ballant's Company H. He was directed to report to 1-7, then to pass through the depleted ranks of Company A and take up the attack down ridge towards the salient. At 0340, the regiment attached H-37 to 1-7 for operational control. At 0505, the company arrived at the 1st Battalion CP. 40 minutes later, Company H reached Captain McLaughlin's area, where it regrouped and then deployed toward the ridgeline for the counterattack. When Captain Ballant led his Marines towards the Hook to oust the Chinese, The enemy drive had reached the point of its deepest penetration. By this time, the Chinese had seized control of slightly more than a mile of the meandering MLR. Most of the captured main defense line extended from the Hook east along the ridge towards Hill 146. One-third of the Communist advance was from the Hook southwest in the direction of the 3rd Battalion boundary. Between 0545 and 0800, H-37 worked its way towards the Hook Hill 146 crest. After 2 hours, the company was at the ridge line, and at 0800, Captain Bennett was ready to move forward towards the salient, a straight-line distance of about a half mile. On the hour, the push-down ridge started. After having advanced about 200 yards, the H-37 Marines were assailed by small arms fire and the rain of heavy-caliber rounds supporting the enemy's thrust. Captain Bennett signaled his Marines to attack. Immediately, 2nd Lieutenant George H. O'Brien, Jr. leaped up from his position and shouted for his platoon to follow. On the run, he zigzagged across the exposed ridge and continued down the front slope towards the main trench. Before reaching this objective, the platoon commander was knocked to the ground by the impact of a single bullet. Scrambling quickly to his feet, he motioned for his men to follow and took off on the run for the enemy-occupied trench line. Again he stopped, this time to assist an injured Marine. As he neared the trench line, Lieutenant O'Brien started to throw a hand grenade into the enemy-occupied bunkers, but was stopped by the Chinese. With his carbine, the officer methodically eliminated this resistance, then hurled the grenades. Overcoming this position, the Texas Marine and his platoon advanced towards the Hook, but the enemy, now partly recovered, was able to slow and ultimately stop the counterattack. A profusion of artillery and mortar fire was primarily responsible for halting the advance, which had carried Company H very close to the Hook bunkers. Spurred by the leadership of Lieutenant O'Brien, who later received the Medal of Honor, the company was able to execute a limited advance. Despite the heavy artillery and mortar fire, the company drove a wedge into the Communist position, thereby retaking the initiative from the enemy. Company H also took 3 prisoners in the southeast end of the Hook before being forced by a deadly enemy mortar and artillery barrage to withdraw upridge. The attack by Company H had been well supported from the air. At 0840, a flight of 4 ADs from Lieutenant Colonel Cargill's VMA 121 assaulted the former Marine Cop Seattle, where enemy reinforcements were being funneled through on the way to the Hook. Bombs and napalm took a heavy toll on the troops, bunkers, and weapons pouring fire on the counterattacking Marines. 1 hour later, a division, 4 planes, from VMA 323 struck another trouble spot, a former Marine outpost known as Irene, later Rome. Aircraft of Lieutenant Colonel Chamberlain's squadron hit this objective with 3 tons of bombs and more than 4,000 pounds of burning napalm. 30 minutes later, another foursome, these from VMA 212, Lieutenant Colonel Charles E. Dobson, Jr., delivered bombs, napalm, and 20mm shells on enemy soldiers moving on the MSR towards Jamestown. While these 3 squadrons were bombing enemy strongpoints and other targets of opportunity, division artillery and tanks continued their destructive fire missions. Between 0930 and 1300, 2 tanks from Company A, 1st Tank Battalion, blasted away at Chinese bunkers and trenches, at an enemy 76mm gun on Seattle, and at positions southwest of the Hook. Artillery, 211, 411, and the rocket battery contributed the weight of its support. The 11th Marines, in an effort to stop the heavy hostile shelling of the Hook sector, fired 60 counter-battery missions on Chinese gun emplacements during the first 24 hours of the attack. In the early afternoon of the 27th, 1st MAW attack squadrons continued their bombing and strafing of enemy troops engaged in the assault against the Hook. Before sundown, 30 aircraft had taken part in 8 additional strikes in support of Marine counterattacks along the ridge. The number of aircraft involved in close air support sorties for the Hook was approximately half the number received by the division all day. Of the 72 aircraft flying cast strikes during the first 24 hours of the Hook action, 67 were Marine planes, all from MAG-12. As in the morning's close air support flights, Lieutenant Colonel Cargill's ADs provided the bulk of air support for ground action that afternoon. Striking first a command post southeast of the 17 salient at 1410, VMA 121 came back a half hour later with 4 more Sky Raiders against CCF troops pressing to envelop the right flank of the counterattack force. At 1635, 2 squadron aircraft flew in quickly in response to a sighting of troops moving forward in the Samachan tributary 1,000 yards north of the Hook. 20 minutes after this successful attack, 4 more Sky Raiders attacked bunkers opposite the left flank of Lieutenant Colonel Dulaki's sector. The final daylight strike for 17 was again made by 4 ADs from 121. These planes took under attack a target that had been bombarded just 25 minutes earlier by Corsairs from VMA 323. Another Marine attack squadron, VMA 212, participated in the Hook support that afternoon. At 1344, a 4-plane flight assaulted troops moving through Frisco to reinforce the Chinese drive on the Hook. 2 of the planes dropped 3 1,000-pound bombs and 2 250-pounders on the enemy soldiers. The other pair of attack Corsairs released 6 780-pound napalm tanks over the position. It was estimated that 25 Chinese casualties resulted from this air attack. Wrapping up the VMA 212 cast for the Hook sector on the 27th was a strike at 1440 on camouflage positions and another at 1520 against caves and bunkers. Each of these air assaults took place about 950 yards from the Hook. The earlier one was a napalm attack from 50 feet above the ground. 1 of the 6 tanks would not release and 3 did not ignite. 4 caves were destroyed and 1 bunker was damaged in the latter strikes. Between the morning and afternoon airstrikes, the ground commanders put together the final plans for recapture and defense of the Hook. When General Pollock had released I-31 to the regiment during an inspection trip to the 17 area that morning, the company was already en route to the ridge to make the counterattack. The ground commanders agreed that after I-31 regained the salient, H-31 would take over the right sector of 17 and the relieved company, B-17, would then occupy both the critical MLR sector and Warsaw. Lieutenant Colonel Dulaki's scheme to recapture the positions and ground lost on 26 October was a continuation of the attack from atop the ridge directly towards the objective. It was to be a hard-nosed, frontal assault, but the only maneuver deemed advisable. Clearing the Company C command post about noon, the lead elements of Captain Murray V. Harlan Jr.'s Company I, the 1st Platoon, continued its route to the ridge. After the 40 Marines had gained the crest, they quickly reoriented themselves to the new direction and at 1350 led the I-31 assault. Artillery preparations by the 11th Marines had preceded the crossing of the line of departure, and these supporting fires were partially responsible for the substantial initial advance made by the counterattacking Marines. But Chinese artillery was not idle at this time either, and the volume of enemy fire matched that of the Marines. The I-31 movement forward was also slowed by Communist soldiers, estimated at about a company, who fired from protected positions along the perimeter of the Hook. Inch by inch the company crawled forward. The vicious Chinese supporting barrages were exacting many casualties among Captain Harlan's troops, yet they crept on, and ultimately reached the artillery forward observer bunker atop the ridge but 150 yards short of the Hook trenches. At this time, 1635, the enemy supporting fires were directed not only on the advancing Marines and the MLR defenses, but extended as far back as the regimental CP. Chinese soldiers still clung to some of the Hook positions and trenches of the MLR just below the crest of the northern sides. Marines closest to the Hook could see the virtual ruination caused by enemy artillery and mortar shells to the trench system within the salient. Nearing their objective, elements of Company I pressed on with even more determination. By 1700, a few had made it to the shell-torn ditches, where they sought momentary refuge to reorganize. Several more joined, and together they reconnoitered the trenches and bunkers for enemy soldiers. Just then the Communists reacted with an even heavier supporting arms assault, which forced these few Marines to pull back with their platoon to the reverse slope of the ridge. To the right, about 250 yards away, the main body of Company I Marines occupied the reverse side of the hill, riding out the onslaught of artillery and mortar rounds while they waited for a lull before making the final dash to recapture the lost area of Jamestown. While Captain Harlan's company was exposed to this extremely heavy enemy artillery fire, another unit, B-17, was on the move from Lieutenant Colonel Delacky's command post to the ridge to strike what was intended as a lethal blow to the Communist invaders. At 1932, Company B began its march forward. By midnight, the 1st Platoon was nearing its assault position close to the left flank of Company I of 3-1. Simultaneously, the 3rd Platoon closed in on its jump-off point. The going was extremely difficult, complicated by a moonless night and the many shell craters that pockmarked the terrain. But at 0019, 28 October, the platoons mounted their assault, firing their rifles and machine guns, and hurling grenades to silence enemy automatic weapons and to reach dug-in Communist soldiers occupying the trench line. The Marine charge was met by a burst of small arms fire and a shower of grenades. Weapons supporting the Chinese defense were still very active. After a standoff of 90 minutes, the Marines pulled back, calling on their mortars and artillery to lay precise fire concentrations on the trouble spots. The weapons also fired on enemy approach routes through Ronson and Warsaw. After this preparation, Company B again made an assault against the enemy at 0340. This advance was contested vigorously by the Chinese, but their resistance this time was not lasting. Quickly, B-17 Marines deployed throughout the entire area, and by 0600 the Hook was again in Marine hands. Before the victors could permit themselves the luxury of a breathing spell, there were a number of critical tasks that demanded immediate attention. Defense of the MLR had to be quickly and securely shored up for a possible enemy counterattack. The newly re-won area had to be searched for Marines, both casualties and holdouts, and for Chinese diehards or wounded. The company had to be reorganized. In addition to these missions, there were two others, regaining Ronson and Warsaw. As it turned out, the duties were discharged nearly at the same time. Cops Ronson and Warsaw were reoccupied by the 7th Marines at 0630 and 0845, respectively, on 28 October. In organizing the recaptured position, the Marines were hampered to some extent by a dense ground fog. Nevertheless, work still went ahead on these necessary tasks. Most of the Hook area was held by Company B. The western part of the 1-7 line, south of the Hook, was still manned by the platoon from Company A and one from Company C. The 1st Platoon of Company B quickly searched the retaken area of the MLR, except the caved-in parts of the trench line and bunkers, which were investigated later, but found no enemy soldiers. During the day, as Company B expanded its responsibility along the Marine main line, the platoons from A-17 and C-17 were relieved to rejoin their companies. Supplies began to move in once the permanency of the defense had been established. Overview. In evaluating the battle for the Hook, it would appear that the Chinese assault against Reno was merely a demonstration or feint. By making a sizable effort near the primary objective after the attack there was well underway, the Communists expected not to obscure the real target, but rather to cause the Marines to hesitate in moving higher echelon reserves to influence the action at the Hook. It was to the credit of the ambush force that the Chinese ruse was unsuccessful. Including losses from the Reno ambush, Marines estimated that the Chinese actions against that outpost cost the enemy 38 killed and 51 wounded. The COP defenders in the platoon that had surprised the enemy counted 22 dead communist soldiers during and after the Reno action. Together with the Hook casualties, confirmed at 274 killed and 73 wounded and estimated at 494 killed and 370 wounded, the figure represented more than a third of an enemy battalion permanently lost, in addition to about a battalion and a half put out of action temporarily. Distributed among the number of battalions that participated in two actions, the total number of casualties lost some impact. What remains significant, however, are the cost and results. 369 counted and 953 estimated casualties for not 1 inch of ground. Marine losses in the Hook battle were 70 killed, 386 wounded, 286 evacuated, and 39 missing, of whom 27 were later definitely known to have been captured. This was the second highest number of Marines taken prisoner in any single action during the Korean fighting. Such a large number was attributed to the tactics of the Chinese infantry, which followed the preparatory barrages so closely, at times even advancing into the rolling barrages, that the enemy was able to surprise and capture a considerable number of Marine outpost defenders. Nearly all of the 27 were captured in the enemy's first rushes against the two outposts and MLR. In the diversion on Reno, an additional 9 Marines were killed and 49 wounded, 29 evacuated. Perhaps as significant as any result of the Hook fighting is the amount of supporting fires the Chinese provided their infantry. Calculations of total incoming ran from 15,500 to 34,000 rounds during the 36-hour engagement. The 1st Marine Division reported conservatively that the enemy expended between 15,500 to 16,000 artillery and mortar rounds. Estimates by supporting arms units put the total at the higher level. In any event, the 12,500 rounds the 7th Marines received during the first 24 hours represented the heaviest bombardment any Marine regiment had been subjected to up to that time. Moreover, it had now become clearly evident that the enemy could stockpile a plentiful supply of ammunition, despite attempts of UN aircraft to interfere with the enemy's flow of supplies to the front line. With regard to combat tactics, the attacks during 26 to 27 October confirmed earlier reports that extremely heavy use of preparatory barrages by the enemy signaled an imminent infantry attack on the area. Defensive concentrations of apparently unlimited quantity typified Communist artillery support for their attacking forces. Meticulous policing of the battlefield, an established Chinese practice, was also apparent during the Hook battle. In order to prevent identification of his combat units, the enemy also took pains to ensure that the assault troops remove all papers and unit insignia before going forward of their own lines. 2 other previously reported tactics were corroborated during the late October battle for the Hook. One was the presence of cargo carriers with the attacking force. These soldiers, estimated by the division to comprise as high as 75% of the total number of Chinese troops committed, carried shovels, lumber, extra rations, medical aid equipment, and stocks of ammunition. One Marine evacuated from a bunker reported on a method of bunker searching by the Chinese. English-speaking Chinese were yelling into bunkers for Marines to come out and surrender. When there was no evidence of surrender, the Chinese would use Bangalore torpedoes and satchel charges to destroy and seal bunkers. In one respect, the enemy deviated from his usual tactics. During the battle for the Hook, Marines who took prisoners made the discovery that the Chinese employed close-up relief forces. Prior to an offensive action, the enemy positioned a reserve just to the rear of the assault unit. After the attack had started, and at the appropriate time, the commander would signal the fresh force forward to take over the mission of the old unit. In this manner, the enemy hoped to sustain his drive or to retain a newly won position. Though the foresight appeared appropriate, the result was not always what had been anticipated. In the earlier part of the month, during a fight in another one-corps sector, the Communists had rushed a reserve force forward to consolidate the defense of an outpost immediately after its capture. In the hook fighting, a fresh unit, which had been placed immediately to the rear of the assault troops, was ordered forward to keep the attack alive. Both attempts failed. Marines attributed this lack of success to the Communists' apparent inability to organize or reorganize quickly, a difficulty which was believed to have resulted from the scarcity of officers in forward areas. Discussing the defense of the Hook area, Lieutenant Colonel Delackey commented shortly after the battle ended. The Chinese seemed to gain their greatest tactical advantage during action on the Hook by assaulting friendly positions directly under their own artillery and mortar barrages. The effects on defending Marines were twofold. Heavy incoming either physically trapped them in their bunkers, or the Chinese, having overrun our positions through their own barrages, took the defenders by surprise as they left their bunkers to man their fighting holes. It is therefore considered imperative that in future instances of heavy enemy supporting fires, all Marines physically occupy an individual shelter from which their fighting positions are readily accessible. Marines gained a false sense of security by taking cover in groups inside bunkers. In some cases, groups of 3 or 4 Marines were killed when a bunker caved in on top of them. Had they been spread out along the trench line, but under individual cover, it is believed that far fewer casualties would have resulted, and also the position would have been better prepared for defense. The false sense of security gained by being with comrades inside a bunker must be overcome. Another factor bothered the 1-7 commander. He directed unit leaders to exercise closer control over the care and cleaning of weapons under their custody. During the Hook fighting, the malfunctioning of weapons due to improper cleaning and loss of some rifles in the excitement to gain cover caused the Marines to take casualties that might otherwise have been prevented. These same deficiencies were also observed by General Pollock, and he ordered their immediate correction. Lieutenant General Hart, CG, FMF PAC, whose inspection of the division coincided with the Hook battle and who saw the trenches after they had been leveled, noted that shallow trenches and bunkers built above the ground did not offer sufficient protection from intensive enemy shelling. He directed that more emphasis be placed on the digging of field fortifications and bunkers. In considering not only how the fight was conducted, but why, one has only to go back to the first part of October and recall the situation that existed along the 1st Marine Division line. During the hotly contested outpost battles early in the month, the Chinese had attempted to outflank the division by seizing key terrain in the left and right sectors. Where the enemy had been unsuccessful, he returned later in the month for another major assault. On the night of the 26th, the endeavor was in the division right. A new blow against the left was not far off. End of Chapter 5, Part 4. Chapter 6, Part 1 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Positional warfare. A successful Korean defense. In both the early and late October outpost battles, the Chinese had attempted to seize critical terrain on the flanks of the 1st Marine Division. Although the majority of these attacks failed, the enemy had acquired 6 outposts early in the month, 3 in the Western Korean Marine Corps sector and 3 north of the right regimental line. On the last day of October, 2 hours before midnight, the CCF again struck the Marine left flank. This time their efforts were directed against 4 outposts that screened Hill 155, the most prominent terrain feature in the entire KMC regimental zone. The fighting that developed was brief but very sharp and would be the most costly of all KMC clashes during this 3rd winter of the war. The latest enemy attack came as no real surprise to the Korean Marines of the 5th Battalion. occupying Cops 39, 33, and 31 in the Northern Regimental Sector, or 2nd Battalion personnel at Cop 51 in the southern, western half of the MLR. The 4 outposts assisted in defense of the MLR, particularly Hill 155 just inside the MLR, afforded observation of CCF approach routes, and served as a base for friendly raids and offensive operations. Hill 155 overlooked both the wide Sichuan Valley and Chinese frontline positions to the west. This critical Korean hill also commanded a view of the Panmunjom Peace Corridor, Freedom Gate Bridge, and the Marine Division area east of Line Jamestown in the KMC sector. Hill 155 had further tactical importance in that it protected the left flank of Pakak Hill, the key ground in the entire 34-mile expanse of Jamestown within 1st Marine Division territory. Actually, the probability of a determined enemy attack against the 4 outposts had been anticipated since early October following CCF seizure of 3 positions, former Cops 37, 36, and 86, in their strike against the KMC Regimental OPLR. The enemy then had proceeded to organize an OPLR of his own with the 2 northern outposts, Cops 37 and 36, and informally occupied another position to the south and one toward the north in the vicinity of Cop 39. With this OPLR once firmly organized, the enemy will have an excellent jump-off point towards our OPs 39 and 33, his next probable objectives, KMC officers reasoned. Sporadic probes throughout the month in the Cop 39 and 33 areas indicated continued enemy interest in the positions. Cop 51, to the south, was considered another likely target because of its location immediately east of Cop 86, previously annexed by the CCF. Prior to attacking the 4 outposts on 31 October, the Chinese had signaled their intentions by sharply stepping up artillery and tank fire against the sector. During the 24-hour period ending 1800 on 30 October, a total of 1,881 rounds crashed on KMC positions, most of these against the 2 northern outposts, Cops 39 and 33. Nearly 1,500 rounds fell the next day. More than 50 sightings of enemy troops and weapons in the forward area were also reported. By contrast, during the previous week, less than 15 observations of enemy activity had been made daily and, on average, only about 200 to 340 rounds of fire had fallen in the entire sector. Despite this comparatively moderate rate of hostile fire, at least 1 Korean Marine was killed and 3 wounded in late October from well-placed Chinese mortar or artillery rounds striking the outposts. After the 2 days of heavy shelling, the regiment warned in its daily report issued only 2 hours before the full-scale attack began. The enemy has made a consistent 2-day effort to destroy friendly outpost positions. Last night, at 1830, 2 enemy companies were observed in an apparent attempt to attack OPs 39 and 33. Artillery fire broke up the attempt, but continued enemy artillery today indicates further attack is probable tonight. If enemy artillery preparation is indicative, a simultaneous attack against outposts 39, 51, 33, and 31 can be considered probable. These earlier observations and predictions as to the enemy's action were shortly confirmed when the CCF launched its new ground attack. Beginning at 2200, the enemy delivered an intensive 8-minute 76mm and 122mm artillery preparation against the 4 outposts. Chinese assault forces from 4 different infantry regiments then launched a simultaneous attack on the positions. Moving in from the north, west, and south, 2 CCF companies, 3rd Company 1st Battalion, 581st Regiment, and 2nd Company 1st Battalion, 582nd Regiment, virtually enveloped the northern outpost, Cop 39. 2 more CCF companies, unidentified, lunged against the 2 central outposts, Cops 33 and 31, a company at each position. The southern and most heavily defended post, Cop 51, where a company of Korean Marines was on duty, was assailed by 4 Chinese companies, 4th Company, 2nd Battalion, 584th Regiment, 4th and 6th Companies, 2nd Battalion, 585th Regiment, and 1st Company, 1st Battalion, 585th Regiment. Even though the enemy exerted his strongest pressure against COP 51, the position held and the Chinese broke off the attack there earlier than at the other outposts. At COP 31, a heavy firefight raged until 0155, when the defending KMC platoon halted the Chinese and forced them to make a partial withdrawal. To the northwest, at COP 33, the enemy encountered less resistance from the 2 squads manning the outpost. The Chinese achieved some success in penetrating the defenses and occupied several positions. After heavy close fighting and friendly artillery support, the Koreans expelled the invaders at 0515. The enemy's efforts appear to have been most successful, temporarily, at COP 39, the northern post and one nearest to Hill 155. Although the Chinese wrested some ground from the KMC platoon, artillery fires continued to punish the enemy and by 0410 had forced him to pull back. A small hostile force returned at 0600, but after a 15-minute exchange of small arms, it left, this time for good. At about this same time, the last of the Chinese had also withdrawn from the 2 central outposts, 33 and 31. In terms of sheer numbers, the enemy's strongest effort was made against COP 51. This was the most isolated of the Korean positions and, at 2,625 yards, the one farthest from the MLR. Ironically, in the week preceding the attack, COP 51 was least harassed by hostile artillery, although it had received 20 rounds of 90mm tank fire, more than any other position. On the 31st, elements of 3 companies struck the southwestern trenches and defenses, while a 4th attempted to break through from the north. As it turned out, the action here was the least intense of the outpost clashes. After initial heavy fighting, the Chinese seemed reluctant to press the assault even though they vastly outnumbered the Korean company deployed at the outpost. In the early morning hours, the enemy broke contact and by 0330 had withdrawn from COP 51. During the night, approximately 2,500 rounds of CCF artillery and mortar fire lashed the positions. Korean Marines, aided by friendly artillery, repelled the assault and inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. Supporting fires included more than 1,200 rounds of HE shells from the KMC 4.2-inch mortar company. Chinese casualties were listed as 295 known killed, 461 estimated wounded, and 9 POWs. Korean Marine losses were 50 killed, 86 wounded, and 18 missing. By first light, the Korean outposts had thrown back the enemy's latest well-coordinated attack. This ended the last significant action of October in the 1st Marine Division sector. 6 months on the UNC line. The KMC Regiment's battle in late October marked the end of 2 months of heavy fighting in the division sector. October had witnessed the most intense combat in more than a year. As the 3rd Korean winter approached, outpost clashes and small unit actions along the rest of the UNC front line began to slacken. During November and December, neither side appeared eager to pursue the offensive. Chinese aggressiveness declined noticeably. Despite other action initiated by the enemy, the 1 Corps sector remained the chief communist target. On 19 November, the British 1st Commonwealth Division successfully withstood what was initially a company-size attempt to capture the Hook. In sharp fighting between 1900 and 0430, Black Watch and reinforcing Canadian units repulsed a determined battalion-strength CCF assault, killing more than 100 Chinese. Marine and 1 Corps artillery units fired almost continuously throughout the night in support of the Hook defenders. Fighting flared again, briefly, in December in the 1 Corps sector when Chinese soldiers attempted to overrun outposts on the Imjin River line, but were thrown back by the ROK 1st Division. The enemy then tried to seize key terrain forward of the U.S. 2nd Division, but was again halted. Elsewhere, before the end of the year, the CCF captured one outpost in the 9-Corps area, to the right of 1 Corps, but suffered a telling defeat at the hands of the Ethiopian Battalion during an attempt to crack this sector of the U.S. 7th Division line. After a brief firefight, the Chinese were forced to withdraw, leaving 131 CCF dead in the Ethiopian positions. North Korean efforts to seize critical ground in the 10 and Rock 1 Corps sectors at the far eastern end of the USAC line was similarly broken up by the U.S. 40th and Rock 5th Divisions. By the end of 1952, General Van Fleet had not only revitalized his defenses with recent rotation of frontline units, but had also strengthened his line by inserting another division in the critical and long troublesome Chorwan-Kumwa sector of 9 Corps on the 1 Corps right flank. With these changes, by late December there were 16 USAC divisions online, 11 Korean, 3 U.S. Army, 1 Marine, and 1 British Commonwealth, plus 4 divisions in reserve, 1 Korean and 3 U.S. Army. Nearly 75% of the UNC line had been entrusted to Republic of Korea units. Their performance was a tribute to growing ROK military proficiency and justified the USAC decision to assign to ROK troops a greater role in the Allied ground defense. The slow pace of infantry action during the last 2 months of 1952 continued into the new year. Raids by small UNC units highlighted the limited combat during January and February. During the following month, the battlefront tempo accelerated, due in part to expanded patrol activities. A number of sharp clashes in no man's land resulted in several communist setbacks, but led the enemy to make an increased use of ambushes. These traps initially caught the UNC troops by surprise, inflicting heavy casualties on them. But by far the most severe fighting of the new year resulted when the Chinese renewed their fierce outpost and main line of resistance attacks in March. Again, the western 1 Corps sector was the major combat area as enemy pressure mounted along the front. This was believed due, in part, to the growing Chinese sensitivity to the 1 Corps raids, as well as an attempt by the CCF to regain the initiative as they began to send out larger forces to probe and assault UNC positions. On 17 March, the Chinese launched a battalion-size attack against Hill 355, Little Gibraltar. This MLR position was defended by elements of the U.S. 2nd Infantry Division, online immediately east of the Marine Division, in the sector customarily occupied by the 1st Commonwealth Division. The Army unit had relieved the British Division on 30 January. A second large-scale assault on the hill that month was also turned back. On 23 March, a Chinese Communist regiment attempted to capture 3 outposts manned by the U.S. 7th Division at the far right of the 1 Corps line. Hills 225, Porkchop Hill, and 191 held. The enemy's main effort was against Hill 266, Old Baldy, defended by units of the division's Columbian Battalion. One attack carried the position, despite company-strength reinforcements of the original defenders. 2 strong UN counterattacks the next day to retake the outpost failed, and the Chinese retained the crest of Old Baldy. Although the CCF had gained their objective in Hill 266, the battles on the 3 hillocks had cost the enemy 750 casualties, according to 7th Division records. In one respect, the nature and extent of ground operations affected the type of air activity over North and South Korea during the winter of 1952 to 1953. Introduction of pressure strategy, which had embodied the policy of the Far East Air Forces since mid-1952, brought more aircraft in close support of 8th Army ground troops, a change that pleased the Corps commanders. When the heavy outpost fighting throughout October diminished to only occasional skirmishes in November, there was temporarily a decreased need for large numbers of cast sorties. As a result, more planes became available for pressure attacks. These strikes at first appeared to be reverting to the previous strangle strategy since railroads were often the targets. But interdiction of the transportation system was only part of the pressure aerial concept, which also called for striking enemy production, repair, and storage facilities. The Allied strategy in conducting its air offensive remained the same: to make the bombing hurt the Communists so that they would end their deliberate delaying tactics in the truce sessions and join the UNC in effecting a Korean settlement. During the winter, FIF maintained a steady air pressure against the Communists. Major raids were made from time to time, but the number of strategic targets was gradually disappearing due to repeated UNC air attacks. Further, much of the enemy logistical net had gone so deeply underground during the prolonged stalemate that UN bombing and rocket attacks were having only a limited destructive effect. The US B-29s, which had carried the fight to the enemy since the first week of the Korean conflict, found their last worthwhile objectives in stockpiles hidden in North Korean towns and villages. For the 5th Air Force fighters, there was little opportunity to increase their skill in air-to-air combat, since the Communist flyers continued to take evasive action and avoid dogfights. Naval aviation contributed importantly to UNC air operations from September 1952 to March 1953. On the first day of this period, 3 carriers staged the largest all-Navy Korean airstrike to date, which simultaneously attacked an oil refinery at Aoji and other targets in the northeastern corner of Korea. Less than 2 weeks later, 2 carriers launched another assault in the same part of the country. The significance of these September strikes stemmed from the almost complete lack of enemy response. Apparently, the Communists in this area had felt secure and protected, their territory being next to the Chinese border. In fact, their location close to the sanctuary had ruled out bombings proposed earlier. Strikes in this part of Korea were particularly suited to carrier planes of the 7th Fleet, whose mobile airfields brought the targets within easy striking range along approaches that would not violate the Manchurian haven. Perhaps the greatest naval contribution to the air war were the Cherokee strikes, so named after the commander of the 7th Fleet, Vice Admiral Joseph J. Clark, because of his Indian ancestry. This new type of deep air support attack, which came into use in October 1952, employed the maxim of mass delivery of ordnance. Usually, targets were immediately behind the enemy MLR but beyond the range of friendly artillery. In May 1952, when the rail interdiction program was being phased out and Admiral Clark's pilots were faced with a decreasing number of prime industrial targets, the fleet commander had theorized that he could most effectually damage the enemy by bombing supply dumps, artillery positions, and reserve forces immediately to the rear of the Chinese MLR. As the admiral reasoned, the enemy could not fight the kind of war he was waging and still have all his forces, supplies, and equipment underground. Some of his stocks of supplies had to be above ground, out of sight, and out of range of our artillery. 8th Army welcomed the increased support that would result from the strikes, but FIF expressed concern about the lack of top-level coordination. Admiral Clark had proposed that a USAC Corps commander be allowed to authorize the attacks, which employed 24 to 36 aircraft. The 5th Air Force initially maintained that it should control Cherokee strikes, just as it did the CAS missions. The matter was finally resolved in November. Following a high-level conference, it was decided that attacks inside the bomb line would be subjected to FAF coordination and that a minimal amount of tactical control would be exercised by the Corps commander. 8th Army gave a big assist to the Navy by moving the bomb line to within 3,000 meters, nearly 2 miles, of the Outpost line. A line was also drawn approximately 25 miles beyond the bomb line, separating the area of general support from interdiction. Thereafter, the Cherokee strikes were effectively conducted against enemy installations outside the 3,000-meter line but within 20,000 meters of the ground front. General Clark, Cinq UNC, had high praise for the strikes, which the 7th Fleet employed until the end of the war. Surface ships of the fleet were in much the same static warfare situation as the ground and air components of the United Nations Command. Aside from the Kojo demonstration in mid-October, the fleet had little diversification in its daily routine other than to maintain the siege around Wonsan. This operation had started in mid-February 1951 and had grown from the original plan to seize certain strategically placed islands on both coasts into an attempt to isolate the entire port and city of Wonsan. Each day, Allied minesweepers cleared the harbor. At night, the enemy sampan fleet re-sowed the fields. Daily, usually during mine-clearing operations, ships of Task Force 95 fired on batteries in the mountains beyond the city and at other military targets in and around Wonsan. From time to time, heavy units of the 7th Fleet bombarded the area to keep the enemy off balance and to partially deter the solid buildup of Communist arms and defenses just north of the 39th parallel. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Positional Warfare. Events on the diplomatic front. For many of the UNC military personnel, the stalemated combat situation in Korea had become a depressing, no-win daily routine by the end of 1952. Back in the States, the Korean War was not only unpopular and ill-supported, but the slow progress of the conflict had also dulled public interest. In the course of the presidential election campaign, the question of Korea had become increasingly a matter of widespread national concern. 2 weeks before Election Day, the Republican candidate, former General of the Army Dwight D. Eisenhower, had vowed to bring the Korean fighting to an end. As a first step toward accomplishing this goal, he had pledged, if elected, to visit the battlefront. Some had labeled Eisenhower's statement, "I will go to Korea," as a mere pre-election gesture. The general intended to act on his pledge and, following his election, began a 4-day visit to Korea on 2 December 1952. Part of the president-elect's brief tour in Korea was spent at General Pollock's command post. Here, on 3 December, the Marine Ground Chief briefed his future Commander-in-Chief on current Marine Division operations. Generals Clark, Van Fleet, and Kendall accompanied Eisenhower and his party. This included General of the Army Omar Bradley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Charles E. Wilson and Herbert Brownell, Jr., the new designates for Secretary of Defense and Attorney General, respectively. Though General Eisenhower's promise to visit Korea personally to see the situation firsthand and his subsequent election had renewed American hopes for an early peace in Korea, negotiations there had been deadlocked since 1951 on the exchange of prisoners. Disagreement on this issue thus became the major obstacle, which was not overcome until the truce was signed nearly 20 months later. The Communists insisted on repatriation to their native land of all NKPA and CCF prisoners held by the United Nations Command. More than 60,000 of the 132,000 enemy captives held by the UNC and South Korean POW camps did not wish to return to communism, a fact which had been borne out by a UN survey. To draw attention from this unpopular position, the Communists, through the civil and military links existing in the POW camps, had staged a series of riots in the spring of 1952. The worst, at Koj Island, just off the coast of Pusan, lasted 6 days, largely because the communist prisoners planned for, and successfully carried out, the capture of the UN camp commander. His release, on 12 May, was effected only after the new commander signed, under duress, a statement which the Communists immediately exploited in an effort to discredit the validity of the prisoner survey. The propaganda gains had enabled the Communists to occupy a commanding position at the truce talks. In the meantime, the UN had offered several plans until, on 28 April, Admiral Joy presented what we called our final package proposal. By instituting the tactic of calling a recess whenever the Communists had nothing constructive to offer, a recommendation of Admiral Joy's, the UN regained the advantage of the conference table. The talks continued, but with no appreciable progress. On 8 October 1952, after continued communist intransigence, Brigadier General William K. Harrison, who had become the senior UN delegate in late May, took the initiative in recessing the truce talks. The unexpected action, which caught the enemy off guard, followed 3 separate proposals made by Harrison for ending the POW controversy. All had been promptly rejected by the communist delegation. As General Harrison had informed one of its spokesmen, the North Korean General Nam Il, "We are not terminating the armistice negotiations, we are merely recessing them. We are willing to meet with you at any time that you are ready to accept one of our proposals or to make a constructive proposal of your own in writing, which could lead to an honorable armistice. Since you have offered nothing constructive, we stand in recess." After October, while the truce negotiations were in a period of indefinite recess, liaison officers at Panmunjom kept the channels of communication open between the Communist and UNC sides. Several developments along other diplomatic lines about this time were to prove more fruitful and lead the way to solution of the POW dispute and, in fact, to the end of the war. In mid-November, an attempt was made to end the prisoner exchange impasse through a resolution introduced by India at the United Nations session. The compromise measure recognized the United States' position, namely, that force should not be used in returning prisoners to their homeland. This principle was to become known as the concept of voluntary repatriation. To reconcile the widely conflicting communist and UNC views on handling of prisoners, the Indian proposal suggested that a repatriation commission be established. This body was to be composed of representatives of 2 communist and 2 allied nations. It would function within a designated demilitarized zone in Korea through which all prisoners would be received and processed. Each prisoner was to be given a choice of being returned to his homeland or not. Both sides would have the opportunity of explaining to reluctant nationals their rights of repatriation. If these persuasive efforts failed and a man still chose not to return to his country, he would then be referred to a special political conference established by the Armistice Agreement. Should this 4-member repatriation commission still not agree on settlement of the non-repatriates, a final determination was then to be made by an official named by the Commission or UN General Assembly. Many UNC nations favored the Indian proposal. U.S. official reaction was frankly skeptical and critical, well aware that the many vague aspects of the proposal could easily be exploited by the communists to the disadvantage of the individual POW. Despite the promise of a good many headaches in its implementation, the UN adopted the Compromise Indian Resolution in December 1952 by a vote of 54-5. Later that same month, the Executive Committee of the League of Red Cross Societies, meeting in Geneva, adopted another feature of the Indian Resolution proposing an exchange of sick and wounded POWs in advance of a truce. As General Clark observed, it was hardly an auspicious omen for an armistice, yet it was the action which set in motion a chain of events which finally resulted in ceasefire. On another front, State Department officials advised the Joint Chiefs of Staff that a resolution similar to that of the Red Cross would probably be introduced when the UN reconvened on 24 February. Following a JCS suggestion that a feeler proposition be first made to the Communists, General Clark wrote the NKPA and CCF leaders on 22 February. His letter was addressed to North Korean Premier Kim Il-sung and General Peng Tae-hwee, the CCF military commander. Delivered through the Panmunjom liaison officers, it requested the immediate exchange of sick and wounded POWs. As both diplomatic and military leaders doubtfully awaited the results, a totally unexpected and far-reaching event, the death of the Russian leader, Premier Joseph Stalin, jolted the communist world. Its repercussions soon extended to the truce tent at Panmunjom and decisively affected the progress of negotiations there. the Marine commands during the Third Winter. Although renewed negotiations to bring the war to a close were underway with the enemy in late 1952 and early 1953, action on the battlefield continued the tedious routine of the war. An exception to the general lethargy across the front occurred on 22 November in the right regimental sector. A pre-dawn raid was conducted by the 1st Marines, which had advanced to the front upon relief of the 7th Marines after their Battle of the Hook. With the left and right battalion sectors manned by 1-1 and 3-1 respectively, Lieutenant Colonel Charles E. Warren's 2-1 in regimental reserve had been ordered to provide a company to raid Chinese positions across from Cops Reno and Vegas. Drawing the assignment was Company D, Captain J.V. Poage. Codenamed Wake Up, the raid was conducted in a manner typical of many earlier forays against Chinese strongpoints. Its results, too, in most respects were similar to the outcome of previous raids. Artillery preparation of the objective area was accomplished. The infantry assaults were somewhat short of the targets due to heavy CCF defensive fires, and the prisoner-taking part of the mission was unfulfilled. Counterbalancing this, and what made the raid of value to the regiment, was the information gained about enemy defenses and Chinese reaction to the raid. It was one of the rare occasions during which the CCF did not employ artillery fire while their positions were under attack, using instead mortars and automatic weapons against Marine assault forces. Raids such as Wake Up, patrols, and ambushes became the pattern of action in late November and in December. Earlier in November, some changes in the MLR dispositions had taken place. On 3 November, at 2345, the 1st Battalion of the Black Watch, 29th Infantry Brigade, 1st Commonwealth Division, had relieved 1-7 of the Hook Sector responsibility, ending Marine occupation of that part of Jamestown. And on 16 November, the 7th Marines itself had been replaced in line by the 1st Marines. In between these changes of command on the front lines, Generals Pollock and Jerome had received many congratulations and well wishes from combat commands and from government officials in the States. The occasion was the 177th birthday of the Marine Corps. Both of these senior commanders passed on to their Marines not only the Commandant's anniversary message, but also the congratulations of the UNC commander, General Clark. Though the Commonwealth Division had taken over the Hook area from the Infantry Marines, the division's participation in defense of the British sector had not completely ended. On 18 to 19 November, the 11th Marines expended more than 2,000 rounds to repel Chinese attacks on the Hook. This firing by the artillery regiment helped to repay the British for their cooperation and outstanding artillery and tank support during the engagements of 26 to 28 October. And as the Commonwealth Division commander, Major General M.M. Austin Roberts West, had himself reported to General Pollock the day following the Hook attack, all hands on the Hook much appreciated the prompt and effective support given last night. Grateful if you would pass on their thanks to all concerned. Throughout December 1952 and January 1953, the lull in ground fighting continued. Mass Cherokee strikes by Admiral Clark's Navy and Marine flyers had begun for the Marine Division on 17 December, when the bomb line was moved in nearer to the MLR for expanded operations. In non-combat activities, later that month Francis Cardinal Spellman, Archbishop of New York and Vicar for Catholic Chaplains of the Armed Forces, conducted a Christmas Mass at the Division CP. On the 31st, His Eminence visited the First Maw at K3, Pohang. There he delivered an address to about 1,000 Marines, shook hands with nearly all of them, and later heard confessions for many. Another special guest, not long afterward, was Episcopal Bishop Austin Pardue of the Pittsburgh Diocese, who held Holy Communion at the Division Chapel. The passing of 1952 and the arrival of the New Year was not marked by any special observance on the battlefield. For that matter, there was, it seemed, no change to note. The Marines, like the rest of the 8th Army troops, maintained much the same regular, reduced wintertime schedule. Activity of Marine infantry units consisted of aggressive patrolling and raids and improvement of the secondary defenses of lines Wyoming and Kansas. Units in Division Reserve during January also participated in MARLEX, Marine Landing Exercise, operations. No major ground action had taken place in December, although Marine patrols, on a half-dozen occasions, had engaged as many as 50 enemy for brief clashes and firefights. January was a different story, however. On 8 January, a 7th Marines raiding party reinforced by air, artillery, and tank support skirmished with 85 Chinese in the Hill 134 area not far from Cop 2, overlooking Panmunjom. 10 days later, the 1st and 7th Marines, together with the artillery regiment, took part in Operation Bimbo. This was another attempt, by combined infantry, artillery, tank, air action, to create the impression that CCF objective areas were under attack. Bimbo began with heavy preparatory fires by the 11th Marines, including the 155mm projectiles hurled by 411 that inflicted early damage to CCF personnel and materiel. At 0630 on 18 January, frontline battalions of the two participating infantry regiments opened fire. Reserve battalions assisted with indirect machine gun fire. Armored vehicles added to the effect of the ruse by shelling Chinese emplacements from prepared MLR positions. Marine attack planes streaked in to unload flaming napalm. In response to the Bimbo mock attack, the Chinese directed mortar fire into suspected Marine avenues of approach and assembly areas. Forward observers on Jamestown could detect some enemy troop movement. Marine artillery took these formations under intensive fire, but as in similar feint operations in the past, the enemy again failed to pick up the bait. The operation lasted approximately an hour and a half. During the winter months, a number of command changes had occurred in the Marines' combat organizations in Korea. In the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing, the rotation of commanders began at the very top when, on 8 January, General Jerome handed over the wing colors to Major General Vernon E. Meid. During a ceremony at wing headquarters that day, Air Force Generals Wayland and Barkas paid tribute to General Jerome's exceptionally meritorious service as 1st MAW CG since April 1952 by presenting him with the Distinguished Service Medal. The incoming wing commander, General Meid, had been a Marine flyer for 20 years, having received his wings in 1932. His Marine Corps career began more than a decade earlier, with enlistment in 1919. Commissioned in 1922, he served in infantry, artillery, and expeditionary billets before undergoing pilot training in 1931. Following school, staff, and command assignments, Major Meid was named advisor to the Peruvian Minister of Aviation from 1940 to 1943. During World War II, Colonel Meid was sent overseas as 3rd MAW Chief of Staff in early 1944. As commander, Control Unit 1, he participated in the Iwo Jima campaign, earning the Legion of Merit. Later, at Okinawa, he commanded all Marine Corps Landing Force Air Support Control Units. After promotion to Brigadier General in 1949, General Meid was named Chief of Staff, FMF Land. Receiving his 2nd star in 1951, he served as Commanding General at Cherry Point, El Toro, and Air FMF PAC prior to his assignment in Korea. Within the wing and the division, every one of the top commands experienced changes of commanding officers in late 1952 and early 1953. 1st Marines, Colonel Hewitt D. Adams took over from Colonel Layer on 21 November. 5th Marines, Colonel Lewis W. Walt relieved Colonel Smoke on 10 December. 7th Marines, Colonel Lauren E. Hafner took command from Colonel Moore on 5 November. 11th Marines, Colonel James E. Mills, Vice Colonel C on 22 February. MACG-2, Colonel Kenneth D. Kirby relieved Colonel Jack R. Cram on 16 February. MAG-12, Colonel George S. Bowman, Jr., Vice Colonel Condon on 13 January. Mag 33, Colonel Lewis B. Robertshaw succeeded Colonel Herbert Williamson on 22 October. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Positional Warfare. First Small Operations, 1952 to 1953. The heavy ground fighting across the 8th Army front in October 1952 had drawn heavily upon units of the 1st MAW. That month, Marine pilots logged their greatest number of sorties, 3,897, since June 1951. As a result of the intense infantry action in the 1st Marine Division sector, another air record was established, 365 casualty evacuations by HMR 161 during October. This was a peak number to that time for the Helicopter Transport Squadron, for which medevac was a secondary mission. These Mercy missions were not limited only to wounded Marine infantrymen or downed aviators. Whenever and wherever immediate air rescue was needed, the choppers were sent. In July 1952, HMR 161 evacuated 650 Army and Air Force troops as well as 150 Koreans from a flooded river island. On the night of 18 January 1953, a helicopter retrieved 5 Marines from an uncharted minefield after one of the group had accidentally stepped on a mine. On 13 March, HMR 161 sent 3 helicopters aloft in an attempt to save 5 men from the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion who had become trapped in mud near the edge of the Imjin, and later that month the squadron dispatched a chopper to rescue a hunter marooned in the middle of the Han River. Almost obscured in the magnificent record of the Mercy missions, especially the hazardous casualty evacuations by the VMO-6 pilots, were the problems encountered by the observation and helicopter squadrons. Under operational control of the division and administrative control of the wing, the squadrons found themselves exposed to overlapping command authority, which sometimes resulted in conflicting directives from higher headquarters. Some squadron personnel felt that establishment of a helicopter group under the 1st MAW might have solved many of the organizational problems, but such a unit was never established in Korea, partly because only one helicopter squadron, plus half of the observation squadron, existed. Another organizational difficulty beset VMO-6. With 2 types of aircraft and 2 unrelated missions, medevac for the HTL and HO-5S copters, observation and artillery spotting for the little OYs and later OE-1s. The squadron found supply and maintenance problems doubled and operational control of its rotary and fixed wing sections extremely complex. Attachment of the VMO-6 choppers for evacuation, administrative, and liaison missions to HMR 161 was suggested as a possible solution to these difficulties, but was never done. Other problem areas became apparent during the winter of 1952 to 1953. Accompanying the freezing weather were difficulties in starting and, for a brief time, in flying the helicopters. In order to overcome the engine starting problem on emergency evacuation missions, HMR 161 preheated its number 1 standby aircraft every 2 hours during the extreme cold. Dilution of engine oil with gasoline and use of warming huts, the latter a scarcity, were also employed to cut down cold weather starting time. Not related to freezing Korean temperatures were 2 additional problems, one navigational and the other mechanical. In January, the helicopter squadron put into use a jeep-mounted homing device for operations in reduced visibility. It proved unsatisfactory due to interference from other radio transmitters in the area, a difficulty never resolved during the rest of the war. The mechanical problem lay with the rotary-winged aircraft in HMR 161. On 27 March, all of its HRS-2 choppers with more than 200 hours on the main rotor blades were grounded. Discovery in the States that minute .002-inch cuts on the blade surface had occurred during fabrication resulted in the grounding. New blades were promptly flown to Korea from both Japan and the United States, and the squadron again became fully operational on 2 April. Evaluation of transport helicopter techniques continued during the period despite ever-present minor difficulties. At least one new HMR 161 tactical maneuver was scheduled each month to evaluate existing procedures and determine full operational capabilities of the aircraft. During these landing exercises, both the infantry and helicopter commanders and their staffs had the opportunity to further develop vertical envelopment techniques that would soon be the new trademark of U.S. Marine Corps operations. Most of the time, HMR 161 operations drew more attention than those of VMO6, but pilots in the latter unit had a host of division Marines who could attest to the skills and critical role performed by helicopter flyers in the Composite Observation Squadron. VMO6 had pioneered the night casualty evacuation service, and during the active fighting in Korea, had flown out more than 1,000 Marines from frontline medical facilities to better equipped ones in the rear area. These flights were made in all kinds of weather and without the benefit of adequate instrumentation or a homing device. No other 8th Army helicopter unit made regularly scheduled night frontline evacuations. The courage of these VMO6 pilots was recalled nearly 15 years later by a former executive officer of the 1st Marines. The flying of the evacuation helicopters from the jury-rigged and inadequate landing sites was nothing short of miraculous. I've always contended those pilots of the observation squadron received far less credit than they deserved. They used to fly at night to frontline landing strips where I had difficulty walking without barking my shins. During the latter part of 1952 and the first months of 1953, 1st Marine Aircraft Wing command relationships underwent a significant change. On 26 January 1953, General Meid forwarded a memorandum request to General Barkas. The paper outlined specific recommendations for restoring 1st MAW tactical elements to wing operational control, even though the Marine Wing would continue as a tactical component of 5th Air Force. In the proposal, CG 1st MAW pointed out, as had his predecessors, that the existing command structure, in effect, completely bypassed the Marine Wing commander. It had prevented him from exercising normal tactical command functions, even though he was fully responsible for the performance of his air groups and squadrons to FIF-FAF orders. The 1st MAW commander's proposal was intended to counter previous Air Force objections and demonstrate that more normal command relations would enhance rather than reduce 1st MAW operational efficiency and effectiveness. At the same time, having been informally advised in an earlier conversation that CG-FAF would approve at least some of the requests made, General Meid implemented changes in his G2 and G3 staff sections. This reorganization was aimed at carrying out the increased functions which would result from approval of the request. Operational control of Marine tactical squadrons by FAF since 1951 had relegated 1st MAW to the status of an administrative headquarters, forcing its G2 and G3 sections partially to atrophy. To effect the changes in command relationships and establish the wing on an operational basis, the G2 and G3 sections were expanded. By the nature of their organization, these were not capable of either targeting or tactical planning. In the intelligence section, a target information subsection was established to compile data on the mission targets and accompanying photographs received from FAF and to evaluate the desired objectives. Upon receipt of this information, the G3 planning group accomplished the target solution, prepared general tactics for conducting the strike, number of planes, amount and kind of ordnance, approach routes to be used, and provided post-strike target evaluation. The chiefs of these sections jointly presented the completed information to the wing commander each afternoon. He selected the targets and forwarded via teletype and air courier to the Wing G3 representative at FAF headquarters a report of intended operations, providing a lead time of 36 to 48 hours. As soon as the Operations Intentions report, was on its way to General Barkis for approval, the 1st MAW Intelligence Section began to prepare the target dossiers, including photographs, flak analysis, and related identification information on each of the approved targets. The compiled dossiers were then sent to the appropriate tactical squadron. At this point, still perhaps a half day before issuance of the FAF orders, the squadrons received two major advantages over the previous system. 1. Adequate photo intelligence employed for the first time since FAF had assumed operational control of 1st MAW, and 2. A substantial lead time advantage for proper briefing of pilots and arming of aircraft. After the strike, and usually within an hour, Marine planes photographed the targets for damage assessment. These photos were annotated and an assessment report prepared. This information was then presented by the G2 and G3 to the wing commander. Immediately thereafter, prints of the photographs were distributed to the appropriate tactical units, thus making post-strike photography more freely available on a regular basis to the participating tactical units. In a letter dated 18 February, General Barkis approved most of the 1st MAW commander's specific requests, but retained full control over General Meid's squadrons used in close air support. This was due to the fact that USAC-FAF joint policy required CAS mission requests to be approved by JOC in accordance with daily 8th Army priorities, which allocated the aircraft for each request. Returned to operational control of the Marine Wing were planes used on interdiction, armed reconnaissance, and general support activities, the planes on strikes beyond the bomb line, the photo, and all-weather night squadrons. FAF also retained control over assignment of missions to VMC-1, the electronics unit. Although some of the Marine Wing tactical squadrons thus newly enjoyed the advantages of flying under their own commander's wings, 1st MAW headquarters staff members had to pay for these benefits. An increased workload swamped the G2 section, where 7 photo interpreters were kept busy 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Marine personnel processed and reviewed an average of 100,000 prints per month, and these were only those from the portion of the VMJ-1 effort devoted to 1st MAW operations. Expansion of 1st MAW headquarters to set up a tactical planning capability pointed to a deficiency in the wing organization TO, a weakness that existed during the rest of the war. While General Barkis earlier had General Meid's recommendations under study, a radio news broadcast back in the States momentarily resulted in poor publicity for the Marine Corps. On 1 February, a nationally syndicated columnist reported instances in which friendly troops had been bombed and strafed by U.S. aircraft. Marine Corps planes were the most careless, the broadcaster alleged, basing his statement on incomplete information. The news story had developed from an unfortunate publicity release issued by FIF dealing with a MAG-33 incident. The phrasing implied that Marine aviators were guilty of gross carelessness resulting in casualties among their own ground troops. Actually, of the 63 incidents in which friendly casualties had resulted from aircraft flown by FAF units between January and October 1952, 1st MAW pilots were responsible for 18, or 28.5% of the total number of incidents and majority of casualties. What was left unsaid, however, in the unfavorable publicity was that with approximately 14.5% of the aircraft represented in FIF, Marine flyers had been accomplishing monthly totals of between 30 to 40% of all 8th Army CAS missions. They also performed virtually all the very close air support jobs, 50 to 100 yards out from the MLR, which further reduced the comparative percentage of Marine carelessness. It was true, of course, that on rare occasions freak accidents did kill and injure UN troops, despite the continual training of pilots and controllers in strike procedures and target identification. The position taken by the two senior Marine commanders in Korea was that although any CAS incident involving friendly troops was highly regrettable, it was in the same category as short mortar and artillery rounds and just as unavoidable. Target identification, low visibility flying conditions, and ballistic computations made the task of precision close air support an enormous one. If anything, it was almost a wonder that more accidents did not happen. Despite the similarity of Korean geography, an unending panorama of almost identical hilltops, ridges, and streams, the pilot had to release ordnance at the proper altitude and speed, and in a balanced, trim flight. While conducting his dive, the pilot's view could be blocked by cloud formations and his attention distracted by anti-aircraft fire, which required evasive action. Even when the ordnance had been properly released, prevailing wind conditions could affect the flight path of the bombs. This, in addition to human error and mechanical factors, such as the occasional malfunctioning of parts, also affected the accuracy of bombing. Throughout the November 1952 to March 1953 period, 1st MAW squadrons continued to provide the bulk of close air sorties to the 1st Marine Division, in keeping with General Barkas's policy stated earlier in 1952. Between November and January, there had been a lull in the heavy ground fighting that had prevailed in October and little need to request airstrikes. When enemy forces opposing the division began to grow more active in February, however, the requirement for air support to 1st MARDIV greatly increased. During this month, 1st MAW aviators reached an all-time high in the percentage of their total CAS sorties devoted to the division. 2 of every 3 wing close support sorties went to General Pollock's infantry regiments. On the critical issue of close air support, the Marine Division had become better satisfied by the end of 1952 with the quantity of air support received from FAF. A continuing difficulty, however, was the delayed response to requests for immediate CAS. For the wing, several other conditions existed which bothered General Meid. One was that the VMA 312 carrier-based squadron was not utilized to any great extent in execution of CAS missions. This detrimental condition saddled the wing commander with an unqualified squadron. It also prevented pilots from practicing a highly developed skill they were responsible for maintaining, although later in the war this condition was gradually alleviated. 2 other difficulties: centralized control of CAS mission assignments by JOC and the prevailing differences between the Marine and Air Force Army CAS communication systems and request procedures, were never rectified. One long-standing difficulty, though not a CAS matter, had been solved early in the winter. Following a series of mechanical troubles with the F-3D-2 aircraft in VMFN 513 and prolonged delay in receipt of blast tube extensions for its 20mm guns, the squadron finally became fully operational on 1 November with its complement of 12 of the new jet Skynight aircraft. Almost as soon as the F-3D-2s were ready for night work, FIF had put them to escorting B-29s on bombing runs over North Korea. With the F-3D escort and changes in B-29 tactics, bomber losses, which had been severe, decreased sharply. Enemy attackers became fewer and fewer so that by February, air-to-air opposition was encountered only infrequently. Instead of sending up groups of night fighters at the escorted B-29s, the enemy would fly a single jet across the bomber formation. If a Skynight followed, 1 or 2 MiG-15s, well to the rear and higher than the decoy, would attempt to gun down the Skynight in its pursuit. But because of the F-3D tail warning radar, the Marine radar operator could detect the enemy plane in its approach for the kill before it got within effective firing range. Lieutenant Colonel Hutchinson's VMFN 513 pilot soon established an enviable record for Marine aviation, netting by 31 January 5 enemy jets without loss of a single F-3D. In addition to the jets, the squadron downed a piston engine plane and scored a probable destruct on another. During its first 3 months of operations with the Douglas Sky Knights, the first Navy Marine jet night fighter to arrive in the Korean combat theater, the squadron earned 2 night kill records. It also quickly proved the design theory and proposed tactics for the Sky Knights that enemy aircraft could be located, intercepted, and destroyed purely by electronic means. While on a night combat air patrol in the vicinity of Sinwiju Airfield early on 3 November, Master Sergeant H.C. Hoagland picked up a contact on his intercept radar, which a ground radar station had passed on to him, and notified the pilot, Major William T. Stratton, Jr. After losing and re-establishing radar contact, Major Stratton made a visual sighting of a jet exhaust straight ahead. When he had been cleared to proceed, the Flying Nightmare's pilot sent 3 bursts of 20 mm into the other plane, identified as a Yak-15. 3 explosions followed and the aircraft plunged towards the airfield directly below. This marked the first time that an enemy jet had been destroyed at night by use of airborne intercept radar equipment in a jet fighter. 5 days later, the team of Captain Oliver R. Davis and Warrant Officer Dramus F. Fessler bagged the first MiG-15 for the squadron. Captain Davis expended only 20 rounds of 20 mm cannon fire in his aerial victory, which took place northwest of Pyongyang near the Yellow Sea. The next 2 months brought new distinction to Marines in 513. Shortly after dark on 10 December, First Lieutenant Joseph A. Corvey had departed on a night combat patrol mission. About 35 miles northwest of Chenampo, his radar operator, Master Sergeant D.R. George, picked up a target on his scope. Since the bogey, an unidentified aircraft believed to be hostile, was 3 miles distant, the pilot quickly closed on the contact and shot it down. Almost immediately, another blip appeared on the radar screen. Lieutenant Corvey turned to the new attack and began approaching it, but because of the slower speed of the enemy plane, the Marine pilot was able to fire only 1 short burst before overtaking it. An instant before passing the enemy aircraft, Lieutenant Corvey saw it disappear from the radar screen, but neither member of the Flying Nightmare's crew had made a visual sighting with the plane itself, listed as a probable kill. What these 2 Marines had accomplished with their earlier encounter was the first attempt to destroy an enemy aircraft without use of a visual sighting by means of lock-on radar gear. All-weather squadron crews continued to demonstrate the F-3D2 capability for destruction of hostile aircraft by electronic intercept during January. The first MiG-15 down was by Major Elswin P. Jack Dunn and Master Sergeant Lawrence J. Fortin, his radar operator. On 28 January, Captain James R. Weaver and Master Sergeant Robert P. Becker destroyed another of the Russian fighter interceptors in an aerial duel. The final kill came on the 31st when the new squadron commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert F. Conley, who had taken over VMFN 513 on the 20th, accompanied by Master Sergeant James M. Scott, bagged the Marine fighter pilot's 12th MiG of the war. While VMFN 513 wrote several records in the sky, other MAG 33 and 12 squadrons also made their contribution during the winter of 1952 to 1953. In MAG 12, a highly successful noontime strike was launched on 16 November by 21 attack planes from VMAs 121 and 212 against a hydroelectric plant 25 miles southeast of Wonsan. For this exploit, the group received the plaudits of the 5th Air Force CG, General Barkis. Lieutenant Colonel John B. Moss Jr.'s VMF 115, he had succeeded Lieutenant Colonel Coyne as CO on 29 September, helped all Marines celebrate their 177th birthday by sending 22 Panthers against enemy troops and supply shelters. On these strikes, each MiG-33 aircraft was armed with 760 rounds of 20 mm and 4 napalm tanks, 500 pounds each, the first time that 4 tanks that large had been dropped from a fighter bomber. This was part of the 98 sorties flown by 1st MAW against 21 enemy targets on the 10 November anniversary date. During December 1952, the frequency of combat flights by VMF 115 enabled the squadron to surpass its old, August 1951, monthly sortie record. The Panther jet flyer set this new mark of 726 effective sorties in the last 31 days of the year. More honors came to wing pilots in the new year. On 8 January, 3 MAG-12 squadrons flew more than 28 combat sorties. Some, in support of the 1st Marine Division near the Panmunjom Corridor by VMAs 121, 212, and 323, produced outstanding results, earning the praise of General Pollock. Among the participating pilots was Lieutenant Colonel Barnett Robinson, VMA 212, who a week earlier had taken command of the squadron from Lieutenant Colonel Dobson. Between 9 to 14 January, MAG 33 participated in a U.S. Air Force U.S. Marine Corps joint operation to strike the rail system at Sinanju, 45 miles north of the enemy capital, and at Yangmi-dong, to the northwest across both the Chongchon and Taedong rivers. During the 6-day Operation Paralysis, Marine and Air Force jet squadrons flew flak suppression and interdiction missions, knocking out ground-based air defense weapons and damaging and destroying bridges, rails, and rolling stock. At night, Fief Bomber Command, with Flying Nightmare escorts, worked over the communications net, including repair facilities. During daylight, the fighter-bombers attacked marshalling yards near Sinanju, where railroad cars were stacked up awaiting repair of the river bridges. Bomb assessments and intelligence reports showed that 2 major rail lines were inoperative for 16 days and that, as General Barkas had predicted, the Chinese hurriedly increased their anti-aircraft defenses in the Chongchon estuary and shot down 7 fighter bombers. Following this operation, Colonel Robert Shaw's jets from VMFs 115 and 311 achieved extremely effective close air support in strikes flown 24 January in the 1 Corps area. About a month later, with an F-9F as an airborne command post and with Lieutenant Colonel Walt Bartosh on his wing, the MAG-33 commander directed the operations of 208 U.S. Air Force and Marine aircraft on another mass strike. The 2-day mission was flown on 18 to 19 February against the North Korean Tank and Infantry School southwest of Pyongyang. More than 240 buildings were destroyed and 379 sorties. The attack was one of the largest all-jet fighter-bomber strikes of the war. Colonel Robert Shaw thereby became the first Marine to lead such a large joint air strike force from a CP aloft. And the next month, on 8 March, the Group CO flew the first Marine Jet Night MPQ mission, dropping 6 250-pound bombs from an F-9F-2 Panther on an enemy ammunition dump. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Positional Warfare. Behind the Lines. The Marine Aviation Command, like the division, found that its commitment to a large-scale land campaign in Korea considerably increased its requirements for non-organic support compared with normal amphibious combat operations. The wing fell heir to more of the permanent problems because its organization was less suited to the heavy support requirements of prolonged combat. Whereas the 1st Marine Division received adequate support through the FMF PAC Service Command, the wing did not, since the Service Command had been tailored more for support of ground organizations. Moreover, the command relations established in Korea underscored this situation, with the 1st Combat Service Group placed under CG 1st Marine Division. The wing received emergency logistical support from VMR, Marine Transport Squadron, units. This was not an adequate substitute for the various ground support agencies essential for employment of the wing's full combat potential. Major problems pertaining to service and support functions of 1st MAW units resulted from the use of amphibious tables of organization throughout the period of prolonged land combat without making a TO adjustment for the actual combat mission being performed. What the wing had recommended to solve its long-standing support and supply problems was either to strengthen its organic logistical structure or to increase it by the attachment of appropriate units. It was emphasized that prolonged wing operations under Air Force control with logistical support derived from 4 different services, each at the end of its supply pipeline, brought clearly into focus the requirement for centralized control and monitoring of wing requisitions and supplies. A step toward expanding the amphibious TO of the wing was made in 1953 with the request from CG 1st MAW to CG FMF PAC for a detachment of the 1st Combat Service Group to provide electronics logistical support. It was further recommended that the electronics section be made organic to the wing to meet its need for this type of service unit. Unlike the division, existing TOs made it impossible for the wing to consolidate and control resupply requests from subordinate units and then to monitor the requisitions until parts or supplies were received by the users. This lack of a central wing supply agency had, for some time, impaired the effective, sustained performance of 1st MAW ground electronics equipment in Korea. CG FMF PAC concurred with the proposal. He requested an increase in the wing TO of 4 additional electronic supply personnel to be attached to the wing for this purpose. The basic problem of establishment of a combat service group tailored to fully meet 1st MAW needs in the field remained unresolved, however. Supply problems in the division were less complicated. On 11 November 1952, General Pollock submitted a letter to the theater commander requesting approval of a special list of equipment in excess of certain tables of organization and equipment within the division. The requirement of the Marine Land War Mission in Korea dictated the need for additional equipment, primarily crew-served weapons and automatic rifles. Approval was given on 19 January 1953 by CG AF-E, Army Forces Far East. All equipment received through this program was to be returned upon the departure of the Marine Division from Korea. During the cold months that ended in March 1953, the division continued its evaluation of experimental clothing and equipment. Items of winter wear generally proved to be highly satisfactory. The thermal boot, in particular, gave excellent service. On the other hand, the leather combat boot did not fully measure up to expectations. Most of its deficiencies were caused by the rapid wearing of the composition sole. One clothing item, the armored vest, had undergone further testing. In November, delivery of the vests to the division had been completed, including 400 sets of the new lower torso armor. Recent issues of this additional type of body armor appeared highly effective in reducing combat casualties. Its extended coverage also raised morale. Though their ability to halt successfully a Chinese bullet or exploding shell was being improved on, thanks to armored wear, the Marines' opportunity to keep the enemy from division outposts or MLR areas was still being hampered by occasional ammunition shortages. From time to time during the winter months, there was some relief from the grenade and howitzer firing restrictions that had been in effect before the Hook fighting. The cutback on use of 81mm mortar shells continued, however, as the supply level of these projectiles remained dangerously low. A new shortage, this one in fuel, developed during the winter. In January 1953, it became necessary to reduce the distribution of gasoline for motor vehicles to 0.829 gallons per man per day, a drop of 17% from the previous month's allocation. Diesel fuel was cut back to 1.41 gallons, or 7% less than the December ration. By February, however, the crisis had passed and vehicles returned to a less restricted operating schedule. No extreme hardship had been experienced by the Marines during the fuel drought. It was considered that prolonged operation under such restrictions would result in a marked decrease in efficiency since many essential activities may be temporarily postponed, although not entirely eliminated. The month of February also witnessed the largest helicopter supply lift in Korea. Haylift 1, the previous September, had tested the feasibility of transporting Class 1, 3, and 5 supplies to a frontline infantry regiment for 5 consecutive days. HMR 161 and the 7th Marines had turned out an excellent test performance of the rotary craft in this logistical operation. It then became the task for the infantry and helicopters to run a resupply operation for 2 frontline regiments for a 5-day period. Haylift 2, conducted 23 to 27 February, was the code name for this test. Both the planning and execution of the February operation followed the general pattern of Haylift 1, but on a much larger scale. As in September, Division Ordnance and Service Battalions moved the supplies to helicopter loading zones near Lieutenant Colonel Carey's HMR 161 airstrip. It had been estimated that 130 tons each day would have to be lifted to supply the 2 MLR regiments, the 7th and 5th Marines. On the first day, this figure was exceeded by 30 tons. A request by A-15 on 24 February for support during an emergency operation necessitated additional ammunition and helicopters to be diverted from those resupplying the 7th Marines. By the third day, a backlog of supplies had accumulated in the loading areas. In order to eliminate this buildup and to replace ammunition expended that morning by 1-5, HMR 161 on 25 February transported 200 tons in a single day, thereby establishing a new record. This represented 392 lifts made in 138.4 hours flying time. Maximum time for unloading a chopper was 54 seconds, the minimum 28 seconds. The last 2 days of Haylift 2, although less eventful, contributed to a resupply tonnage record 5 times greater than that set by Haylift 1. On the last day, when fog grounded their aircraft for a second time during the morning, Marines were again reminded of an operational limitation of the helicopters. In the end, though, the accomplishments far outweighed this shortcoming. During the 5 days, a total of 1,612,406 pounds of supplies had been lifted to the 2 frontline regiments. Not one crewman or helicopter was lost. The operation contributed significantly to the February record for the greatest number of combat hours, 765, total hours, 1,275.5, combat flights, 575, and total flights, 1,183, flown by HMR 161 for any 1-month period during the Korean fighting. For the rest of the war, the February 1953 gross lift of 2,018,120 pounds would also rank as the largest amount transported by HMR 161 for a single month. The quiet sectors. 2 frontline units in the Division MLR seldom became involved in setting records or bitter contests with the enemy, even though they carried out important roles in the sector defense. These were the Kimpo Provisional Regiment and the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion, both located on the left flank of the Marine line. The Kimpo Provisional Regiment had been organized as a component of the 1st Marine Division a week after its arrival in the West, specifically for defending that vital sector at the extreme left of the UNC line. The next month, the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion had been assigned part of Line Kansas between the KPR and KMC sectors. Because it was set apart from the Korean mainland on the north and east by the Han River, Kimpo Peninsula afforded little opportunity for its occupants to engage the enemy directly in infantry clashes. Artillery thus became the normal medium for carrying on the limited hostilities as they existed in this sector between the Communists and UNC opponents. Hostile forces opposing the KPR were deployed in company-sized strongpoints across the river, occupying numerous fortified heights on the north bank of the Han estuary. Enemy strength was estimated to be 7 infantry companies, supported by 7 artillery batteries and 40 mortar positions. Sporadic mortar and artillery rounds fell in the sector, with little harm. Occasionally, enemy counter-battery fire caused minor damage to the LVTs of the command. During 1952, the first year of the existence of the Kimpo Regiment, 15 June had stood as the record day for the number of enemy artillery rounds received. Between 19 to 2100, a total of 588 shells had fallen in the sector. As part of its normal defense mission, personnel from the regiment spent a large part of their time controlling civilians and regulating traffic, especially water travel. Certain counterintelligence problems confronted the Kimpo Provisional Regiment. A large civilian population, numbering nearly 80,000 natives, lived within the regimental sector. Local restrictions set by the National Police on Kimpo, who cooperated with the KPR in security matters, included the stayback line to the north of the peninsula. As a rule, no civilians other than those with daytime farming permits were allowed beyond this line. Numerous regulations were also issued to control boat traffic. Surrounded by rivers on three sides, there was ample opportunity for enemy agents or line crossers to infiltrate the defense line, despite continuous screening by friendly outposts and waterborne patrols. 2 months after the heavy June shelling came the August floods, which were more destructive than the artillery had been. The rest of the summer and fall followed a fairly regular, uneventful pattern with customary defense duties, rotation of frontline units, and training exercises. Among the latter were 4 helicopter demonstrations in October and a 5-hour communications CPX, command post exercise, the following month. One episode toward the end of the year created a temporary stir in the daily routine. In late November, 2 communist espionage agents and their North Korean guides were apprehended on the west bank of the Han, almost directly east of the Kimpo airfield. They had crossed the Imjin Han rivers by boat, using this normal infiltration route to penetrate the Marine defense net. The agents were seized by National Police on 22 November and their North Korean guides 2 days later. It was unusual for agents and guides to be captured so closely together. Normal defense measures of the peninsula had assigned separate northern, western, and southern sector units for protection against possible amphibious or overland attacks or, far more likely, enemy infiltration. The following month, 4 more roving 2-man outposts were established in the western coastal area of the southern sector. Manned from sunset to 30 minutes after sunrise daily by either KPR military personnel or National Police, the outposts occupied different positions each night. They were responsible for checking for proper identification and enforcing the rigid 2100 to 0500 curfew hours. Another unusual occurrence took place the last 4 nights of December when a single-engine light aircraft dropped propaganda leaflets in Colonel Harvey C. Churgy's sector. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Dobrovich, the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion, minus Company A at KPR and Company B at Pohang, reinforced by the Division Reconnaissance Company, had manned positions on the Kansas line since April 1952. By the end of May, the battalion had inserted an additional unit, a provisional company, in the Kansas secondary defense line. In July, the Amtrak Company relieved the Reconnaissance Company on line, the latter then becoming part of Headquarters Battalion, 1st Marine Division. All amphibian tractor battalion units assigned to ground defense missions received special refresher training in infantry operations, including the employment of forward observers. During the first summer in the West, the mainland-based amphibian organization continued its Kansas defense mission. The battalion also instituted a training program for patrolling the Han River by tractor. Company A, attached to the KPR, had conducted waterborne patrols of the Yam since June. The unit also manned outposts along that river. Headquarters and Service Company assisted the U.S. Army in laying a signal cable across the river during August. The same month, Lieutenant Colonel Dobrovich relinquished unit command to Lieutenant Colonel Edwin B. Wheeler. In late August, the battalion sent 58 of its members to help augment 1st Marine ranks, thinned by fierce Bunker Hill fighting. Through the end of 1952, the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion continued its Kansas mission. Although the sector had witnessed relatively little action for some months, several incidents about this time varied the generally quiet daily routine. In October, Company B, Major Charles W. Fitzmaurice, sent out an amphibious patrol to capture prisoners, Operation Catwhisker. The plan was to cross the Han in a rubber boat and set up an ambush after reaching the enemy's shore, but a storm-angered river, with a strong tide boosted by heavy winds, prevented landing of the boat. 2 months later, another snare, this one set by the enemy, was partially successful. Several hours after dark on 1 December, the jeep assigned to the battalion commander, Major George S. Saucy, Jr., was being driven on the MSR by Private First Class Billy J. Webb, its operator and only occupant. Suddenly, shots rang out from the side of the road. Within a few seconds, 23 bullets from a Russian-made submachine gun had struck the jeep. The driver, astonishingly, received only a knee wound. No trace of the ambushers could be found by the friendly patrol dispatched to investigate the incident. An activity of an entirely different nature that same month was the assignment of battalion LVTs to break up the heavily encrusted ice that had formed around the endangered supports of 3 bridges in the One Corps area. A rash of minor incidents involving would-be but unsuccessful enemy infiltrators also took place during the winter months in the Amtrak sector. In November, 3 agents attempted to cross the Imjin on their way to the division area, but were engaged by a battalion patrol. After a brief firefight, friendly artillery was called down on the retreating boat and it was believed destroyed. Enemy agents on foot were engaged by National Police or Marine listening posts again in January and March and deterred from their espionage missions. Commitment to an infantry role in the Kansas line, meanwhile, had permitted little time for operation of the battalion tractors. In December, construction began on a storage park for those LVTs not in use. By placing the non-operating tracked vehicles in a single area, the battalion could handle routine maintenance with just a few men. This facility, located at Ascom City, was completed early in 1953. By March, a total of 34 tractors had been placed there in caretaker status. Implicit in this economy measure was the requirement that all stowed tractors could revert to combat status, if necessary, on a 48-hour alert. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Chapter 6, Part 5 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Positional warfare. Changes in the concept of ground defense. During the winter months of 1952 to 1953, the 1st Marine Division modified the organization of its tactical defense, although it retained the basic concept of the combat outpost system as the backbone of MLR defense. Development of much of the Kansas line and parts of the Marine MLR during this period reflected several new ideas on how the ground defense could be better organized. Recent experience during communist attacks had shown that defensive emplacements and positions could be dug deeper and below ground to withstand mass enemy fires. Contrary to traditional concepts, it had also been found that centering the defense on the military crest of a hill was not always the best procedure. Emplacement of machine guns downslope or in low firing positions to cover draws or flat ground was not entirely suitable to the Korean terrain, enemy, or nature of positional warfare. Altered defense concepts, beginning in October, took the following form. 1. The trace of defensive positions followed the topographical crest, rather than military crest, of key terrain features. 2. Fighting positions and emplacements were dug a short distance downslope from the topographical crest. 3. Trenches on the topographical crest permitted easier, faster, and more protected access to fighting positions from the reverse slope and support area. 4. Positions on the topographical crest were less vulnerable to enemy artillery because it was more difficult for the enemy to adjust his fire on these positions than on trenches dug along the military crest. Many shells simply passed over the top of the hill. 5. Certain hills and noses were selected and organized so that trenches and gun emplacements encircling the crest would form mutually supporting positions. 6. Machine guns were moved from the draws to hilltops and noses where better long-range observation and fields of fire existed. Another change in the improvement of field fortifications came into use during the winter months. A different type of barbed wire obstacle, called Canadian, random, or double apron wire, began to find favor with Marine infantrymen. Canadian wire consisted of 2 parallel rows of 3-strand barbed wire fencing, erected about 3 feet apart. The void was filled with additional barbed wire, placed at random, but connected to the parallel fences. The new type barbed wire appeared more effective for several reasons. Besides being simple and fast to emplace, Canadian wire merely became more entangled by artillery shelling, which quickly ripped apart the standard double-apron barbed wire previously used in cop slope defenses. Before the Nevadas battle. As the Marine Division continued to revamp and strengthen its primary defenses, a change of pace on the battlefront was gradually being felt. Only a few major raids had taken place during November, December, and January, and these involved no transfer of real estate. Casualties had been light. Artillery rounds, both incoming and outgoing, had dropped substantially. By February, however, it became apparent that the period of winter inactivity was nearing an end. Taking the initiative in the renewed action was the 5th Marines, occupants of the right regimental sector since 25 January. The next month, the regiment conducted 3 successful daytime raids against fortified enemy positions. Targets for the initial action, on 3 February, were 2 consistently troublesome hills, 31 and 31A in the Ungok Hill Mass, north of the left battalion sector. Since all battalions of the 5th Marines were to be involved either directly or indirectly in Operation Clambake, the initial planning and actual execution of the raid was to be carried out by the regimental commander, Colonel Walt. Clambake required especially thorough coordination of the heavy fire support since it was to be launched with a tank artillery feint against several CCF positions, Hill 104, Cumgok, and Red Hill, generally west of the Ungok objective area. The 2 target hills were to be assaulted by reinforced platoons from Company A, Captain Don H. Blanchard, of the Reserve Battalion 1-5, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Jonas M. Platt, who was responsible for the later planning stages of the raid. It was anticipated that intensive air and artillery preparation on the feint objectives and movement of gun and flame tanks during the diversion would gain the element of surprise for the assault platoons. Thus, the Marines hoped to take prisoners, the main purpose of the raid, and to kill enemy troops and destroy their defenses. During the 5 weeks of preparation, every aspect of the maneuver was thoroughly reviewed and rehearsed. All participating units took part in the planning conferences. Routes were reconnoitered, mines cleared, and fire concentrations plotted and registered. MAG-12 pilots studied the target areas from the nearby Marine MLR. 6 rehearsals, including practice and casualty evacuation, uncovered potential problem areas. Final rehearsal was held 1 February, with artillery and air preparation made against the feint objectives. 4 close air support strikes were conducted that day and the next as part of the plan to divert enemy attention from the Clambake destruction mission. Shortly after first light on 3 February, 3 platoons of tanks rumbled across the MLR to assault the feint area. A heavy, false artillery preparation by 111 was also placed on the 3 western enemy hills, as well as direct fire from gun and flame tanks. The two Marine assault forces, one against each hill, moved out armed with flamethrowers, 3.5-inch rockets, machine guns, grenades, satchel charges, Bangalore torpedoes, and automatic weapons. Enemy forces occupying the positions made 3 separate counterattack attempts, which were blunted by Marine supporting arms. During the infantry attack, friendly air hovered on station and artillery fired continuous counter-battery and counter-mortar fire. With the exception of the change of withdrawal route of one of the assault teams, the 5th Marines reported that the operation was carried out according to plan. Company A tanks had swung left across the frozen rice paddies to provide left flank security for the infantry and to interdict trench lines that connected with the Ungok objective. Intense enemy fire lashed the armored vehicles as they approached Kumgok and Red Hill, as well as those supporting tanks that remained on the MLR. Air, artillery, infantry, and tanks produced an estimated 390 Chinese casualties, including 90 known KIA, in addition to damaged or destroyed trench lines, tunnels, caves, bunkers, and weapons of the enemy. Marine losses were 14 killed and 91 wounded. 1 flame tank was lost. As in the case of the 1st Marines' wake-up raid in November 1952, Clambake was important not so much in accomplishing its primary mission, actually no POWs were taken, as in lessons learned. One of these was to re-emphasize the fact that thorough preparation helped to ensure smooth coordination of infantry and supporting arms. In his report of the operation, Lieutenant Colonel Platt wrote, "Minute planning to the last detail, along with carefully executed rehearsals, are basic to success in actions of this type." He further noted that confidence and enthusiasm stimulated by the rehearsals are assets which cannot be overlooked. The battalion commander also commented on the importance of planning for both troop withdrawal and maintaining a flexible schedule of fires by supporting arms. Air, artillery, and tanks all employed fire plans that could be readily adjusted to meet the changing tactical situation. On the ground, flame was found to be the best weapon for neutralizing well-fortified CCF caves. From Company A, 1st Tank Battalion, Captain Hunter, came information about Chinese 3.5-inch rocket launcher teams used in anti-tank defense. Several of these tank killer teams had run down the trench line holding small bushes in front of them. The enemy then boldly advanced through a hail of bullets to within 15 to 20 yards of the Marine tank before opening fire with their rockets. Short bursts of flame from headquarters tanks soon caused even the most intrepid to beat a hurried retreat. Concluding his after-action report of Clambake, the regimental commander, Colonel Walt, observed, "In addition to inflicting large numbers of casualties and destruction upon the enemy, the operation served a secondary purpose, nonetheless important. It provided excellent training and experience for the various infantry and supporting arms staffs involved, helping to develop them into a smoothly functioning infantry, air, artillery, tank team." Shortly before the end of the month, the 5th Marines made another major assault. As in the earlier Clambake, this raid was again in 2 reinforced platoon size and made during the early daylight hours of 25 February. This time the objective was a single height, Hill 15, Detroit, 2 miles east of the Clambake objective. Lieutenant Colonel Oscar F. Pete Ross, 2-5, manning the extreme right sector of the division, gave the assignment to Company F, then under Captain Harold D. Kurth, Jr. Planning for Operation Charlie, a standard-type kill, capture, and destroy raid, was carried out in much the same detailed manner as the earlier 1-5 raid. Charlie differed somewhat in concept in that the 2-5 operational plan attempted to gain surprise by launching the attack during the BMNT period, as well as in use of smoke to screen enemy observation. Supporting arms preparatory fires had been carefully plotted, including the precision destruction aerial bombing that had proved so effective in the Clambake assault. In actual execution of Charlie, however, bad weather prevented the use of almost all the planned pre-D-Day and D-Day airstrikes. Upon reaching the Detroit objective area, assault Marines found the majority of enemy installations were relatively undamaged, even though subjected to heavy bombardment by other supporting arms. Artillery preparatory fires had been employed successfully to isolate the battle area, and howitzer and tank missions supported the raid. Between the time of Clambake and Charlie, a series of Marine and enemy small unit actions erupted which were soon to become a way of life for the MLR combatants. By sporadic outpost attacks and increasing their use of artillery, the Chinese were beginning to demonstrate a more aggressive attitude than in recent months. On the night of 12 to 13 February, a CCF platoon supported by mortars and artillery probed Cop Hetty, Hill 124, in the right Battalion of the Center Regimental Sector, held by Lieutenant Colonel Barrett's 3-7. On the next night, it was the Korean Marines who turned aggressor. Two of their platoons raided Hill 240 on the west bank of the Seichon, nearly 3 miles north of the mouth of the river. The following night, a 7th Marines patrol moving into ambush positions was itself stalked by a large CCF patrol. When reinforcements, including armored vehicles, moved out from the MLR to support the Marines, the Chinese hastily withdrew. 3 more contacts were made before the end of the month along the division front. On 19 February, CCF soldiers, in 2 platoon strength, engaged KMC sentries forward of Cop 33, located about a mile east of the action the previous week. After the initial exchange of small arms fire, the Koreans moved back to the outpost and called down supporting fires on the Chinese. Artillery and mortars tore into the attackers, causing numerous casualties and forcing the enemy to withdraw. On the morning of 22 February, a raiding party from the 5th Marines assaulted a smaller enemy force at Hill 35A, approximately 1,300 yards southwest of the Yungok Hills. In this second raid staged by the 5th Marines that month, assault troops, H-35, used flamethrowers in the early stages of the action to help clear enemy trenches of hostile grenade throwers. Late the next night, a 7th Marines unit, consisting of a reinforced platoon and 4 M46 tanks, set out to raid Yoke, located near the Peace Corridor 5 miles north of Freedom Bridge. The assault against that position never came off. At 21:37, as the B-17 platoon moved into preliminary positions on Hill 90, north of the ultimate objective, a Chinese company ambushed the patrol from 3 sides. When the Marines closed with the enemy in hand-to-hand fighting, a support platoon was sent from the MLR. After an intense 30-minute firefight, the CCF began withdrawing at 01:38. Enemy losses were listed as 45 counted KIA, 33 estimated KIA, and 35 estimated WIA. As a result of the assault, orders for the 7th Marines raid on Yoke were canceled. Marine casualties numbered 5 killed, 22 wounded. Whereas February was characterized by a marked increase in ground contacts between Marines and their CCF adversaries, during the first part of March the Chinese again assumed an inactive posture. Marine patrols reported few contacts. Except for a KMC raid on 3 March, little action that could be considered a sizable engagement took place until after mid-month. On the 16th, there was a brief skirmish involving a 5th Marines combat patrol near Reno and a short firefight between Carson defenders and an enemy squad. The next night, a Chinese platoon, waiting near Vegas for a Marine patrol to pass by, was itself put in flight by the patrol. 2 encounters with the CCF on 19 March marked the heaviest action yet of the month. Early that morning, a pre-dawn raid was staged by B-15, Captain Theodore J. Mildner, at Hill 31A, one of the Yungok twin objectives in Clambake the previous month. The March item raid employed 111 Marines. 1 platoon was to make the assault and the 2nd platoon to support the operation and assist in casualty evacuation. Following a series of nearly a dozen airstrikes on the objective and artillery preparation, Captain Mildner's 2 assault platoons jumped off from the MLR checkpoint at 0518. As usually happened in such operations, the preliminary fire drove the Chinese to reverse slope defenses. No enemy POWs were taken, and at 0700 the Marine units disengaged, due to casualties sustained from enemy shelling and machine gun fire. Earlier that same date, 2 attacks had been made simultaneously by the enemy on outposts in the center regimental sector, where the 1st Marines had relieved the 7th on 10 March. At 0105, one CCF company struck in the vicinity of Hetty, while a second lunged at Esther, about 1.5 miles east. When a G-31 reconnaissance patrol operating forward of Cap Esther observed enemy movement, the Marines pulled back to the outpost, alerting it to the impending attack. After a heavy incoming artillery barrage, the enemy assaulted the outpost, but when a 3-hour effort failed to carry the position, the attackers withdrew. By that time, the Chinese company which had hit Cap Hetty had also broken off the attack. Actually, the fight in Captain Carl R. Gray's Company H sector, to the rear of Hetty, was mainly at the MLR, for the Chinese indulged in merely a brief firefight at the latter outpost, bypassing it in favor of a crack at Jamestown. The main line of resistance failed to yield to the enemy thrust, which was supported by 2,400 rounds of mortar and artillery fire along the MLR and outposts. After being thwarted by Hetty Esther defenses, the enemy shifted his efforts westward to the 1st KMC area. The Korean regiment received the brunt of the enemy's minor infantry probes immediately preceding the Nevada Cities battle. Late on 25 March, a series of skirmishes broke out in the 1st Marine sector between 1 or 2 platoon-sized Chinese infantry forces and Marine outpost defenders. Following a quiet daylight spell on the 26th, the Chinese resumed the offensive with a probe at Kop Dagmar. This coincided with what developed into a massive regimental assault unleashed against Carson, Reno, and Vegas outposts in the 5th Marine sector to the right. There, Colonel Walt's regiment would shortly be the target of the bloodiest Chinese attack to date on the 1st Marine Division in West Korea. End of Chapter 6, Part 5. Chapter 7, Part 1 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegas. The Nevada Cities. As the third winter of war in Korea began to draw to an inconclusive end in late March 1953, some 28,000 Marines of the 1st Division stationed on the Western Front suspected that coming weeks would bring a change of pace. Consider just the matter of basic logistics. Rising temperatures, tons of melting snow, and the thawing of the Imjin River, located north of the rear Marine support and reserve areas, would turn vital road nets into quagmires to tax the patience and ingenuity of men and machinery alike. With the arrival of another spring in Korea, there was strong likelihood that the Chinese Communists, facing the Marines across a 33-mile front of jagged peaks and steep draws, would launch a new offensive. This would enable them to regain the initiative and end the stalemate that had existed since October when they were rebuffed in the battle for the Hook. Winning new dominating hill or ridge positions adjacent to the Marine MLR, in that uneasy no-man's land buffer zone between the CCF and UN lines, would be both militarily and psychologically advantageous to the Communists. Any new yardage or victory, no matter how small, could be exploited as leverage against the Wall Street capitalists when truce talks resumed at the Panmunjom bargaining table. Further, dominant terrain seized by the CCF would remain in Communist hands when the truce went into effect. Although wise to the tactics of the Chinese, UN intelligence had not anticipated the extent or intensity of the surprise CCF attack that opened up at 1900 on 26 March when the Communists sent battalions of 700 to 800 men against Marine outposts of 50 men. The late March attack centered primarily on a trio of peaks where Marines had dug in 3 of their key outposts: Carson, Reno, and Vegas. Rechristened from earlier, more prosaic names of Allen, Bruce, and Clarence, respectively, the Nevada City's hill complex was located approximately 1,500 yards north of the MLR, fronting the 5th Marines' right sector. The trio was the province of 1-5, which manned the western, left, part of the regimental area. Ultimately, however, reverberations ran through nearly 10,000 yards of division front, from the 2 Berlin outposts, 1,000 yards east of Vegas, to Kop Hedy, midpoint in the 1st Marines' center sector. Continuous attacks and counterattacks for possession of the key Vegas outposts raged unabated for 5 days. The action escalated into the bloodiest fighting to date in Western Korea, resulted in loss of a major outpost, and the killing or wounding of nearly 1,000 Marines. It was a partial success for the enemy, but he paid a high price for the real estate, casualties amounting to more than twice the Marine losses, including 800 known killed and a regiment that was decimated by the Marine defenders. The 3 Nevada outposts lay just below the 38th parallel, approximately 10 miles northeast of Panmunjom and the same distance north of the Marine railhead at Munsan-ni. Possession of the area would give the Communists improved observation of 1 Corps MLR positions to the west. Indeed, the enemy had cast covetous eyes, and ambition translated into action through his well-known creeping tactics, on the semicircular net of outposts since the preceding summer. Mindful of this, the 1 Corps commanding general back in September had stressed the importance of holding key terrain features that could be of major tactical value to the enemy. This included Bunker Hill and Kop Reno, both considered likely targets for renewed enemy aggression in the future. Particularly, the enemy had indicated he wanted to annex Reno. The object of increasing hostile attacks since July 1952, Reno was the closest of the 3 Nevadas to CCF lines and tied in geographically with 2 of the enemy's high ground positions, Hill 190 to the northeast and Hill 101 overlooking the site of the destroyed village of Ungok. Reno's companion outpost on the right, Vegas, at 175 meters, was the highest of the 3, while Carson, on the left flank, was nearest Jamestown and also assisted in defense of Reno and Vegas. Each of the 3 outposts was manned by a rifle platoon, 40 Marines plus 2 Navy hospital corpsmen, heavily reinforced with weapons company personnel. A small hill between Reno and Vegas, known as the Reno Block, further supported the Nevada Cities complex and at night was defended by a reinforced squad. Since they commanded the historic Korean invasion route to Seoul, 30 air miles south, the strategic importance of the Nevada outposts had been one of the reasons for transfer of the Marines from East Korea to the West in 1952. Both Reno and Vegas, moreover, overlooked Chinese rear area supply routes. This was a matter of special concern to the enemy at this time since he had recently doubled his stockpiling efforts and wanted to prevent UNC intelligence from learning about the buildup. Possession of the Nevada hills would enable the Chinese to harass the Marines at even closer range and, hopefully, to conduct new thrusts at the MLR which would ultimately weaken the UNC position. In mid and late March, the units forward of the 1st Marine Division sector of the main defense line, Jamestown, remained much as they had been in recent months. Left to right, the defending components were the Kimpo Provisional Regiment, 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion, 1st Korean Marine Corps Regimental Combat Team, 1st KMC RCT, 1st Marines, and 5th Marines. One change had occurred when the 1st Marines relieved the 7th in the center sector earlier in the month. The latter was now in Division Reserve in the Camp Rose rear area. Before long, this regiment was to see more offensive action in a hotly contested 5-day period than it had during its entire recent tour online. Overall, the 1st Marine Division continued as one of the 4 infantry divisions in the 1 Corps sector of USAC and, in fact, The month itself marked exactly 1 year since the Marines had arrived on the Western Front. Occupying the far eastern end of the division sector, the 5th Marines, under command of Colonel Walt, had been assigned to the MLR since late January. The regiment manned 6 miles of the Jamestown front. It was flanked on the left by the 1st Marines, while to the right its neighbor was the 38th Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division, U.S. Army. Since 20 February, the western part of the 5th Regimental Sector had been held by Lieutenant Colonel Platt's 1-5, with companies A, B, and C on line from left to right. The battalion area held 4 outposts. Cop Ava was tucked down near the boundary between the 1st and 5th Regiments, while the Nevada, or Three Cities, Triangle screened the central part of the latter regimental sector. A Company A squad outposted Ava, some 325 yards forward of the main line. Personnel of Company C were stationed on Carson and Reno. Vegas had a unique command situation. Due to its proximity to the boundary between 1-5 and 3-5, Vegas came under operational control of the former battalion while personnel charged with its defense belonged to Company H of 3-5. The right flank of the regimental sector was the responsibility of 3-5, which had moved to the front on 23 March under Lieutenant Colonel Robert J. Oddie. Companies H, G, and I were forward, in that order from the west, with George personnel on duty at the 2 reinforced squad-size outposts, Berlin and East Berlin. In regimental reserve was Lieutenant Colonel James H. Finch's 2-5. Westward along Jamestown from Colonel Walt's 5th Marines was the center regimental sector, held by the 1st Marines commanded by Colonel Adams. The extreme western part of the regimental line came to a juncture with KMC territory just as it looped around the critical Panmunjom Peace Corridor. This left battalion sector was manned by Lieutenant Colonel George A. Gilliland's 2-1. Companies E, D, B from 1-1 and F were forward, outposting Cops 1, 2, Marilyn, Kate, and Ingrid. To the right, 3-1, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Ernest G. Atkin, defended Hetty, Bunker, Ginger, Esther, Dagmar, and Corinne with companies H, G, and I on line. Occupying the area adjacent to the secondary defense installations, Wyoming in the western part of the Kansas line, was Lieutenant Colonel Frederick R. Fintner's Reserve 1-1. And located to the rear of the 1st and 5th Regiments was the 7th Marines, Colonel Hafner, in reserve, and the division rear support units, also south of the Imjin. Supporting arms. In support of the 3 infantry regiments were the artillerymen, guns, and howitzers of Colonel Mills's 11th Marines. 2 of its 3 light battalions, 111 and 311, provided 105 mm direct fires to the 5th and 1st Marines, respectively. The General Support Battalion was 211, prepared to reinforce the fires of 111. The Regimental Medium Battalion, 411, was in general support of the division, as was the 1st 4.5-inch rocket battery. To the southwest of the division sector, the 75 mm guns of the 1st KMC Artillery Battalion, also attached to the 11th Marines, were in direct support of the 1st KMC RCT. Newly formed the preceding month, the 1st Provisional Anti-Aircraft Artillery Automatic Weapons Platoon had the mission of defending 2 of the Imjin River bridges, Freedom and Spoonbill, in the division sector. In addition to organic and attached units of the 11th, 4 1-Corps artillery components, located within division territory, further reinforced 11th Marines' capabilities. The 623rd Field Artillery Battalion, with batteries in the 5th and 7th Marine sectors, like 411, consisted of 155 mm howitzers. 3 heavy artillery units were also available for counter-battery missions. These 8-inch howitzers belonged to Battery C of the 17th Field Artillery, Battery B of the 204th Field Artillery, and the 158th Field Artillery Battalion. These Army units were assigned to general support of 1 Corps, reinforcing Marine fires on call, and were under operational control of the 159th Field Artillery Battalion Group. Active armored support for the division's ground troops during March was provided by 3 of the 4 companies from the 1st Tank Battalion. Company A's M46s, flame tanks, and retrievers, well forward in the right sector, were in direct support of the 5th Marines. Company D tanks were assigned to the 1st Marines. Company B functioned as the forward reserve unit, ready to move into firing positions on the MLR if the tactical situation called for it. The rear reserve unit, Company C, conducted refresher training and performed equipment checks on the rest of the battalion tanks. The battalion commander, since May 1952, was Lieutenant Colonel John I. Williamson. The 1st Marine Aircraft Wing, with a personnel strength of 6,400, was located throughout Korea. Wing Headquarters, Marine Air Control Group 2 and Marine Air Group 33, with its F-9F Day jet fighters and the VMJ-1 Photo Reconnaissance Squadron operated from K3, Pohang. VMFN 513, with all-weather jet fighters, flew out of K8, Kunsan, on the west coast, 105 miles below Seoul. MAG-12 and its squadrons of attack ADs and Corsairs was relatively near the 1st Marine Division sector, at K6, Pyeongtaek, 30 miles southeast of Incheon. Marine Wing Service Squadron 1, with its heavy maintenance capability, remained at Atami, Japan. Tactical control had been altered radically the previous month when the 5th Air Force had relinquished its command of Marine pilots and planes, and they returned to operational control of the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing for the first time since the early days of the war. Direction of the helicopters and HMR-161 and VMO-6 used in transport and reconnaissance missions had for some time been closer to home. Both squadrons were under 1st Marine Division operational control. HMR-161 was based at A-17 in the vicinity of the 1st Marine Division command post. VMO-6, a composite unit consisting of single-engine OE-1 observation planes and a copter section of the HTL-4 and the new larger HO-5S-1 craft, was located at A-9, 3 miles south of Division headquarters. The squadron provided regularly scheduled helicopter evacuation of night frontline combat casualties, artillery spotting flights, and airborne control of airstrikes. Both squadrons performed routine liaison and reconnaissance, administrative, and resupply flights. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegas. Defense Organization on the Outposts. Carson, Hill 27, furthest west of the 3 Nevada cities, was, at 820 yards, also nearest the Marine main line of resistance. It overlooked enemy terrain to the northwest and dominated an important approach from that same direction, the Seoul Road. Organized as a perimeter defense position, Carson security was oriented toward 2 major Chinese strongpoints. These were the twin-peaked Ungok Hill Mass, 31 to 31A, approximately 650 yards west of the Seoul Road, which lay between Ungok and Carson, and Hill 67, Arrowhead, an equal distance due northwest. Other critical features in the immediate Carson vicinity included, on the right, the west finger of Reno, the ridgeline south from Reno to a point known as Ambush Alley, in the vicinity of enemy Hill 47, and the ridgeline approaches by the 2 listening posts, Fox Finger and George Finger. Little cover or concealment existed, other than that offered by the trench line and a cave used as living quarters. 4 weapons positions, light machine guns and Browning automatic rifles, covered main enemy avenues of approach. These and 2 listening posts were each manned by 2 men after 1800 and throughout the night. Of Carson's customary strength of 38, one officer and 37 enlisted, 28 stood watch and worked on fortifications at night. A 6-man security team was on duty during the day. All posts connected by landline to battalion headquarters, where a 24-hour phone watch was maintained. Sound power phones and radios also provided communication with the company's CP. Nearly 350 yards of trench line encircled the outpost. Most was in good condition, 5 or more feet deep and 2 feet wide. The main trench of the reverse slope was in spots shallow, only 3 to 5 feet, and a new trench was being dug. Fields of fire for small arms protection were considered good, although some of the 28 fighting holes were overly close to the culvert and sandbag overheading, which prevented complete fire coverage of forward slopes. Adequate fire support could be given along the southern slope of the west finger extending from Cop Reno, which was also mutually supporting with that of the Reno block. Forward observer teams for the 60mm and 81mm mortars provided observation for supporting arms. The arsenal of weapons at Carson included 4 A4 light machine guns, 2 flamethrowers, 2 3.5-inch rocket launchers, 9 Browning automatic rifles, 36 M1 rifles, 2 carbines, 2 pistols, and 4 grenade launchers. Some 450 yards northeast, Cop Reno, Hill 25, was dug in on a ridgeline that fronted enemy Hill 25A, also known as Hill 150, immediately north. Approximately 1,600 yards away from the MLR, Reno was the central of the 3 outposts and also the one most distant from the Marine lines. West to east, critical terrain consisted of 5 enemy positions: Hills 31, 67, 25A, 190, and 153, and friendly companion outpost Vegas on the right flank. 2 main trenches led into the outpost, a reverse slope fortification. The forward trench, perpendicular to the ridgeline fronting the position, was approximately 20 yards long and 8 feet deep. The second, to the rear and about the same length, traversed the outpost in an east to west direction. Approaching from the entrance, or gate, of the MLR, the 2 trenches joined on the left, forming a 90-degree angle. A cave, located in the arc between the trenches, provided overcrowded living quarters where personnel slept either on the dirt floor or atop sandbags, since there were no bunkers at Reno. Ammunition supplies, as well as the corpsman's first aid facilities, were cached in the cave. A major blocking position, some 100 yards south and to the rear of Reno itself, was covered by troops posted in the trench line. Left of the forward trench, protective wire was placed across the topographical crest. The left finger had good observation to Ungok and Arrowhead, but also served as an approach to Carson. Most likely enemy approach, however, was considered to be the ridgeline from Hill 150 on the north. The Soul Road, rear trench line, and valley to the right were alternate approaches. 24-hour security at Reno included an automatic rifleman at the gate at Post 1 on the forward trench and Post 2, which was at the extreme right of the rear trench. 10 machine gunners were also detailed as night watch on the guns. During the daytime, they were responsible for maintenance of ammunition and weapons, which consisted of 18 M1 rifles, 6 bars, 5 A4 light machine guns, 2 flamethrowers, 1 carbine, and 7 pistols. The biggest defense problem at Reno stemmed from restricted fields of fire. Able Gun, for instance, covered the rear of the topographical crest and Hills 31 and 67 on the left. But dead space masked its effectiveness practically from the base of Hill 67 to the gun itself. The Baker gun, protecting the reverse slope, had a lateral firing range of from 10 to 30 feet. Charlie gun maintained an unlimited sector of fire, approximately 180 degrees, and Dog gun covered the rear. As there were no prepared machine gun positions, they were fired from the parapet, protecting both the fighting holes and firing positions in the trench line. 2 fighting holes were manned by bars and 2 were used as machine gun posts. Customarily, 40 to 43 men were on duty at Cap Reno. In fact, this number had been viewed dubiously as being far too many to man defensive positions at any one time by the commanding officer of the 1-5 Weapons Company during a survey earlier in the month, noting that about 20 could adequately defend the position. A 6-man force was detailed as a permanent working party for the improvement of fortifications. Sound power phones linked all positions, and field phones connected the forward observer with gun positions. Overall, for proper defense, Reno depended heavily upon support fires from Carson and Vegas on its right flank. Morale was considered very good to excellent, with Reno personnel being relieved every 8 to 10 days. Vegas, Hill 21, the highest of the 3 outposts, was located approximately 1,310 yards in front of the MLR. Observation of the surrounding terrain from the east slope of enemy Hill 190 on the north, clockwise to the ridge south of Reno, had been pronounced excellent on an inspection trip made earlier the day the outposts were attacked. From north to south, this observation included in its 180-degree sweep enemy Hill Mass 57 to the right, friendly outpost Berlin, the MLR, key Marine defense high points, Hills 229 and 181 in the 1st Marine's rear sector, and intervening terrain. The north to south ridge leading to Cap Reno masked the view from Vegas on the west. To the north, full observation was partially limited by Outpost Reno itself and enemy Hills 150, 153, and 190. The latter was particularly strategic for 2 reasons. First, it shielded a major assembly area, and although the Chinese had observation of the entire right battalion MLR from Hill 190 on the north, Vegas prevented enemy close-in view of Marine rear areas. It also dominated the approach to a major Marine observation point, Hill 126, to the rear of the front lines in the western part of the 3-5 sector. Organized as a perimeter defense, Vegas was surrounded by 250 yards of trench line. The forward, or north trench, averaged 4 feet in depth but deepened to about 8 feet as it progressed to the rear. The most solidly constructed part was the western portion. A center communication trench was in good condition between the rear and the topographical crest. From this point to the forward trench, its depth decreased to about 4 feet. The trench leading back to the MLR, about 5 feet deep and 2 wide, was in good condition. A total of 13 fighting holes had been constructed. Outpost troops, numbering approximately 40, consisted of 6 fire teams, heavy weapons and machine gunners, 2 81mm mortar crews and 2 artillery observers, 1 corpsman, and a wireman at night. Strength was reduced during the day, with replacements to make up the normal complement arriving on position early each evening. Major approaches to Vegas included the large draws to the west and north of the outpost, the ridge line to the cop from Hill 153 to the northwest, and the rear trench line. Several ancillary trench lines to the east tended to reinforce this latter approach. A hindrance to the enemy, however, was the slope leading into the draw west of the outpost. For security purposes, the perimeter was divided into 3 sectors, each manned by 2 fire teams augmented by heavy weapons personnel. The outpost detachment stood nighttime posts on a 50% basis and remained within the several living bunkers or other shelters during daylight hours because of heavy shelling and sniper fire. Incessant enemy pressure at the exposed outpost made it expedient to rotate infantry Marines at Vegas every 3 days and observers at the end of 4 or 5 days. Weapons on position included 2 flamethrowers, 1 3.5-inch bazooka, 4 machine guns, 3 pistols, and other small arms. Fields of fire at Vegas, rated fair to good, were generally restricted due to the proximity of overheading. Most of the light machine guns had plunging fields of fire except for the approach along the ridgeline from Hill 153, covered by grazing fire. A fighting hole to the left of Abelgate, which overlooked the trench line leading to the MLR, was manned during the day. No other sentries or listening posts were in effect. 9 sound power phones were operative. 3 were located in the CP bunker, connecting to C15, G35, and the CP net, 1 each at the 4 main posts, the rear Abelgate, and the cave. Other than periodic work being done by 10 Korean Service Corps personnel in clearing out the trenches, no construction was in process at Vegas. KSCs, lugging their traditional A-frames and guided by Marines, also ran a nightly supply train to Vegas as they did to Carson and Reno. Sufficient personnel manned the outpost for adequate defense, although an inspecting officer opined that the 3.5 rocket launcher on position did not appear to be necessary for defense of this type position. The Chinese assault of 26 March. Until the final days of March, the CCF units opposite the 5th Marines had shown little aggressiveness. Regimental reports had officially cited Chinese actions as having been extremely limited, other than their expected resistance to patrols and the Marine item raids staged earlier in the month by the 152 Platoon unit on Hill 31A, part of the Yonggok complex. The enemy posture had, in fact, been described as one reluctant to meet our patrols except in their positions. A regimental patrol policy early in March established as SOP a minimum of 4 reconnaissance and 2 combat patrols in each MLR battalion sector daily. Nevertheless, 3-5 had reported no contact with the enemy for the 3-day period prior to the attack, which was launched at 1900 on 26 March. Since the middle of the month, 1-5 had conducted nearly a dozen night combat patrols and ambushes in 1 and 2 squad strength to test the enemy in the Carson-Reno-Vegas area. Terminology of the operation orders read that the Marines were to make contact, capture prisoners, and deny the ground to the enemy, an injunction that, in view of events shortly to transpire, was to turn out more prophetic than anticipated. That last Thursday in March 1953 was clear, almost unseasonably warm. Just after darkness had settled down over the Korean ridges, gullies, MLR, outposts, and rice paddies, the enemy suddenly made his presence known. Up until that time it had been an average day of activity, and there had been no especially ominous overtones to the start of the night. Suddenly, at 1900, small arms and machine gun fire cracked from enemy strongholds on hills 44, 40, 35, and 33, and tore into the left and center part of the 1-5 sector. Almost immediately, a heavy mortar and artillery preparation of 15 minutes duration exploded all along the 5th Marines MLR. A Chinese rifle platoon and a half a dozen machine guns on Hill 140, about 500 yards west of Kumgok, directed additional fire on the sector. At the same time, 5th Marines outposts Carson and Reno, each manned by a reinforced rifle platoon from C-15, came under attack from Chinese mortars and 76mm artillery. Approximately 1,200 mortar rounds struck Cap Carson by 1920. As men of D-25, some of whom had been detailed to Carson earlier that night for an ambush, reported 1 round per second from Chinese 60mm and 82mm landed in or around our position during the first 20 minutes of the engagement. Thereafter, 1 round was received every 40 seconds until about 2200. Interdiction fires also raked Marine rear areas and supply routes. Counter-battery fire struck Marine direct support artillery positions in the 5th Regimental Sector, while heavy shelling of the MLR and its Battalion CP shattered wire communication between those installations and their advance outposts. Within 10 minutes, Vegas, furthest east of the 4 OPs in 1-5 territory, became the object of serious enemy attention. Outposts Berlin and East Berlin, meanwhile, still further east in the 3-5 sector proper, were also engaged by fire from hostile small arms and mortars from Chinese occupying Hills 15, Detroit, 13, Frisco, and 98 to the northeast. As the coordinated fire attack raged throughout the 5th Marines regimental front, preparatory fire and diversionary probes hit the 1st Marine sector. Outposts Hetty, Bunker, Esther, and Dagmar in the center regimental area were struck by small arms, mortars, and artillery shells a few minutes before 1900. Platoon and squad strength limited attacks were conducted against Dagmar, Hetty, and Esther, and enemy units were sighted moving in front of the KMC further west along the MLR. At precisely 1910, a force of 3,500 Chinese from the 358th Regiment, 120th Division, 46th CCF Army began to swarm down from Ungok, Arrowhead, Hill 25A, and Hill 190 and launch a massive assault in regimental strength against the 5th Marine sector. Elements of 6 companies from 3 battalions converged on the area from 3 directions. 2 enemy platoons of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion from Ungok struck Carson, while 1 infantry company each, initially, began a direct assault on Reno and Vegas. Units from the 3rd Company, 1st Battalion, from Arrowhead and Hill 29, crossed the Soul Road to hit Reno in a direct frontal assault. Elements of the 7th Company, 3rd Battalion moved down from Hill 190, a mile north, to encircle the left flank of Reno and thus strike from the rear of the Marine position. Other Chinese soldiers of the 8th Company, 3rd Battalion, supported by the 9th Company, moved some 500 yards south of their ridgeline positions on Hill 25A and 155, immediately north of Vegas, to attack the outposts head-on. Another enemy unit, the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion, swept south from Hill 57A and made diversionary probes of the 2 most remote outposts of the entire 1st Marine Division line, Berlin and East Berlin in the 3rd Battalion sector. These 2 smaller positions, each manned by a reinforced squad-sized detachment from G35, were to be successful in driving off the enemy's less determined efforts there with a rain of small arms, mortar, and artillery fires. As the enemy regiment advanced toward its objectives in a coordinated 3-pronged attack, Marine artillery fired protective boxes and VT on the outposts and routes of approach from the west, north, and east. Defending infantry also called down organic 60mm and 81mm mortar barrages. Actually, prior to the Chinese onslaught at 1900, 111, the Direct Support Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Olin W. Jones, Jr., for the 5th Marines, began a registration and had laid its howitzer fires on the active area. The artillery regiment had also set up conference calls linking its 4 organic battalions and supporting Army units. The fire plan for the 11th Marines provided for its 3 light battalions, 111, 211, and 311, to cover enemy approaches and assembly areas, deliver protective boxing and VT fires requested by the outposts, and furnish counter-mortar missions called in by forward observers. Medium battalions, 411 and the 623rd Field Artillery, were to reinforce defensive fires and destroy hostile mortars and artillery emplacements. Heavy 8-inch howitzer support, Battery C, 17th FA Battalion, and Battery A of the 204th would silence enemy counter-battery weapons. As it happened on the night of the 26th, Marine tanks, in addition to artillery, were also registered before the time of the actual attack. 11 of Captain Hunter's Company A tanks had earlier rumbled into firing position on the MLR to provide mechanized support for an infantry raid scheduled at dawn the next morning. Despite this immediate response of Marine fire support, the Chinese invaders outnumbered the platoons holding the outpost by a 20-to-1 ratio. The sheer weight of numbers was the decisive factor. By 1935, the enemy had penetrated to the lower trenches of both Carson and Reno. An hour after the onset of the attack, at 2000, the Marines were throwing back Chinese forces with bayonets, knives, rifles, and bare fists in the close, heavy fighting at Carson. There, where 54 men had been on duty at the time of the initial attack, the outpost was successfully holding off the Communists. 4 reinforcing squads quickly dispatched by battalion were designed to further strengthen the position. At 2000, just when D-15 and C-15 relief squads were leaving for the outpost, the Chinese unexpectedly began to release their grip on Carson as they concentrated on the 2 more isolated COPs, Reno and Vegas, that were further from the MLR. No other attempt was made by the enemy to occupy Carson that night or the next day. Barrage fires gradually ceased as the enemy began to withdraw about 21:35. Sporadic bursts of his 60mm and 82mm mortars and 76mm guns, however, continued to rock the position until midnight. Developments at Reno and Vegas by 2000 were vastly more ominous. At Reno, 2 companies of CCF soldiers thrust into the position from a frontal and flank attack. Within a half hour, they made their way into the trench defenses. Although VT fires placed on the outposts and WP flare shells outlined the enemy for the gunners, Chinese in overpowering numbers continued to batter the Marine posts. Due to the lack of fighting trenches, bunkers, and to limited fields of fire, Reno defenders fell back on a cave defense within a half hour of the assault. A message received at 2030, requesting more VT rounds and reinforcements, indicated that the enemy had sealed all entrances to the cave and that the men were suffering from lack of air. Of the 40 Company C Marines on the outpost at the time of attack an hour and a half earlier, only 7 were then reported still able to fight. More illumination to enable friendly machine guns and rockets to chop up the enemy was furnished by artillery and a flare plane that arrived on station at 22:05. 2 Marine tanks, in position behind Reno, were alerted and put their 90mm fires to good use on the enemy and his weapons emplacements. Meanwhile, at Vegas, the situation was also deteriorating. More than 100 Chinese had moved up under the perimeter of exploding shells and Marine defensive fires into the lower trenches by 1950, less than an hour after the enemy's first volley. 10 minutes later, the Marines were forced to give way to the overwhelming number of enemy soldiers which began to swarm over the outpost. In addition to the sudden force and onslaught of the enemy, communication difficulties also plagued Marine detachments on the outposts, particularly at Vegas. Enemy mortar and artillery, aimed at the mainline CPs, had wrecked the ground lines. As early as 1940, communications between the 1st Battalion CP and Vegas went dead and continued to be broken despite repeated attempts to re-establish contact. Carson and Reno also had wire troubles about this time, but radio contact was shortly established. For the most part, operational reports and orders during the night and early morning hours were sent over company and battalion tactical nets. The intensity of the Chinese fire was not restricted just to forward positions. The 15 CP, a mile south of the MLR, at one point received up to 100 rounds per minute. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegas. Reinforcements dispatched. While the Marines on the outpost were trying to drive off the enemy, reinforcements back at the MLR and in the reserve ranks quickly saddled up. A F-25 advance platoon dispatched to Reno at 2015 by way of the Reno block was ambushed near Hill 47 an hour later by 2 enemy squads which had moved south to cut off Marine reinforcements. After a fire exchange, the platoon made its way to the blocking position. Another relief unit from Company C, 1st Battalion, that jumped off for Reno 15 minutes later had poorer luck. The men had scarcely gone a half-mile before being shelled. After briefly taking cover, the Marines moved out again, only to draw fire from the enemy at Hill 47. Advancing for a third time, the Company C 2 Squad unit was again halted by fire from 2 hostile platoons. By this time, 10 Marines had been wounded and evacuated. A D-25 reinforcement platoon ordered to Vegas at 2129 encountered strong opposition in the block vicinity, but it threw back the enemy in hand-to-hand fighting and prevented him from gaining fire supremacy at the position. Leading units of F-25, meanwhile, had been ordered to operational control of 1-5 to augment the earlier Company C platoon at the block and then move north with them to Reno. After being issued ammunition and hand grenades at the Company C supply point, the F 1st Platoon left the MLR at 2227, with the 2nd Platoon filing out in column 400 yards behind them. Under a constant rain of 76mm artillery and 82mm and 122mm mortar shells, and with casualties for one platoon reaching as high as 70% within minutes, the F-25 men fought their way into the trenches at the block. Here they joined the depleted ranks of Company C, which had established a base of fire. Despite the incessant barrage of Chinese incoming that continued to inflict heavy casualties, the Marines maintained their precarious grip on the block and cleared out large numbers of Chinese attempting to infiltrate the trenches and approaches from the north and south to the Marine position. While the Reno and Vegas relief units were pinned down at the block, the situation at the outpost remained critical. Throughout the night, new waves of communist soldiers poured out from their positions behind Chogum-ni, Hills 31 and 31D. When a company of enemy troops were observed at 2100 massing near Chogum-ni for a new assault, it was quickly disposed of by Marine artillery and Company A tankers. At Reno, where the immediate situation was the most grim, a message at 2145 reported the enemy still in the trenches, trying to dig down into the cave while the Marines were attempting to work their way out by hand. The final report from Reno received late that night, about 2300, was weak and could not be understood. At Vegas, meanwhile, communications failure continued to complicate defensive measures at the outpost. Because of this, on the order of Regimental Commander Colonel Walt, operational control had been transferred at 2119 from 1-5 to 3-5. 3 minutes before midnight, all contact with Vegas was lost. As with Reno, reinforcements sent out with the mission of buttressing the Vegas detachment had been delayed. When it became evident that the Company D platoon had been pinned down at the block, a platoon from E-25 jumped off at 2323 for the Vegas position. Shored up to reinforce company strength, the composite unit at the block had prepared to move on for the ultimate relief of C-15 forces at Reno. Chinese firepower and troops continued to lash the position, however. There seemed to be no limit to the number of reserve troops the enemy could throw into the attack. At 2157, 2 Chinese platoons had hit the block. 20 minutes later, another 2 platoons struck. By 2300, the Marines had repulsed 3 attacks, numbering more than 200 troops, amid a continuing withering avalanche of bullets and shells. Shortly before midnight, a full enemy company had deployed south from Reno to the block, but had been largely cut down by friendly 90mm tank fire and VT rounds from 111. Reinforced and reorganized, the Marines again prepared for a counterpunch on Reno. By midnight on the 26th, after 5 blistering hours of battle, to develop into 5 days of intense conflict and continuing counterattacks, the early efforts of the enemy were partly successful. 2 of the Nevada Hill outposts had fallen, and Marine attempts to strengthen them were initially being thwarted by Chinese troops that had overflowed the block and southward toward the MLR. Cop Carson was holding. But the enemy was in control of Reno and Vegas and was using the Reno position to mass troops and firepower to further brace his continuing assault on Vegas. Initially, the 5th Marines had expected to launch an immediate counterattack to regain Reno. In the early hours of the 27th, however, it became apparent that this plan would have to be revised. Reinforcing elements from the 5th Marines, composed largely of F-25, had been unable to mount out effectively from the block for Reno. At 0144, the commanding officer of Company F, Captain Ralph L. Walls, reported he had 1 platoon left. Between then and 0220, his diminishing unit had rallied for attack 3 times. It had successfully engaged the enemy in firefights, one of 30 minutes duration, evacuated its wounded, regrouped, and then had come under heavy incoming again. Counter-mortar fire had been requested and delivered on active enemy positions at Arrowhead, Hills 29, 45, and 21B, some 500 yards northwest of Vegas. But as the Marines girded their defending platoon at the block to company plus size, the Chinese had done likewise, throwing in continuous rounds of new mortar attacks and additional troops. When, at 0246, another hostile company was seen spreading south from Reno toward the block, the 1st Battalion directed artillery fires on the enemy and ordered its troops to disengage and return to the MLR. By 0300, early efforts to retake Reno were suspended. Relief forces from Company F and C were on their way back to the battalion area. Ground action had ceased. During these early attempts to rescue Reno and its defenders on the night of 26 to 27 March, Marine elements had struggled for more than 4 hours trying to get to Reno, but the enemy had completely surrounded it. At Reno itself, the Marine in command of the outpost when the Chinese struck, 2nd Lieutenant Rufus A. Seymour, machine gun platoon commander of C-15, had been taken prisoner along with several of his men. Of the Marines originally on duty there, all but 5 had been killed. Casualties of the Reno reinforcing units were later estimated by the regimental commander as being as high as 35%, with many dead. A 21-year-old Navy hospital corpsman from Alexandria, Virginia, attached to a Company C relief platoon from 1-5, helped save many Marine lives that night in the Reno block area. He was Hospitalman Francis C. Hammond, who lost his own life but was awarded posthumously the nation's highest honor for bravery under fire. For more than 4 exhausting hours, the young hospitalman helped others to safety, even though he had been struck early in the fighting and was hobbling around with a leg injury. When his unit was ordered to withdraw from its attack against a strongly fortified CCF position, Hammond skillfully directed the evacuation of wounded Marines and remained behind to assist other corpsmen. Shell fragments from a mortar blast struck him, this time fatally. The Vegas reinforcing units, in those dark early hours of the 27th, had come closer to their objective. Shortly after midnight, 2 platoons, composed of elements from D-25 and C-15, had reached a point 400 yards from the outpost, in the vicinity of the entrance to the communication trench. When the enemy threw in powerful new assault forces at Vegas, F-27, a company from the Regimental Reserve, came under operational control of 3-5 and moved out from the MLR to reinforce the position. By 0300, the 1st Relief Platoon, despite heavy and continuing Chinese barrages, got to within 200 yards of the outpost. At this time, however, it was found that the enemy was in control of Vegas as well as Reno. Marines from D-25, C-15, E-25, and F-27 relief forces, on order, began to pull back to the MLR at 0417. Initial attempts to regain control of the 2 outposts were temporarily halted, and instead it was decided to launch a coordinated daylight attack. At about the same time, 0430, the boundary between 1-5 and 3-5 was moved 250 yards westward to give 3-5 total responsibility for Vegas, although operational control had been transferred 7 hours earlier the previous night. Enemy casualties for the 8 hours of action were heavy. An estimated 600 Chinese had been wounded and killed. Marine losses were also heavy. In the action, First Lieutenant Kenneth E. Taft, Jr., officer in charge at Vegas, was killed and, as it was later learned, some of his H-35 defenders had been captured by the Chinese. By midnight, the two line battalions, 3-5 and 1-5, had reported a total of nearly 150 casualties, and this figure did not include those wounded or killed from the relief platoons and companies being shuttled into action from the 2-5 Reserve Battalion. One platoon from E-25 had arrived at the Company C supply point about 0210 and, together with a provisional unit from the Headquarters and Service Company, 1-5, began to evacuate casualties in front of the MLR. By 0325, a total of 56 wounded had passed through the C-15 aid station, and a cryptic entry in the G3 journal noted that more who are able are going back to assist in evacuation of casualties. Similar efforts were being made at the same time in the 3rd Battalion. Two alternate routes for evacuation were in effect. From a checkpoint located just south of the MLR in the H-35 sector, casualties were taken to the Company H supply point and thence to the battalion aid station, or else to the KSC camp from which they were evacuated to the 1st Battalion aid station. VMO-6 and HMR-161 helicopters flew out the critically injured to USS Haven and Consolation hospital ships at the Incheon Harbor and transported blood from supply points to medical companies A, E, and C forward stations. Excepting the original personnel killed or missing at Reno and Vegas, 1st Battalion forces from Company C and F dispatched to Reno had returned to the MLR by 0445. Vegas units, ordered to disengage later than the Reno reinforcements, were back by 0530. Diversionary probes by the Chinese during the night of the 26th at the 3-5 right flank outposts Berlin and East Berlin, as well as in the 1st Marine sector, had been beaten back by the Marines. Following the pre-assault fire at 1900, a CCF company had sent 2 platoons against Berlin and 1 against satellite East Berlin, both manned by Company G. These reinforced squad outposts, both only about 325 yards forward of the MLR, had stymied the enemy's attempts. Boxing fires and VT on approach routes had forced the Chinese to retreat at 21:15. 10 minutes later, Company G reported that communication, which had temporarily gone out, had been restored. One squad dispatched by the 3rd Battalion to Berlin and a second to East Berlin an hour later further buttressed the companion positions. Action in the 1st Marine Center Regimental Sector had also been relatively brief. Immediately after the 1900 mortar and artillery preparation, the Chinese in company strength attempted to penetrate outposts Hetty, Bunker, Esther, and Dagmar. Shelling had been heaviest at Dagmar, and shortly after 1900, 2 squads of Chinese began to assault the outpost with automatic weapons and satchel charges. Machine guns positioned on enemy hills 44, 114, and 116, and small arms fire from Hill 108 supported the attack. The enemy was hurled back at all places except Dagmar, where approximately 25 Chinese breached the wire entanglement. 2 hours of intense, close fighting in the trenches followed as the 27 defending Marines, directed by Outpost Commander 2nd Lieutenant Benjamin H. Murray of I-31, strongly resisted the invaders. More than 300 rounds of mortar and artillery fire supported the action. A counterattack from the MLR led by the I-31 executive officer, 2nd Lieutenant John J. Peeler, restored the position, and at 21:20 the CCF finally withdrew. Less determined efforts had been made by the enemy at Esther and Bunker. By 2200 the Chinese had departed from the scene there too. Altogether, the 1st Marine Sector skirmishes had cost the CCF 10 killed, 20 estimated killed, and 17 estimated wounded to Marine casualties of 4 killed and 16 wounded. Massed counterattack the next day. While the 5th Marines reorganized during the morning hours of the 27th for a new attack to recapture the lost outposts, General Pollock ordered mortars, tanks, and artillery, including rockets, to neutralize the Reno and Vegas areas and enemy approaches. From the time of the 1900 attack the preceding evening until the temporary break in fighting 8 hours later at 0300, early estimates indicated 5,000 rounds of enemy mixed fire had been received in the Wild sector, code name for the 5th Marines, and appropriate it was for this late March period. And this did not include the vast number of shells that had fallen on the 3 Nevada cops. During that same period, 111, in direct support of the 5th, reported it had delivered some 4,209 rounds on the enemy. Throughout the early hours, 2 battalions from the 11th Marines continued to pound away at Reno and Vegas with neutralizing fires to soften enemy positions, deter his resupply efforts, and silence those mortars and batteries that were troubling the Marines. By 0330, observation planes from VMO-6 had made 28 flights behind enemy lines, which enabled artillery spotters to direct nearly 60 fire missions on CCF-active artillery, mortars, and self-propelled guns. From nightfall on the 26th through 0600 the following morning, a total of 10,222 rounds of all calibers had been fired by Marine cannoneers supporting the 1st Division in its ground battles from Berlin to Hedi. Revised intelligence reports from the 5th Marines S2, Major Murray O. Rowe, meanwhile, indicated that between 1900 on the 26th and 0400 the next day, the Chinese had sent 14,000 rounds of mixed mortar and artillery crashing into Marine positions. It was also determined that a reinforced regiment had initially hit the Carson, Reno, and Vegas posts. Early on the 27th, at 0345, as the 5th Marines prepared for the counterattack, the Division Reserve, 27, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander D. Saragino, was placed under operational control of the 5th Marines. Previously put on alert, the battalion had moved into an assembly area behind 1-5 shortly after midnight, and its F-27 had taken part in the pre-dawn relief attempt. During the early morning hours, a section of Sky Knights from Lieutenant Colonel Connolly's Night Fighter Squadron, VMFN 513, had made radar-controlled bombing runs to strike CCF artillery positions in the Hill 190 area and enemy troops at Hill 98. Precisely at 0650, friendly Panthers from VMF 115 began arriving on station to help the neutralizing artillery fire on Reno and Vegas. Originally, a dawn ground attack had been envisioned for Reno, but that was delayed to wait for air support. A tentative H-hour was set for 0900 with a dual jump-off for both Reno and Vegas. At 0930, the attack still had not begun due to communication difficulties. While Division Marines were waiting to get off the ground, 1st MAW pilots were enjoying a busy morning. By 0930, 6 4-plane airstrikes had been completed by VMF 115, Lieutenant Colonel Stoddard G. Cortelyou, and 311, Lieutenant Colonel Francis K. Koss, plus sorties by Air Force Thunderjets. Tankers from Company A had also gotten in a few licks when 2 groups of Chinese were seen carrying logs for bunker support into Reno. One group was wiped out, the other got by. Shortly after 1100, friendly artillery batteries began delivering smoke on Hills 57A and 190, 2 enemy high points of observation. The fire plan was modified to eliminate an early 10-minute preparation on objective areas. Basically, the artillery plan for counterattack was that employed in the 19-March Operation Item Raid on Ungok because of the proximity of Ungok to the Vegas Hills. This plan consisted of mass fires on the objective, with counter-mortar and counter-battery fires on known artillery positions. To this prearranged plan were added those new mortar and counter-battery targets located by air observers during the night of 26 to 27 March. This time, the preparatory fires were to be on call, as was the 90mm fire support from the tankers. A further change was made when it was decided to limit the assault to Vegas and not retake Reno but rather neutralize it by fire. While artillery, air, mortars, and tanks pounded the objective, assault elements of D-25 from the Regimental Reserve, under Captain John B. Melvin, prepared for jump-off. At 11:20, the company crossed the line of departure in the 3-5 sector of the MLR and immediately came under heavy fires from enemy infantry and artillery units. Within a half hour after leaving the battalion front for Vegas, Dog Company had been pinned down by a Chinese 76mm artillery, had picked itself up, and been stopped again by a plastering of 60mm and 82mm shells falling everywhere in its advance. By 12:10, only 9 men were left in Captain Melvin's first platoon to carry on the fight. The Marine unit continued to claw its way through the rain-swollen rice paddies and up the muddy slopes leading from the MLR to within 200 yards of the outpost. In 10 minutes, heavy incoming began to take its inevitable toll, and enemy reinforcements were flowing towards Vegas from the CCF assembly point on Hill 153. Between noon and 1300, 4 enemy groups of varying size had pushed south from Hill 153 to Vegas. At this time, still another group, of company size, moved in with its automatic weapons and mortars. Within the next 15 minutes, a reinforced CCF platoon made its way from the Reno Trench to Vegas, while still another large unit attempted to reinforce from Hill 21B. As enemy incoming swept the slopes and approaches to Vegas, Marine artillery and tank guns fired counter-battery missions to silence the Chinese weapons. In the skies, VMA-121ADs and the sleek jet fighters from MAG-33 squadrons VMF-115 and 311 continued to pinpoint their target coordinates for destruction of enemy mortars, trenches, personnel bunkers, and troops. Back at the battalion CP, 2 more companies were being ready to continue the Vegas assault. The Provisional Company of 2-5, commanded by Captain Floyd G. Hudson, moved out at 12:15. Close on its heels, E-25 left the Company H checkpoint in the 3-5 sector for the zone of action. At 13:05, the counterattack for Vegas was raging in earnest, with Company D riflemen on the lower slopes chewing into the enemy with their grenades, bars, M1s, and carbines. 2 hours after the original jump-off time, 4 Marines crawled out of the trenches at Vegas and by 13:22 were going over the top, despite incoming that literally rained on the troops. Assault Commander Melvin recalled, "It was so intense at times that you couldn't move forward or backward. The Chinese 60mm mortars began to bother us about as much as firecrackers. It was the 120mm mortars and 122mm artillery that hurt the most. The noise was deafening. They would start walking the mortars toward us from every direction possible. You could only hope that the next round wouldn't be on target." Meanwhile, Company E 5th Marines under Captain Herbert M. Lawrence had moved up from the rear and, at 14:40, was ordered to pass through Company D ranks, evacuate casualties, continue the attack, and secure the crest of Vegas. Although Captain Lawrence's men succeeded in moving into Company D positions, the deluge of Chinese mortar and artillery was so heavy that Company E was unable to advance beyond this point. At 15:30, a new Marine company, F-27, Captain Ralph F. Esty, was dispatched from the MLR to buttress the assault. By this time, elements of D-25 had reached the right finger of Vegas, but were again pinned down by intensive enemy artillery and mortars. Within the first hour after leaving the battalion line, the Company F Marines nearly reached the advanced positions of 2-5, and Company D, which had been in the vanguard since 1100, returned to the regimental CP. During the next hour, however, heavy shelling slowed the Marine advance. At 1730, as Company F prepared to make its first major assault, a deluge of 60mm and 82mm mortar shells, 76mm and 122mm bursts, and machine gun bullets rained on the troops. As the men crawled forward slowly, planes from VMA 323, which had arrived on scene 2 hours earlier, continued to smoke the enemy's posts on hills 190 and 139. Captain Hunter's tanks also moved into their MLR positions to zero in their 90mm rifles on the CCF stronghold at the Vegas northern crest. By 1800, Company F was continuing the Marine counterattack to regain Vegas and was approximately 400 yards from the outpost summit. Combining with Company E Marines, for a total strength of 3 platoons in position, Captain Esty was able to retake part of the objective. After an intense 90-minute firefight and hand-to-hand fighting in the lower trenches, E-27 advanced to the right of the outpost where at 1930 it began to consolidate. In the next half hour, 2 platoons of Company F moved out from the right finger of Vegas to within 50 yards of the peak, before being forced back by Chinese machine gun fire and mortars lobbed from the Able, left, gate on Vegas. The enemy company occupying the outpost resisted the attacking Marines with mortars, grenades, and small arms fire. In addition, the CCF employed firing positions at Reno for their machine guns, heavy mortars, and artillery supporting the Vegas defense and periodically reinforced their troops from the newly captured Reno outpost. It was a busy night for Marines and corpsmen alike. One, whose split-second improvisations in the blazing zone of action were in the best Hippocratic tradition, was Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class William R. Charette. Attached to F-27, he was assisting a Marine when an enemy grenade landed but a few feet away. Charette immediately threw himself on the injured man, taking the full shock of the missile with his own body. Since the force of the blast had ripped away his helmet and medical aid kit, he tore off his clothing to make bandages. Another time, while attending a seriously wounded Marine whose armored vest had been blown off, the hospitalman removed his own to place around the injured man. Without armored vest or helmet, Charette continued to accompany his platoon in the assault. As a Marine observer, Staff Sergeant Robert S. Steigerwald commented, HM3 Charette was every place seemingly at the same time, performing inexhaustibly. Throughout the night, the enemy counterattacked but was unsuccessful in driving the Marines off the outpost. Between 1830 and midnight, F-27 repulsed 3 enemy onslaughts and engaged in sporadic firefights. Although pushed back from the summit, Company F Marines set up a perimeter defense at the base of Vegas where the troops dug in for the rest of the night. Their opposite numbers, from 1st MAW, were also on the scene. As follow-up to the day's unremitting air bombardment of enemy installations, night fighters of VMFN 513 and MAG-12 Corsairs from VMAs 212 and 323 made 9 MPQ strikes between 1830 and 0115, unleashing 24.5 tons of explosives on CCF hill defenses and supply strongpoints. Gradually, heavy incoming on Vegas began to lift, and from midnight through the early hours of the following morning, most of the enemy's artillery and mortar fires switched from Vegas to the Marine companies on the MLR. Intermittent small arms fire still cracked and punctuated the night from enemy positions on hills 57A, Detroit, and Frisco to the northeast of Vegas. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegas. Push to the summit. Although the composite 2-platoon unit of Marines from F-27 and E-25 had partially won Vegas back in 10 hours of savage fighting on 27 March, after earlier groundwork by D-25, it was a precarious hold. Marines had attained the lower slopes, but the Chinese still clung to the northern crest. As it turned out, 3 separate company-sized assaults were going to be needed to dislodge the enemy. The initial Marine action on the 28th began at 0335 when 105mm and 155mm howitzers of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Battalions, 11th Marines, belched forth their streams of fire at the pocket of enemy troops on the northern slopes preparatory to the forthcoming Marine infantry assault. This 2,326-round pounding was aimed at Chinese assembly areas and weapon emplacements, with much of the preparation zeroed in on active mortars. Within a half hour, the wary men of F-27, who had spent a wakeful night in the lower Vegas trenches, moved to within hand grenade range of the objective in their first attempt to gain the summit. An intense shower of small arms and mortar fire, however, forced them to pull back to the south slopes. While Captain Estes' troops reorganized for the next assault, airstrikes joined the big guns, mortars, and tanks in battering the enemy's position on the outpost and supply routes there too. Shortly after sunup, a lone AU from VMA 213, followed a half hour later by a VMA 323 Corsair, arrived on station. They laid a smokescreen 3 miles across the front between Arrowhead and the far eastern Marine U.S. Army boundary to assist 4 early morning airstrikes. Soon afterwards, 8 ADs from Lieutenant Colonel John E. Hughes' VMA 121 were in the skies to support the Vegas attack in the opening round of aerial activity that would see day-long bombing and strafing runs by 5 1st MAW squadrons. A new Marine assault at 0600 was repulsed, and Company F pulled back to a defilade position 375 yards south of Vegas and regrouped. Again, friendly planes from VMA 121 and 323, tanks, artillery, and mortars plastered the enemy in a new series of preparatory fires, beginning at 0920. And again, Captain Estes' F-27 men jumped off in attack. By 10:15, the Marines had made their way across the height to within 15 yards of the trench line on the left finger of Vegas. There they came under continuous small arms and grenade bursts from the crest and battled the Chinese in an intense 22-minute firefight. It was during this onslaught by Company F for the crest of Vegas that Sergeant Daniel P. Matthews so defiantly routed the enemy to save the life of a wounded comrade that his action gave renewed spirit to those witnessing it. A squad leader of F-27, Matthews was in the thick of a counterpunch against solidly dug-in hill defenses that had repelled 6 previous assaults by Marine forces. The 21-year-old California Marine was coolly leading his men in the attack when the squad suddenly was pinned down by a hostile machine gun located on the Vegas crest. When he saw that its grazing fire prevented a corpsman from moving to safety a wounded Marine who had fallen in full range of the weapon, Matthews acted instinctively. Quickly working his way around to the base of the enemy machine gun position, he leaped onto the rock fortification that surrounded it. Taking the enemy by surprise, he charged the emplacement with his own rifle. Severely wounded within moments, the Marine continued his assault, killed 2 of the enemy, dispatched a 3rd, and silenced the weapon. By this action, Sergeant Matthews enabled his comrades on the ground to evacuate the injured Marine, although Matthews died before aid could reach him. Back at battalion, E-25, with D-27 in column behind it, had moved out to relieve Captain Estes' redoubtable F-27 forces. By noon, Captain Lawrence's Company E had completed passage of lines through Company F. The latter unit, now numbering 43 effectives after its 6 assaults on 27 to 28 March to regain the Vegas high ground, returned to base camp. Heavy air attacks, meanwhile, were assisting the artillery in blasting out communist defenses of the Vegas area. Between 0950 and 1300, 7 4-plane strikes by pilots of Colonel Bowman's MAG-12 had swept the outpost area and hill layers of the enemy at 57A, the east slope of Reno, Tume Re, 40D, 190, and resupply points. Within one 23-minute period alone, 28 tons of bombs were laid squarely on the Vegas position. Supported by air, mortars, and artillery, Company E was 400 yards from the objective, and by 12:45, forward elements had moved up to within 150 yards of the crest. As Marine supporting fires lifted from Vegas to enemy assembly areas on hills 150, 153, and 190, E-25 launched its final assault at 13:01. Although small arms, bursts of mortar, and enemy artillery fire traced their every move, the Marines' hard-hitting attack brought them to the top of Vegas, where they literally dug the Chinese out of their defenses. At 13:07, the Marines had secured their position and recaptured the Vegas outpost. At approximately the same time, the Marine Reinforcing Unit, D-27, was ordered to return to the MLR, since the objective had been gained. The Marine in charge of the E-25 platoon that retook Vegas was Staff Sergeant John J. Williams, who had taken over the 1st Platoon after its leader, 2nd Lieutenant Edgar R. Franz, had been wounded and evacuated. Almost immediately after securing Vegas at 13:20, the Chinese launched a counterattack, and Company E came under a renewed barrage of incessant artillery and mortar shells, exploding at the rate of 1 per second in the Marines' newly gained trenches. Marine firepower from the tankers' 90mm rifles and the protective fire curtain placed around the outpost by the artillery batteries, however, deterred this heavy enemy effort. For the next hour, Captain Lawrence's men continued with mopping up chores. Gradually and fitfully, the Chinese resistance began to slacken. By 14:01, definite control of Vegas was established, except for the topographical crest at the northernmost point. Resupply and consolidation of the outpost began at once, with Vegas under 3-5 administration and Major Benjamin G. Lee, operations officer of 2-5, in command. 2 prisoners had been taken during the day's action, one by E-25 during its afternoon assault and the other by F-27 early in the day. The soldier seized by a fire team from Company E was a 21-year-old wounded litter-bearer attached to the attacking force, 3rd Battalion, 358th Regiment. He told 5th Marines interrogators that for the preceding 3 months, the mission of the 358th Regiment, a component of the 40th CCF Army under operational control of the 46th CCF, had been to prepare to occupy the Vegas and Reno outposts before the expected UN spring offensives could be launched. The 2 key installations overlooked CCF supply routes. Furthermore, occupation of these 2 hills, the Chinese believed, would serve as a valuable tactical example to the 46th Army, whose ranks at this time were composed of nearly 65% recruits. The POW also reported that prior to the CCF attack on Reno and Vegas, men of his regiment had practiced throwing hand grenades every day for the past 2 weeks. No political classes had been held during this period, as practical proficiency, apparently, took priority over theoretical indoctrination. The other Chinese prisoner, captured by Company F at 0610, was a grenadier with the 9th Company, 3rd Battalion, 358th Regiment. Prior to the attack, his unit had occupied reverse slope positions on hills 25A and 155 as reinforcements for the 8th Company. Each CCF battalion, he revealed, held a front approximately 1,000 meters, utilizing 1 company on line with 2 in support. This remark interested interrogators since it contradicted the normal pattern of enemy employment. According to the grenadier, the mission of the 3rd Battalion had been to attack Vegas, while the 1st Battalion, to the west of the 3rd on the Chinese MLR, was to secure Reno. Hill 190.5, an enemy strong point, had several anti-aircraft machine guns on its reverse slope, he declared, and was the location as well as the forward CP of the 3rd Battalion, 358th Regiment. For the next 5 hours, from 1440 to 1930, the Marines dug in on the crest and slopes of Vegas, buttressing their positions for the new Chinese attack sure to come. A muster of the ragtag group left from the day's 10 hours of fighting revealed a total strength of only 5 squads, 58 effectives from E-25 and 8 from F-27. Uppermost in the minds of all the men, regardless of their diminished numbers, was the ironclad conviction that we intend to stay. Their leader, Major Lee, was no less determined. At 42, he was a Marine veteran of 19 years, a former sergeant major from World War II and holder of the Silver Star and Purple Heart for service at Guadalcanal. Now he had volunteered for this hazardous duty of holding together segments of the Vegas enclave until the Marines could once again possess the entire hilltop outpost. Under his direction, the troops promptly began to prepare individual fighting holes in the best possible tactical positions and to emplace their weapons. Personnel from Captain Lawrence's E-25 held the hard-won Vegas crest, while 150 men from F-25 committed later in the afternoon strengthened the rear trenches. Air bombardment, prior to the 28th, had not been employed extensively against Vegas itself. The goal had been to recapture the outpost and drive the Communists out without unnecessarily destroying its defenses. Chinese tenacity in exploiting the Marine weapons positions at COP 21, while augmenting them, had made it apparent that the Vegas defense network would have to be reduced to retake the position. Altogether, during the day 33 missions, more than 100 CAS sorties, were flown by AUs, ADs, F-4Us, and F-9Fs of the 1st Marine Air Wing to support division ground action in regaining the advance outpost. All morning long, powerful attack planes from 3 MAG-12 squadrons had winged in from nearby K-6. Pilots from VMA-121, VMA-212, Lieutenant Colonel Lewis R. Smunk, and VMA-323, Lieutenant Colonel William M. Frash, had flown the bombing runs. In the early afternoon, they were joined by the speedy, stable Panther jets from VMF-115 and VMF-311 of MAG-33, Colonel Robert Shaw, based further away at K3. Between 1300 and 1800, a series of 3 4-plane F-9F assaults were launched north of the Marine MLR by VMF-311, while another strike was made further east in support of the Army 2nd Infantry Division's Old Baldy operations. These planes, together with 2 divisions from VMF-115, dumped a total of 23 tons of bombs and 3,100 rounds of 20mm shells on CCF trenches, bunkers, mortars, and caves at Vegas, Reno, and Hill 25A. Additionally, VMF-115 Panthers flew 4 single-sortie daytime MPQ missions north of the bomb line to damage and destroy enemy resupply points. Other Communist probes. Although the Chinese made it plain that their main interest was in the Vegas outpost area, spotty probes also took place in Colonel Adams's 1st Marine sector. On the 27th, at about 23:10, 2 enemy squads milled around the wired defense at Outpost Kate, but Marine small arms, bars, and mortars routed them after a 15-minute firefight. At midnight, a CCF reinforced platoon reconnoitered Dagmar and Esther for the 2nd successive night, supported by small arms and automatic weapons fire from Chinese Hills 114 and 44. The enemy platoon started to push the forward slope at Dagmar, but Company I defenders pulled back to the reverse side and directed VT-fused shells on the enemy. Following this barrage, the Marines reoccupied their position with the help of MLR machine guns, mortars, and artillery from the 311 Direct Support Battalion, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Alfred L. Owens, who had succeeded Lieutenant Colonel Pregnall on 25 March. The enemy reinforced with a 2nd platoon, as did the Marines. After intense close-in fighting in the Dagmar trenches for 2 hours, the Chinese withdrew. An enemy squad also engaged Bunker and Hetty, but again, 311 VT-fused concentrations and the organic outpost defenses sent him off handily. Enemy casualties for the evening's activity were 15 dead, 25 more estimated killed, and 23 estimated wounded. The following night, the Chinese briefly harassed Outpost Hetty, using as cover an abandoned Marine tank just east of the outpost, as well as the MLR to the rear of Cop Bunker. Marine bullets and mortar shells dictated a quick retreat, however. Several minor contacts with the enemy had also been made during the 2-day period in the 1st KMC sector. The most menacing were heavy enemy sightings on the 27th of some 200 Chinese in the area west of the old outposts 36 and 37, but no major action developed. 3 CCF attempts for the outpost. As darkness blanketed no man's land on the night of the 28th, ground fighting flared up anew at 1955. The Chinese had begun another one of their nightly rituals, the first of 3 counterattacks to win back the disputed territory from the Marines. Vegas reported heavy incoming, including not only the usual assortment of mortar and artillery fires, but direct 3.5-inch rocket hits. Enemy troops, estimated at nearly a battalion, began approaching from Reno. By way of answer, 2 Marine light artillery battalions, 111 and 211, together with the medium 155mm howitzers of 411 and the Army 623rd Field Artillery, lashed a 4,670-round barrage to interdict the approaching enemy. Ripples from the first 4.5-inch rocket battery reinforced the howitzers in thwarting this initial enemy assault. On the right flank of the outpost, an intense 20-minute firefight broke out at 2023, but the Vegas defenders beat back the intruders. For an hour, the enemy, supported by heavy mortar and artillery fires from Reno and his own positions at Vegas, tried unsuccessfully to force the Marines to withdraw. Carson, which had been relatively undisturbed for the past 2 days, also came under attack at this time from automatic weapons and mortars directed on its north slope by the enemy holed up behind hills 67 and 31. For the rest of the night, an enemy company prowled around the area, but the defense at Carson, plus artillery and mortar fire support from Jamestown, sent the Chinese off in the early morning hours with their ambitions thwarted. At Vegas, meanwhile, Outpost Commander Major Lee at 2130 radioed battalion headquarters that he was preparing for a new enemy counterattack. It was not long in coming. Less than an hour later, the Chinese were again storming from Hill 153, and Marine boxing fires picked off the advancing enemy. At 2230, Major Lee's riflemen, deployed about 25 yards from the peak, were holding Vegas, surrounded by Chinese on the southern face of the position. For a brief period, the enemy took the high ground, but then gave it up under pressure from the defending Marines. Close by, another sharp firefight erupted, then subsided for about an hour. At 2300, a new onslaught of Chinese reinforcements made the 3rd major attempt of the evening to recapture the Vegas position. 2 enemy companies descended. Within a half hour, another massive firefight had broken out, and the battle was raging across the shell-scarred hilltop. Major Lee reported to G3 heavy enemy sightings of at least 200 Chinese on the top slopes challenging Marine possessions of the Vegas crest and attempting to smoke their positions. At 0045, hostile forces had surrounded the outpost and seized part of the Vegas height, but 11th Marines' fires walled off the enemy and prevented penetration. Flare planes circling overhead lighted the target, and cannoneers of both sides concentrated on the crest. The heaviest Marine shoot of the night-long artillery duel, a 6,108-round barrage, rained down on enemy troops and trenches shortly before midnight. Altogether, during the night of 28 to 29 March, 2 battalions of Chinese troops had made 3 separate, unsuccessful ventures to retake the Vegas crest, but were thrown back by Marine mortar, artillery, and tank fires. At 0130, following a heavy 37-minute artillery and mortar concentration, the enemy began to withdraw, but not before venting his displeasure with a resounding blast of small arms and bazooka fire from the Reno Hill. In their departure, the Chinese were given an assist by Company E, 7th Marines, which had broken through the enemy encirclement of Vegas in the early morning hours to join E-25 and F-25 defending forces and help drive the invaders off all but the northern tip of the hill. Now under Captain Thomas P. Connolly, E-27 ascended the high ground, passing through F-25 ranks in preparation for the ultimate relief of E-25. For the next 2 hours, the 11th Marines battalions, together with the 1st 4.5-inch rocket battery, sealed off the outpost and blistered enemy fortifications at Reno with a total of 4,225 rounds. Air observers on station fired 10 missions between midnight and 0430. 20 minutes later, the artillerymen unleashed still another preparation to dislodge the unyielding CCF dug in at the Vegas topographical crest. Heavier fires from the 155mm howitzers of 411 and the 623rd Field Artillery Battalions followed on more than 24 active mortar and artillery targets. A new assault by Marine infantrymen, E-27, E-25, and F-25, at 0450 recaptured the critical northern segment of the outpost. Elation over this encouraging turn of events was dampened, however, by loss of several Marine leaders in the early morning foray. Shortly before 0500, Major Lee and Captain Walls were killed instantly by a 120mm mortar round during an intensive enemy shelling. Another Marine casualty early on the 29th was First Lieutenant John S. Gray. A forward observer from C-111, he was mortally wounded by an enemy mortar blast when he left his foxhole to crawl closer to the Vegas peak and thus better direct artillery fires on the enemy. At the time of his death, Lieutenant Gray was reported to have been at Vegas longer than any other officer. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Chapter 7, Part 5 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegas. Vegas consolidation begins. Only a few surviving enemy were seen when Marines of F-25 and E-27 moved out to consolidate the position after daybreak. This task was completed without contact by 0830. In the meantime, the Vegas defense was reorganized with 2 reinforced platoons on the main portion and a 3rd occupying the high ground. A smoke haze placed around the outpost screened the work of the Marines. Individual foxholes were dug and automatic weapons emplaced. Major Joseph S. Bunton, executive officer of 3-5, had taken over as the new outpost commander. Corpsmen and replacement weapons, machine guns, mortars, bars, rockets, had arrived. The morning supply train brought KSC personnel and Marines with engineering tools to begin work on trenches, fighting holes, weapons dugouts, and bunker fortifications. By noon, excavation work on the shell-shock trench system was well underway, with all of it dug waist-deep and the majority as deep as a man's shoulder. Daylight hours between 1000 and 1600 on the 29th were relatively quiet with only light ground activity. Rainy weather that turned road nets and fighting trenches into boot-high muck and giant mud holes further slowed the action. Artillerymen completed counter-mortar and smoke missions, and in the skies air observers directed fire throughout the day on 19 enemy resupply and target points until dusk when rain and light snow forced them to return to base. At 1850, the Chinese launched what in some respects was a carbon copy action of the night of the 26th. Once again, there was sudden heavy incoming, and then shortly after dusk, the CCF struck in a new 3-pronged attack to overrun Vegas. This time, 3 companies of Chinese approached both flanks of the outpost from their positions on Reno and Hill 153. In addition to his infantry weapons, the enemy was supported by heavy mortars and artillery. But the Marines' mortars, illuminating shells, and big guns replied immediately. 10 minutes after the enemy's latest incursion, a massed counterfire from 5 artillery battalions joined in the heaviest single barrage of the entire Vegas defense action. This massed fire of 6,404 rounds blasted the Chinese assault battalion and sent it reeling back with heavy losses. 2 rocket ripples also tore into the Chinese troops. In addition to the medium and heavy firing batteries, 2 heavy mortar units, Company A and C of the 461st Infantry Battalion, had that day gone into position in the 5th Marine Sector in general support of 111. Other fires came from the 8-inch howitzer unit, Battery C, 424th Field Artillery Battalion, also newly assigned to the 17th Field Artillery Battalion that day in general support of the 1st Marine Division. Although another enemy attack was quickly repulsed at 20:45 in a brisk, savage fight, shortly before midnight the Chinese reappeared, moving up from behind the right finger of Hill 153. This was believed to be an attempt to recover their casualties, but Marine artillery, mortars, and rocket bursts sent them fleeing within 10 minutes. Still, the enemy obstinately refused to give up his goal of retaking the high ground at Cop 21. In the early morning hours of the 30th, he again returned to hit the outpost in his 2nd Battalion strength attack within 6 hours. Again he struck from Reno and Hill 153, and again he attempted to cut off the outpost Marines by encircling the position. Heavy pounding by artillery, mortar, and boxing fire snuffed out the enemy's attack, and by 02:15 the Chinese had left the Vegas domain. This time it was to prove for good. Their casualties for this latest attempt had been 78 counted killed, 123 more estimated killed, and 174 estimated wounded. With sunup, the Marines at the battered outpost again repaired the damage of the night's visits from the Chinese and continued work to improve their trenches and gun emplacements. Clearing weather enabled air observers and pilots to follow a full flight schedule. VMA 212 and VMA 323 were again over the Vegas skies during the morning hours, and shortly before noon, a joint mission by 8 AUs, a division from each squadron, dumped nearly 10 tons of bombs on enemy trenches, mortars, bunkers, and troops at Hill 25A across from Reno to discourage Chinese rebuilding efforts. Both flew afternoon sorties to destroy strongholds at Hill 21B at Reno, now in possession of the enemy, and to make smokescreen runs. Early in the day, Company F of 25 came up from the 25CP to fill in on the MLR and Berlin Outpost for Company G from 35. Later in the afternoon, G35 relieved E27 on Vegas, and Major George E. Kelly, S3 of 2nd Battalion 7th Marines, succeeded Major Bunton as the new outpost commander. 2 comments, casually made at the time, perhaps typify the grim staying power of the Marines who defended Vegas. As Corporal George C. DeMars, Company F Platoon Guide 5th Marines observed, the guys were like rabbits digging in. The fill-ins, reinforcements, gotten by the company during the reorganization jumped right in. We didn't know half the people on the fire teams, but everybody worked together. 2nd Lieutenant Irvin B. Maislish, assigned as a rifle platoon commander of F-25 on the 25th, the day before the fighting broke out, and who had the dubious distinction of being one of the few officers of those originally attached to the company not wounded or killed, recalled, "I checked the men digging in at Vegas. I've never seen men work so hard. I even heard some of them singing the Marine Corps hymn as they were digging." The last direct confrontation with the enemy at Vegas had occurred that morning, about 1100, when 5 Chinese unconcernedly walked up to the outpost, apparently to surrender. Then suddenly, they began throwing grenades and firing their automatic weapons. The little delegation was promptly dispatched by 2 Marine fire teams. 3 CCF soldiers were killed and 2 were taken prisoners, one of whom later died. As darkness fell on the 30th, Marine artillery fired heavy harassing and interdiction missions and regimental TOTs on enemy supply routes and assembly areas. Although the shoot was dual-purposed, both to prevent another Chinese attempt at retaking Vegas and to foil a possible diversionary probe elsewhere in the division's sector, neither situation developed. For the fourth consecutive night, giant searchlights from the Army's 2nd Platoon 61st Field Artillery Battery illuminated the battlefield to spotlight the enemy withdrawal routes. 2 of the quadruple 50 caliber machine gun mounts from the 1st Provisional AAA AW battery were also displaced to MLR positions in anticipation of trouble, but the CCF had apparently had enough of a thoroughly bloodied nose from the Marine fighters and decided to call it quits. By daybreak, the Vegas Sentry forces could report that things had been relatively quiet, the first time in 5 interminably long nights, and Companies D&E 5th Marines, which had been watchdogging it at the Outpost, moved back to the MLR. At 0800, the 2nd Battalion 7th Marines reverted to parent control, and by noon, reliefs were underway not only for Vegas but for Corinne, Dagmar, Hetty, and Bunker in the 1st Marine sector. A 5th Marines body recovery detail, meanwhile, had moved out to search the draws. If ground action was light on the 31st, supporting arms activity was a different story, starting with 7 MPQ drops on enemy artillery positions and ammunition caves in the early hours of darkness. Between 0650 and 1900, 23 airstrikes were flown in the Vegas-Reno area by VMA-121 ADs and AUs of 212 and 323 MAG-12 squadrons, as well as 3 quartets of Air Force Thunderjets dispatched by 5th Air Force. Artillery fired a total of 800 rounds on 156 enemy concentrations, again with 4.2-inch mortars from the 461st Infantry Battalion reinforcing 111 fires on hostile mortars, ammunition dumps, and supply points. If the outgoing was aimed at discouraging Communist plans for new acquisitions, their incoming had dropped to a new low in comparison with the heightened activity of the past 5 days. A total of 699 rounds was reported in the division sector, most of it falling in the 5th Marines territory. Aftermath. Recapture and defense of the Vegas Outpost was one of the intense, contained struggles which came to characterize the latter part of the Korean War. The action developed into a 5-day siege involving 4,000 ground and air Marines and was the most bloody action that Marines on the Western Front had yet engaged in. Its cost can be seen, in part, by the casualties sustained by the 1st Marine Division. The infantry strength of 2 battalions was required to retake Outpost Vegas and defend it against successive Chinese counterattacks. A total of 520 Marine replacements were received during the operation. Marine casualties totaled 1,015, or 116 killed, 441 wounded/evacuated, 360 wounded/not evacuated, and 98 missing, of which 19 were known to be prisoners. Losses for the critical 5-day period represented 70% of division casualties for the entire month. 1,488 killed, wounded, and missing, not including 128 in the KMC sector. Enemy casualties were listed conservatively as 2,221. This represented 536 counted killed, 654 estimated killed, 174 counted wounded, 853 estimated wounded, and 4 prisoners. The Marines, moreover, in the 5 days of furious fighting had knocked out the 358th CCF Regiment, numbering between 3,000 and 3,500 men, and destroyed its effectiveness as a unit. Throughout the Vegas operation, the 1st Marine Air Wing had flown 218 combat missions against the Nevada city's hills, 63% of the entire month's total 346 CAS missions, bombing and strafing enemy weapons positions, bunkers, ammunition dumps, trenches, and troops. On the 27th and 28th, while heavy fighting raged in both the Marine and 7th Army Division sectors, Marine Air Group 33 pilots flew 75 sorties, resulting in their highest daily sortie rate and air hours since December 1952. The March 28th date was a noteworthy one for MAG-12, too. It established a new record for combat sorties and bomb tonnage unloaded on the enemy in a single day. The group executed 129 sorties and dropped 207.64 tons of bombs and napalm. Although restricted on 2 days by weather conditions, close air support was effectively used throughout the Vegas city's operation. A total of 81 four-aircraft flights dropped approximately 426 tons of explosives in CAS missions. Smoke and flare planes, despite a shortage of both flare planes and flares, were employed throughout the period, as were the rotary aircraft of the 2 helicopter squadrons, the latter for casualty evacuation operations. Tanks, provided by the Company A Direct Support Tank Company, were used day and night, firing from 9 positions along the MLR. Their effective use to marked air targets was of particular importance in connection with their support role, while the tank light also helped to provide illumination of the objective area in hours of darkness. Approximately 7,000 rounds of 90mm tank ammunition were fired. During these 5 tense days, the enemy deluged Marine positions with 45,000 rounds of artillery, mortar, and mixed fire. Indicative of the savage pounding the Vegas area took is the fact that incoming Chinese artillery for the full 2-week period from 1 to 15 March totaled only 3,289 rounds. Marine efforts to defend, counterattack, secure, and hold the Vegas outpost against repeated Chinese assaults were marked by maximum use and coordination with various supporting arms and organic weapons. 3 light artillery battalions, 2 medium battalions, 2 8-inch batteries, 1 4.5-inch rocket battery, and 2 companies of 4.2-inch mortars fired a combined total of 104,864 rounds between 27 to 31 March. The 11th Marines and its heavy Army reinforcing elements, in support of 5th and 7th Marines units, executed 332 counter-battery and 666 counter-mortar missions. Of the total number fired, 132 were air-observed. The artillery shelling was the hottest during a 24-hour period ending at 1600 on 28 to 29 March. During this time, 35,809 rounds were fired, 33,041 from the 4 Marine battalions. This even surpassed the previous record of 34,881 rounds fired during a 1-day period in the Bunker Hill defense of August 1952. A new 1-day battalion total for West Korean fighting was also set on the 28th. 111 fired 11,079 rounds, exceeding the record of 10,652 set by 311 during the Bunker Hill fighting. Marines at a rear area supply point achieved another record. In a 24-hour period, during the heavy fighting on 28 to 29 March, 130 men handled 2,841 tons of ammunition. Second Lieutenant Donald E. Spangler, an ammunition platoon commander with the 1st Ordnance Battalion, who had but 13 hours sleep in the entire 5 days of fighting, proudly noted that his unit had more than doubled the tonnage that the U.S. Army says a man can handle in 14 hours. As for the men on the front line, besides the Medal of Honor winners, 10 Marines were awarded the Navy Cross, the nation's second highest combat award. 9 citations were for the Vegas action and 1 for the 1st Marines' defense of Dagmar, in staving off an enemy penetration on the night of the 26th. Battlefront tactics employed by the CCF in its assault of the Vegas city's outposts were largely consistent with their previous strategy. As in the past, the enemy launched simultaneous attacks against several Marine positions in an attempt to fragment defensive artillery firepower. Characteristically, the enemy preceded this thrust with heavy pre-assault concentrations of artillery and mortar fire. He also took advantage of the twin ploys of surprise and overwhelming strength, with wave after wave of Chinese rolling over the objective. Innovative techniques consisted of scaling ladders, fashioned from lightweight but sturdy bamboo, which were used to traverse Marine wire defenses, and of having an artillery liaison officer attached to infantry squads to better direct supporting fires during the attack. Analysis of Chinese firepower tactics indicated deliberate counter-battery efforts by the CCF, although this employment of artillery was secondary to its support of ground troops. Actually, the Chinese attack on the forward Marine outpost the night of the 26th appeared to have been part of an overall reinvigorated spring assault. Opening gun of this offense had been fired 3 nights earlier, on the 23rd, when they swept over an Army hill defense at Old Baldy, 25 miles northeast of the Marine Vegas Hills. Despite heavy Allied gunfire and bombing by Air Force and Marine planes under 5th Air Force flight orders, the Chinese had clung to the hill, burrowed deeply, and resisted all efforts to be dislodged. After 3 days of fighting, U.S. 7th Division troops had abandoned the Old Baldy Hill at dawn on the 26th. The CCF, apparently emboldened by this success, that same night had launched a series of probes at 9 UN outposts on the Korean far western front in an attempt to further extend their frontline acquisitions. Following the loss of Reno, a new outpost, Elko, was established on Hill 47, southeast of Carson and 765 yards from the MLR, to prevent the enemy from using the Hill 47 position as an attack and patrol route to the MLR. In addition to this new platoon-strength outpost, the Marines substantially shored up Vegas from its former platoon garrison to a detachment consisting of 2 officers and 133 enlisted men. Headlines had told Americans at home and the free peoples around the world the story of the Nevada cities in Korea and the Marines' 5-day stand there to prevent loss of critical UNC territory. The event that marked an official well done to the Marines themselves was a message from the Commandant, General Shepard, who on 30 March sent the following dispatch to General Pollock, CG, 1st Marine Division. Have followed the reports of intensive combat in the 1st Marine Division sector during the past week with greatest sense of pride and confidence. The stubborn and heroic defense of Vegas, Reno, and Carson Hills, coupled with the superb offensive spirit which characterized the several counterattacks, are a source of reassurance and satisfaction to your fellow Marines everywhere. On their behalf, please accept for yourself and pass on to every officer and man of your command my sincere congratulations on a task accomplished in true Marine Corps fashion. In turn, General Pollock congratulated the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing of General Meid and its 6 participating squadrons, VMAs 121, 212, 323, VMFs 115, 311, and VMFN 513. Citing the close air support missions of the Marine flyers during the operation, General Pollock noted that the airstrikes of the 28th were particularly well executed and contributed materially to the success of the 1st Marine Division in retaking and holding the objective. Plaudits had also come to the 1st Marine Division from the Korean Minister of Defense, Pa Young-shin, the day immediately preceding the Vegas attack. On 25 March, the Korean Presidential Unit Citation Streamer, for action from 26 October 1950 to 15 February 1953, had been placed on the division colors in ceremonies at the division command post, attended by the Korean Defense Minister, Vice Admiral Woon Il-son, Chief of Korean Naval Operations, Major General Hyun-Zoon Shin, Commandant of the Korean Marine Corps, General Pollock, Division Commander, and his troops. The event marked the 4th Korean Puck awarded to Marine units since the beginning of the war. A directive at the end of the month put the 7th Marines on the alert to move into 5th Marines' positions in the right regimental sector. This was to be accomplished on 4 to 5 April when, after 68 days on line, the 5th Marines moved south to Camp Rose to become the Division Reserve Regiment. The prospect of a new stage in the off-and-on truce negotiations had also come late in the month. On 28 March, the Communists informed the UN of their willingness to discuss the Allied proposal for return of sick and wounded prisoners. This exchange had originally been suggested by the UN more than a year earlier, in December 1951. Notification of the new Chinese intentions came, ironically, on a day when the Vegas outpost fighting was at its height. As the month closed on the Vegas chapter, Marines online and in reserve companies who had just sweated through the bloodiest exchange of the war on the One Corps front to date added their own epitaph. With a touch of ungallantry that can be understood, they called the disputed crest of Vegas the highest damn beachhead in Korea. End of Chapter 7, Part 5. Chapter 8, Part 1 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marking time, April to June 1953. The peace talks resume. It was April 1953, but it wasn't an April Fool's mirage. On 6 April, representatives of the United Nations Command and the Communist delegation sat down at the Panmunjom truce tents to resume the peace talks that had been stalemated 6 months, since October 1952. If there was a word that could be said to reflect the attitude of American officials and private citizens alike, for that matter, the atmosphere at Panmunjom itself, it was one of caution, not real optimism. Not an unbridled hopefulness, but a wearied caution born of the mountains of words, gulfs of free-flowing dialogue and diatribe, and then ultimate plateaus of intransigence that had marked negotiations with communist leaders since the original truce discussions had begun in July 1951. Diplomatic maneuverings had been underway since the end of 1952 for the exchange of sick and wounded prisoners of both sides. This was considered a first step towards ending the prisoner of war dispute and achieving an ultimate truce. A resolution introduced in mid-November by India at the United Nations session dealing with settlement of non-repatriate prisoners had been adopted in early December. Later that month, the Red Cross International Conference had officially gone on record favoring the exchange of sick and wounded prisoners in advance of a truce. A letter written on 22 February by the UNC commander, General Clark, calling for the immediate exchange of ailing prisoners had been delivered to the NKPA and CCF leaders. Initially, the communist answer was an oppressive silence that lasted more than a month. During this time, the communist hierarchy had been stunned by the death, on 5 March, of Premier Stalin. Then, on 28 March, in a letter that reached General Clark at Tokyo in the middle of the night, came an unexpected response from the two communist spokesmen. They not only agreed unconditionally to an exchange of the sick and injured prisoners, but further proposed that the delegates for armistice negotiations of both sides immediately resume the negotiations at Panmunjom. This favorable development astonished not only the United Nations commander, but the rest of the free world as well. Several steps were quickly put in motion. The UN commander's reply to the Kim Peng offer was expressed in such a way that resumption of full negotiations was not tied in as a condition for the preliminary exchange of ailing POWs. President Eisenhower, commenting on the new communist proposals at his 2 April press conference, stated he thought the country should now take at face value every offer made to us until it is proved unworthy of our confidence. He also further enjoined major military commanders and subordinates to avoid anything that might be contrary to this view when they made public remarks or issued press releases. In Korea, the Munsan-ni Provisional Command was established on 5 April under the commanding general, 8th Army, in the vicinity of the 1st Marine Division railhead at Munsan-ni. The command was to prepare for the many housekeeping details involved in the receiving and orderly processing of all UNC prisoners. The anticipated exchange itself was dubbed Operation Little Switch. 2 Army officers, 1 Marine Corps, and 1 Rock Army representative were designed to direct the administrative machinery of the Provisional Command. Heading the organization was Colonel Raymond W. Beggs, U.S. Army. The Marine representative, Colonel Wallace M. Nelson, was named commanding officer of the United Nations Personnel and Medical Processing Unit. His responsibility was not limited to the obvious medical aspects of the exchange, but extended to other details involving clothing issue, personnel, security, chaplains, food, communication, motor transport, engineering, and the operation of unit headquarters. Among those matters to which the Munsan-ni Command directed its immediate attention was the setting up of a temporary facility for communist prisoners currently held in UNC camps at Koj, Jeju, and Yongcho Islands and a hospital near Busan. Arrangements were also made for an interpreter pool, debriefing teams, and press center facilities. As the new week began on Monday, 6 April, and the world looked at Panmunjom for the next set of signals in the war, a new stage developed in the truce negotiations. Within 5 days after the talks had begun, both sides agreed to return the disabled prisoners in their custody. Final papers for the preliminary exchange were signed at noon on 11 April by Rear Admiral John C. Daniel, U.S. Navy, for the United Nations Command, and Major General Lee Sang-cho of the Communist delegation. The week-long transfer of sick and wounded POWs was scheduled to begin 20 April at Panmunjom. The Communists announced they intended to release 600 sick and wounded UNC prisoners, 450 Korean, 150 non-Korean, a figure which Admiral Daniel called incredibly small. For its part, the UNC indicated that it planned to free nearly 10 times that number of North Korean and Chinese POWs. Communist and Allied representatives also agreed that truce talks would be resumed at Panmunjom once the prisoner exchange was completed. Security precautions went into effect at both Panmunjom and the entire Munsan-ni area, 10 miles southeast, on the first day of the prisoner talks. All facilities at both Panmunjom and Munsan-ni were placed off limits to 8th Army personnel not directly involved in the operations. Regulations were strictly enforced. Even before the negotiations opened at Panmunjom, actual construction work for Little Switch was well underway by Marine engineers. Operation Rainbow, as the building of the facilities for the POW exchange was called, began 5 April. In a little over a day, actually 31 working hours, a task force of less than 100 Marine construction personnel had erected the entire Freedom Village POW recovery station at Munsan-ni. The Special Work Detachment was composed of men from Company A, 1st Shore Party Battalion, under Major Charles E. Gaki, and attached to the Engineer Battalion, utility personnel from headquarters and service companies, and a Company D platoon 1st Engineer Battalion. Early Sunday morning, the Marines moved their giant bulldozers, earth movers, pans, and other heavy-duty equipment into Munsan-ni. Ground leveling started at 0800 and work continued around the clock until 0100 Monday. After a 5-hour break, the men dug in again at 0600 and worked uninterruptedly until 2000 that night. Furniture, tentage, and strong backing stored at the 1st Engineer Battalion command post, meanwhile, had been transported and emplaced. When it was all done, the Freedom Village complex, like ancient Gaul, had been divided into 3 parts. The command area comprised receiving lines, processing and press tents, and related facilities for United Nations troops. Adjacent to this was the 45th Mobile Army Surgical Hospital tent, completely wood-decked, equipped for mass examinations and emergency treatment. Across the road from the UN site proper was the area reserved for returning South Korean prisoners, who would form the bulk of the repatriates. Altogether, the 3 camp areas represented some 35,100 square feet of hospital tentage, 84 squad tents, and 5 wall tents. Gravel to surface 3 miles of standard combat road, plus 2 miles of electrical wiring, was hauled and installed. More than 100 signs, painted in Korean and English, were erected, as well as the large one that stretched clear across the road at the Freedom Village entrance. 6 welcome signs were raised above the UN and rock processing tents, while another mammoth Korean English sign was installed at the Panmunjom exchange site. Special areas for ambulance parking, helicopter landing strips, 5 50-foot flagpoles, graded access roads and footpaths, sanitation facilities, and storage areas for food, blankets, and medical supplies were also constructed. And timing was important. It had been anticipated that the prisoner exchange might take place on short notice. For this reason, 1st Marine Division work and processing teams had conducted their rehearsals so that they could complete all duties within 36 hours after first receiving the go-ahead signal for the switch. Operation Little Switch. 9 days after the truce talks were temporarily suspended, 11 April, Operation Little Switch, codenamed Little Swap, began the morning of Monday, 20 April. By the time it ended on 26 April, a total of 6,670 North Korean and Chinese communist prisoners had been returned by the UNC. The enemy released 684 captives, of whom 149 were Americans. Among them were 15 Marines, 3 Navy corpsmen who had been attached to the 1st Marine Division, and a Navy aviator. The first day Allied prisoners, walking, some hobbling along on crutches and others carried on litters, were delivered in 2 groups. The initial 50 men reached Panmunjom at 0825, and the second group 2 hours later. The first Marine freed was Private Alberto Pizarro Baez, age 37, a Puerto Rican who had been captured at Frisco in the early October 1952 Outpost clashes. Later that day, another POW taken in the same action, Private Louis A. Pumphrey, was also released. Early moments of the exchange were tense as UNC sick and wounded captives were shipped in a long line of CCF ambulances from Kaesong, 5 miles northwest of Panmunjom, down the neutral corridor past enemy lines to the exchange point. Despite the fact that all official papers and agreements had been concluded more than a week earlier, no one was absolutely sure until the last moment that the prisoner exchange would actually take place. The mechanics of the transfer operation itself, as it turned out, went off practically without hitch. One minor unsavory incident had occurred when 50 North Korean prisoners in UNC custody en route from Pusan to Panmunjom had dumped their mess kits into garbage cans, noisily complaining about breakfast. There was also a long taut moment of uneasy silence when the first communist ambulance pulled up in front of the Panmunjom receiving center. An American MP, who in the excitement had gotten his orders confused, forgot to tell the enemy driver where to turn. The ambulance almost went past the center. A UN officer raced out to the road and motioned to the driver, who backed around and pulled into the parking lot. One of the first things the liberated POWs saw was the big sign, "Welcome Gate to Freedom," raised the preceding night over the Panmunjom receiving tents. Here they could get a cup of coffee and momentarily relax before starting the long 1.5-hour ambulance trip south to Freedom Village. The returnees were outfitted in blue communist greatcoats, utilities, caps, and tennis shoes. Some of the men were bearded, some wore thin smiles, some had half-hidden tears in their eyes. Primarily, there was a subdued and businesslike air to the day's proceeding, however, with a marked absence of levity. Admiral Daniel, whose UNC liaison group had negotiated the exchange, in commenting on the smoothness of the first day's operation, observed, "It's been a tremendous emotional experience for us all. Not much was said between us here, but we are all very happy." From Panmunjom, all Allied prisoners were taken to Freedom Village at Munsan, where they received a medical check, and the more seriously wounded were flown to a field hospital near Seoul. The first American prisoner to reach Freedom Village was an Army litter patient, Private First Class Robert C. Stell, a Negro. Helicoptered in from Panmunjom at 10:07, he was treated like a 5-star general by all hands, including General Clark, UN commander. By noon, the routine, agreed upon in the earlier exchange talks, was moving along evenly and would be in effect throughout the week-long exchange. The communist quota was 100 prisoners freed daily, in 2 groups of 50 each, while the Allies returned 500. 30 Americans were among the 100 UNC men released that first day. Upon their arrival at Freedom Village, the Marine POWs, all of whom had been wounded prior to being captured, were greeted by representatives of the 1st Marine Division. In addition to General Clark, other ranking officials on hand included Lieutenant General Maxwell D. Taylor, new USAC commander, Major General Pollock, 1st Marine Division CG, Brigadier General Joseph C. Berger, in one of his first public duties since assuming the post of Assistant Division Commander on 1 April, and Dr. Otto Lehner, head of the International Red Cross inspection teams. Each Marine prisoner was met by a 1st Marine Division escort who gave him physical assistance, if necessary, as well as a much prized possession, a new utility cap with its Marine Corps emblem. Recovered personnel received a medical examination. Waiting helicopters stood by to transport seriously sick or wounded Marines to the hospital ships Haven and Consolation riding at anchor in the Incheon harbor. Chaplains chatted as informally or seriously as the returnee desired. Newspapers and magazines gave the ex-prisoners their first opportunity in months to read unslanted news. And a full set of utility uniforms, tailored on the spot for proper fit, were quickly donned by Marines happy to discard their prison blues. Although the returnees received their initial medical processing at Freedom Village, no intelligence processing was attempted in Korea. Within 24 hours after their exchange, returned personnel were flown to K-16, Seoul, and from there to Haneda Air Force Base at Tokyo. Upon arrival at the Tokyo Army Hospital Annex, a more detailed medical exam was conducted, including a psychiatric interview by officials from the newly formed Special Liaison Group of Commander, Naval Forces, Far East. Lieutenant Colonel Reagan Fuller, USMC, was designated by ComNav Phi as OIC of the detailed briefing of all returned personnel at Tokyo. Other Marine officers participating in the debriefings included Lieutenant Colonel Thel H. Fisher and Major James D. Swinson of FMF PAC Headquarters, Major Jack M. Daly, representing the 1st Marine Division, and Captain Richard V. Rich of the 1st Marine Air Wing. Each Marine returnee was interviewed by a 2-man debriefing team that consisted of a Marine and a Navy officer, the latter usually a counterintelligence expert. The 3-phase interrogation averaged 9 to 12 hours and covered personal data, counterintelligence, and a detailed military questionnaire. The latter, particularly, sought information about UN personnel still held captive by the enemy. Since all of the 15 Marine POWs had been captured relatively recently, either in the October Outpost contest or the Vegas battle the previous month, the information they had about the enemy was of limited intelligence value. From debriefing reports of Marine returnees, many of whom brought address books with them, it was learned that at least 115 more USMC and Navy prisoners were alive and still held in POW camps. Upon completion of counterintelligence processing, returned personnel were available for press interviews. Long-distance telephone calls to parents or other family members were arranged by the Red Cross. Summer service uniforms and campaign ribbons were issued, pay provided, and administrative records updated by representatives dispatched by Colonel John F. Dunlop, Commanding Officer, Marine Barracks, Yokosuka. All of the 19 Marine and Navy POWs had been released by 25 April. After final processing and clearance for return to the U.S., the men were flown home via Hawaii in 3 groups that departed 28 April, 30 April, and 4 May. Each was accompanied by a Marine Corps officer. Members of the first contingent of POWs arrived at Travis Air Force Base, California on 29 April, thereby completing their 7,000-mile journey from communist prison camps. Another small group of POWs considered possible security risks were airlifted directly from Japan to Valley Forge Hospital near Philadelphia for further interviewing. No Marines were among them. With the initial prisoner exchange completed, staffs of the major Far East commands began to prepare for the final return of all POWs. Operation Big Switch would take place after the ceasefire that, hopefully, was not too far away. On the day that Operation Little Switch ended, 26 April, plenary truce talks resumed at Panmunjom. The stormy issue of repatriation of prisoners, which had already prolonged the war by more than a year, was still the one major problem preventing final agreement. There was indication, however, that the communists appeared to be softening on their rigid insistence of forced repatriation. And, on 7 May, the Communists accepted the UN proposal that non-repatriate prisoners be kept in neutral custody within Korea, rather than being removed to a foreign neutral nation, and offered an 8-point armistice plan. With modifications, this ultimately became the basis for the armistice. While discussions and disagreements continued on this proposal, another real problem developed from a totally different source. Since early in April, rumblings had been heard through the polite ambassadorial circuits that Syngman Rhee, the aging South Korean president, was dissatisfied with major truce issues. In particular, he was disturbed over the possibility that Korea would not become reunited politically. Further, Rhee gave indication that he might take some kind of action on his own. The Korean leader had advised President Eisenhower that if any armistice was signed that permitted Chinese communist troops to remain south of the Yalu, with his country divided, he would withdraw ROK military forces from the UN command. Since South Korean troops, backed by American specialized units, presently man the bulk of the UNC front line, Rhee's threat to remove them from General Clark's command presented harrowing possibilities. Meanwhile, on 13 May, General Harrison, senior UN representative at Panmunjom, made a counterproposal to the Communist plan. This incorporated 3 measures aimed at reconciling differences in the long controversial repatriation issue. Arguments flew back and forth at Panmunjom, with a temporary recess called in the talks, but on 4 June the Communists accepted this UN final offer. The dispute of 18 months' duration had ended, and the Allied principle of voluntary repatriation had won out in the end. About the only homework left for the negotiating teams was to map out final details of the demilitarized zone. President Rhee now even more violently denounced the projected armistice plan. He declared that he and the Koreans would fight on alone, if necessary. South Korean delegates boycotted the Panmunjom truce meetings, and Rhee began a campaign to block the ceasefire. Final agreement on the POW issue was reached 8 June. It provided that the NNRC offer a civilian status to former POWs who did not exercise their right of repatriation within 4 months after being taken into custody by the Commission. Those POWs who desired asylum would be set free. The South Korean National Assembly unanimously rejected the truce terms the following day. Revision of the truce line, to correspond to current battle positions, and other concluding details of the truce were being settled by 17 June. On 18 June, chaos suddenly replaced progress. Acting on orders from Rhee, during early morning hours, ROK guards at the South Korean prisons released approximately 27,000 North Korean anti-communist POW inmates, the majority of the large group of NKPA who did not wish to be repatriated. They quickly escaped and became absorbed into the civilian populace of South Korea. Immediately, the Communists charged the Americans with complicity and demanded to know whether the United Nations Command was able to control its South Korean ally or not. For the next 2 weeks, the American ambassadorial and military team tried to restore some measure of international good grace and hope to the crisis. Daily talks and pressure took place with Rhee, as well as with the communist negotiators, to set the course back on track again in the direction of a final truce agreement. At the end of June, UNC Commander Clark was authorized by Washington to work out a way in which it would be possible to sign the tenuous armistice without the Koreans, if necessary. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marking time, April to June 1953. Interval before the Marines go off the line. Shortly after the heavy Vegas fighting in late March, Colonel Funk's 7th Marines, which had been in reserve, exchanged positions with the 5th Marines. The new line regiment assumed responsibility for the critical, action-prone right sector of the MLR on 4 to 5 April. In the center part of Jamestown, the 1st Marines of Colonel Adams continued to man the MLR and its 12 outposts, including the strategic Cop 2 tucked down by the Panmunjom Peace Corridor. With the resumption of truce talks on 6 April, this position had again taken on renewed importance with its tank infantry covering force of 5 armored vehicles and 245 Marines on call at all times. After its relief from the MLR in early April, the 5th Marines, as the new Division Reserve Unit, assumed the regular missions of serving as a counterforce for Marines in the 1 Corps sector, if required, maintenance of the secondary Kansas line, and a rigorous training program. On 10 April, the 3rd Battalion moved out to the Kansas position for a 2-day field exercise. By mid-month, spring thaws and heavy rains had so weakened the trench and bunker fortifications of Kansas that an all-out effort was temporarily diverted from refresher training to reconstruction. The 2nd Battalion, meanwhile, under Operation Plan 24-53, pursued an intensive 5-day shore-based training program, 7 to 11 April, in preparation for its coming amphibious exercise, Marlex 20. On the 13th, BLT-25 under Lieutenant Colonel Finch, with armored amphibian, tank, Amtrak, and 111 detachments, proceeded to the landing area, Tokchokto, one of the WCID Command offshore islands southwest of Incheon. Battalion assault companies hit the southern Tokchokto beaches on D-Day, 15 April, according to schedule, although high winds and rough seas subsequently modified the exercise. Not long afterward, a training exercise involving UNC personnel got underway when the 5th and 1st Marines, together with the artillerymen, combined with the Army, ROC, and Commonwealth Division on 20 April for a 4-day 1 Corps Command Post exercise, CPX, Ever Ready George, not far from Seoul. Along the division front, the war was still a daily survival contest, despite the promising outlook at Panmunjom. The most ambitious attempt by the Chinese during the month took place over a 3-day period in the right regimental sector, not long after the 7th Marines had moved to the MLR. On 9 April, following a heavy 2-hour ballistic downpour of 2,000 rounds of enemy mortar and artillery, a reinforced company of about 300 Chinese soldiers launched a strong probe against Carson at 0345. Attacking in 2 echelons, the enemy approached from the direction of Arrowhead on the north and the Reno Ridgeline. In an hour's time, the enemy had reached the Marine trenches and protective wire at some places and was being unceremoniously repulsed by the 1-7 detachment at Carson. For an hour and a half, a heavy firefight raged at the outpost while intruders and defenders battled at point-blank range to settle the dispute. A reinforcement platoon from 427, dispatched from the MLR at 0530, made it as far as the newly established Marine outpost at Elko, about 400 yards southeast of Carson, before being held up by a heavy shower of mortar rounds and small arms fire. Tankers from the Company A direct element plus a section, 2 tanks, from the regiment's armored platoon leveled their lethal 90mm fires to discourage the enemy, as did the defenders' barrage of 60mm, 81mm, and 4.2-inch mortars. 2 rocket ripples and 22 defensive fire concentrations unleashed by 211, also in direct support of Lieutenant Colonel Henry C. Lawrence Jr.'s 1st Battalion, plus additional reinforcing fires by batteries of 111 and 411 drove off the enemy at 0700. As a security measure, a company from the Regimental Reserve, E-27, was assigned to Carson to buttress the position and assist in reorganizing the outpost defense. The enemy's activity had cost him 60 known dead. Additional casualties were estimated to be 90 killed and 70 wounded. Marine losses numbered 14 killed, 4 missing, 44 wounded/evacuated, and 22 non-seriously wounded. Meanwhile, beginning at 0715, Marine prop-driven attack AUs from VMAs 212 and 323 and ADs from VMA 121 were aloft over prime Chinese targets to perform CAS missions and MPQ drops. Between the morning's first strike and mid-afternoon, the 3 MAG-12 squadrons completed 43 sorties and blasted enemy hills and weapons positions north of Carson with a total of 67.5 tons of bombs. Later that night, 3 Chinese platoons, operating in small units, reappeared in the Carson-Elko-Vegas vicinity to recover casualties. Although they reached an unoccupied cave-in bunker 50 feet from Carson, the enemy's nocturnal activity only cost him more casualties from the COP's defense fires. 15 known dead, 15 estimated killed, 7 known wounded, and 27 estimated wounded. The following day, Panther jets from Marine Fighter Squadrons 311 and 115 contributed to the further destruction of hostile emplacements, but the enemy himself was nowhere to be seen. Again that night, ground-controlled radar bombing runs were made by VMA 121 and VMFN 513 to help keep the enemy off balance. In the early morning hours of the 11th, however, a band of 30 grenade-slinging Chinese renewed the assault on 7th Marines' positions by attacking the reverse slope of Elko. This ambition was deterred by Outpost organic weapons and box-me-in fires. After a brief firefight, the CCF withdrew, and the 2 MAG-33 squadrons later that morning returned to station for CAS strikes against CCF trouble spots. Another raid on Carson began at 21:15 that night when 70 Chinese moved out from Ungok to the west ridge of the Marine position. 10 minutes later, Marine 81mm 4.2-inch mortars, artillery, machine guns, and tanks forced them back with approximately 20 CCF killed and wounded to show for their efforts. A brief repeat action occurred the following night when 2 squads of Chinese reappeared at Elko, but they were dispatched by Marine infantry, artillery, and armored direct fires following a 15-minute spirited exchange. During the night of the 12th, Chinese probes and harassing efforts diminished. Other than a few spotty, abortive skirmishes in the KMC sector, this pattern of reduced enemy effort would continue for the next several weeks, until after the change of the Marine line in early May. As peace talks at Panmunjom were beginning to show some progress, enemy psychological warfare efforts in the KMC, 1st, and 7th Regimental sectors became more zealous, an indication of the Chinese attempt to increase their propaganda offensive. This included not only loudspeaker broadcasts and propaganda leaflet fired in mortar shells, but a more unusual tactic on 6 April of enemy messages dropped over the Cop Vegas area by plane. Little ground action took place in the division sector throughout the rest of the month. During the last 3 days of April, as the operational period for the Marines drew to an end, both infantry and artillery units noticed an unusual lull across the front. Marine patrols made few contacts, and there was a sharp decrease in the heavy enemy sightings of mid-month. Chinese incoming, in fact, during the latter part of the month decreased markedly, with a total of 873 rounds compared to 4,149 tallied during the 1 to 15 April period. An average of 58.2 rounds daily made it, in fact, the quietest period in the Marine Division sector since the holiday calm of late December, when only 84.2 rounds had fallen the last 10 days of the month. The May Relief. By late April, plans had moved into high gear for relief of the 1st Marine Division by the 25th U.S. Infantry Division and transfer of the Marines to U.S. 1 Corps Reserve at Camp Casey. Although the Marine Division had been in active defense positions for 20 months, first in the Eastern 10 Corps and for the past year on the Western Front, some observers noted that there was a reluctance to turn over their presently occupied positions and that the Marines were coming out under protest from commanders who wanted the division to remain on the line. For its part, the 25th Division, commanded by Major General Samuel T. Williams, was to shift over to the 1 Corps Far West coastal area from its neighboring 9 Corps sector on the right. Marine association with the Army Division went back to the early days of the war. In August 1950, when the Korean conflict was then only a few weeks old, the 25th Division, with the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade and the Army's RCT-5, had spearheaded the first UN counteroffensive on the far southern front, in the Seicheon-Chinju area. Now fresh from its own recent period in reserve, the 25th Division, including its attached Turkish brigade, was to take over the 33-mile 1st Marine Division line, effective 5 May. Marine armor and artillery, however, would remain in support of the 25th Division and transfer to 1 Corps control. Another change at this time affected the designation of the United Nations MLR. Called Line Jamestown in the 1 Corps sector, and variously in other parts of the USAC front as Missouri, Duluth, Minnesota, and Cat, the Allied front was redesignated simply as Main Line of Resistance, beginning 28 April, and was to be so known in all future orders and communications throughout the entire 8th Army. A further modification dropped the reference in Korea from the acronym USAC, the title becoming 8th U.S. Army. In the Marine sector, the last few days of April were a study in contrasts. While Marine frontline infantrymen and cannoneers were having a comparatively peaceful interlude during this period of minimal CCF activity, division engineers were the proverbial colony of beavers. Following up their rigorous schedule in early April of building Freedom Village from scratch within 36 hours, engineer personnel moved out from the division sector late that month to begin construction of the rear area camps that would shortly be occupied by the Marines while in 1 Corps Reserve. Located approximately 15 miles east of the Marine MLR, the Camp Casey Reserve Complex consisted of 3 major areas. They were the central one, Casey, which gave its name to the entire installation and would house the new Division CP and 5th Marines. Indian Head, to the north, where the 7th Marines, 1st KMC Regiment, Division Reconnaissance Company, machine gun and NCO schools were to be established. And Britannia, to the south, assigned to the 1st Marines. Motor transport, engineer, and medical units in support of the respective regiments were to locate nearby. On 27 April, the day after resumption of truce talks at Panmunjom, Company A engineers began the work of clearing the campsite, erecting prefabricated buildings, and pioneering roads in the 7th Marines' northern area. 2 days later, the 1st KMC Engineer Company was also detailed to Indian Head for work on the 1st KMC Regimental Camp. Company C engineers and Company A, 1st Shore Party Battalion, attached to the Engineer Battalion, meanwhile moved into the Casey sector to ready the relocated Division CP and the 5th Marines camp. Tactical relief of the 1st Marine Division officially began 1 May. By the time it was over, 4 days later, more than 2,370 truckloads of Marine personnel and equipment had been used in the transfer to Camp Casey. Described another way, if placed bumper to bumper in a continuous convoy, this would have extended more than 6 miles, the length of the MLR held by a Marine regiment in any major defense sector. As a preliminary step in the relief, on 29 April, the division assumed operational control of several incoming Army artillery units. The 8th, 64th, 69th, and 90th Field Artillery Battalions, and the 21st Anti-Aircraft Automatic Weapons Battalion, plus elements of the Turkish Command, including the TAFC Field Artillery Battalion. By mid-afternoon, the first of the Army infantry relief personnel had also arrived in the division's sector, when elements of the 3 battalions of the 35th Infantry Regiment had reported into respective 1st Marine host units, preparatory to assuming responsibility for the center sector of the Marine line. On 1 May, the 5th Marines, then in reserve at Camp Rose, took over responsibility for the 14th Infantry Regiment, designated as the Army Maneuver Unit. Later that day, when Colonel Churgi's regiment closed its headquarters and moved out by motor march to Casey, control of the Army unit transferred to the division. The same day, the 1st KMC RCT Artillery Battalion, which, like the 11th Marines units, was to remain online although KMC infantry personnel were to move to 1 Corps Reserve, came under control of 1 Corps. 2 days later, an Army Armored Unit, the 89th Tank Battalion, rolled into position in the KMC rear support area and came under division command. The 7th Marines Right Regimental Sector, with its critical Nevada cities and 2 Berlin positions, became the new home for the Turkish battalions of Brigadier General Siri Akar in a 4-day phased operation, beginning 01:15 on 3 May. Actual bulk displacement of the 1st Marine MLR units and their respective outposts got underway on this date, when responsibility for the 7th Marines Left Battalion sector transferred from 27 to the 1st Battalion, TAFC, and the 7th Marines Battalion began displacing to Indian Head. On the same day, the division opened its advanced command post at Camp Casey. The 1st Marine sector to complete the relief was the 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion, to the south of the Munsan-Ni railhead. At midnight on 4 May, with the assumption of sector responsibility by the Army Task Force TRAC, it moved to the logistical complex at Ascom City where it opened its new CP. Throughout the BMNT hours of 4 and 5 May, Marine positions were transferred to the incoming organic and/or attached units of the U.S. Army 25th Division. Relief of 3 of the major sectors in the Marine Division line was thus well underway by the early hours of the 5th. Final relief and its elaborate phasing operations were completed that morning. On the left flank, the 1st KMC was relieved at 10:30 by the incoming U.S. Army 27th Infantry. 30 minutes later, the 1st Marines was replaced in the line by the Army 35th Infantry, and on the right, the 7th Marine sector was taken over by the TAFC. Sharply at 11:20 on 5 May, the U.S. Army 25th Division assumed responsibility for defense of the MLR in what had been the 1st Marine Division sector for more than 13 months. At the same time, all 25th Infantry Division units under operational direction of the division also reverted to parent control. In addition to the Kimpo Regiment, several small Korean Service Corps and medical units retained in the sector also came under Army command. 1 Corps Operation Orders number 31 and 32 had directed that the 11th Marines remain online in the sector attached to 1 Corps Artillery, with a general support mission of reinforcing the fires of the 25th Division Artillery, and a secondary task of coordinating counter-battery support. The Medium Battalion, 411, and the 1st 4.5-inch Rocket Battery furnished general support for 1 Corps. Regimental and battalion CPs, as well as the rocket battery, continued to occupy their same locations. A change affected the KMC Artillery Battalion, however. When transferred to 1 Corps Artillery control, it displaced from the Marine sector with a new general support role of reinforcing the 1 Corps line. Also on 5 May, at 11:30, the 1st Tank Battalion passed to 25th Division control. 2 companies, C and B, were assigned to the TAFC, which had no armored units, in the left and right battalion areas, respectively. Company D vehicles came under command of the 35th Infantry Regiment in the center sector, while A, the remaining company, was designated as the Single Reserve Unit. This was a modification of the Marine system of maintaining two tank companies in reserve, one a short distance behind the MLR and the other at the Armored Battalion CP near Munson. A change in tactics also took place when the Marine tanks came under Army operational control. It had been the Marine practice to retain the tanks at the company CP from where they moved to prepared firing slots at the request of the supported infantry unit. When the 1st Tank Battalion was attached to the 25th Division, the armored vehicles were shifted to firing slots near the MLR where they occupied semi-fixed positions. Armored Personnel Carriers, APCs, were assigned by the Army to Company B and used by both B and C as resupply vehicles to haul food, water, fuel, and ammunition to tanks on line. Also, as part of the relief, control of the KMC Tank Company was transferred from the Marine 1st Tank Battalion to 1 Corps, although the company still continued in its same location in the old KMC sector. Also remaining in their same positions were Mazert 1, Marine Air Support Radar Team 1, in support of the 25th Infantry Division, MTAX 2, Marine Tactical Air Control Squadron 2, and VMO 6. The Mobile Air Support Section of the Observation Squadron, however, had moved with the 1st Marine Division to the new Casey area for participation in the coming Marlex operation scheduled during the reserve training period. Thus, with the relief completed, components of the old Marine Division front, from left to right, were the Kimpo Provisional Regiment, Task Force Track, the 27th Infantry Regiment, 35th Infantry Regiment in the center sector, including its Armor and Heavy Mortar Company and the 2nd and 3rd Battalions forward, replacing the 1st Marines, 3rd and 1st Battalions, and in the right sector, the Turkish Brigade 4.2-inch Mortar Company and its 1st and 3rd Battalions initially located in the MLR positions vacated by the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, 7th Marines. In addition to the 1st Marine Division railhead and truckhead at Munson-Ni and Ascom City, a subsidiary railhead truckhead was opened at Tungdachan-Ni, 2 miles southwest of the new Division CP at Casey. No change was made in the airhead at K-16. Effective with the 5 May change, remaining elements of the Division CP staff at Youngji-Ri joined the advance elements at Casey. As Marines moved off the front lines, they received "well done" messages from the Commandant, General Shepard, and the U.S. Pacific Fleet Commander-in-Chief, Admiral Arthur W. Radford, as well as the new 1 Corps Commander, Lieutenant General Bruce C. Clark, who cited the excellence of the planning, coordination, and cooperation which enabled the operation of the past few days to be successfully accomplished. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marking time, April to June 1953. Training while in reserve and division change of command. While the division was in reserve, its tactical mission consisted of preparation for commitment on 1 Corps order as a counterattack force in any of the 4 division sectors of 1 Corps. Division Operation Plan 7-53 implemented this 1 Corps plan, Restore, and set forth the designated blocking positions in the 25th Army, Commonwealth, 1st ROC, and 7th Army Division sectors in event of threatened or actual enemy penetration of the MLR. The 1st Marine Division's Training Order 8-53, issued on 6 May, the day after the relief was officially effected, outlined the training to be accomplished during the 8-week reserve period, 10 May to 5 July. Following a few days' interval devoted to camp construction and improvement of facilities, an active training program commenced. Its objective was the continued improvement of amphibious and ground offensive combat potential of all personnel. 3 major regimental combat team Marlexes were scheduled. The training syllabus called for a 4-phase progressive schooling from individual to battalion and regimental level, conducted in all phases of offensive, defensive, and amphibious war. Weaponry familiarization, small unit tactics, and combined unit training, with tank infantry deployment and integration of helicopters at company-level exercises, were emphasized, culminating in a week-long field maneuver. Lectures were to be kept to a minimum, with at least 50% of the tactical training conducted at night. Specialty training in intelligence, signal communications, anti-tank and mortar, machine gun, mine warfare, and staff NCO schools was also prescribed. Numerous command post exercises were programmed to obtain a high standard of efficiency in both battalion and regimental level staff functioning. It was the first time the division had been in reserve since a brief 2-week period in late July to August of 1951. A brisk 40 to 44-hour week, plus organized athletics, ensured that the training period was to be fully utilized. No time was lost getting underway. At a staff conference with battalion commanders on 11 May, General Pollock, Division CG, stressed the importance of using the time they were in reserve for enhancing division combat readiness. Even as he spoke, his 5th Marines had the day before boarded ships at Incheon and were en route to the Yongjeongni landing area for Marlex 1. Since the 5th Marines, in Division Reserve, had been the first of the regiments to displace and on 1 May had turned its sector over to the incoming 14th Infantry Regiment, it got the jump on training during the reserve period. Regimental Operation Plan 12-53 of 28 April had outlined requirements for the 5th Marines RCT Lex 1. From 2 to 9 May, the regiment had participated in a week of intensive amphibious training, including reduced and normal distance CPX dry runs for the coming Marlex. With ships from CTE 90.85 and air defense by VMFs 311 and 115, Colonel Churgy's RCT-5 made the D-Day landing on 13 May with its 2 assault BLTs securing the objective. An unexpectedly shallow beach gradient and difficulties encountered in unloading vehicles from the causeway resulted in less than a 100% performance rating. These were deficiencies that might have been prevented had not the customary rehearsal been canceled the previous day when a heavy fog obscured the landing beaches. Besides regimental anti-tank and 4.2-inch mortar units, participating support elements included Company D, 1st Tank Battalion, Company A, 1st Armored Amphibian Battalion, Company C, 1st Engineer Battalion, 111, and helicopters from HMR 161 and VMO 6. Meanwhile, on 15 May, command post and subordinate units from the 1st, 5th, less RCT-5 currently deployed in Marlex 1, and 7th Marines and support elements took part in a 1-day division CPX at Camp Casey stressing mobility, security, and operational procedures. Another CPX on 22 to 23 May by 11th Marines and engineer personnel emphasized dispersion, camouflage, and message handling under simulated combat conditions. Units of the 3 infantry regiments plus the KMCs training with the 7th Marines at Indian Head combined in a CPX-FEX command post firing exercise on 26 to 27 May. Realism bowed to current ordnance supply economics in that ammunition was carried for individual weapons, but it would not be loaded except on specific orders from an officer. The CPX-FEX was held as a trial exercise for an 8th Army CPX scheduled later in the month, which was postponed indefinitely on 29 May because of the critical battlefront situation and continuing enemy attacks across the USAC front. Extensive preparations were also underway for Marlex 2, with RCT-7 from 2 to 10 June, and concluding Marlex 3, scheduled 14 to 23 June, with RCT-1. Armor and advanced regimental elements had left for the Ascom City Incheon staging area by 1 June, preparatory for departure to the Yongjeongni beaches on the Korean west coast in the vicinity of Kunsan. The troop list included approximately 250 officers and 4,450 enlisted from Colonel Funk's 7th Marines and support units, including U.S. Navy and KMC. Infantry personnel from the regiment's 3 battalions formed the 3 assault teams plus a reserve battalion composed of 475 Korean Marines designated as BLT-5 KMC. Regimental support units included Company C, 1st Engineer Battalion, Company D, 1st Medical Battalion, Company C, 1st Shore Party Battalion, Company B, 1st Armored Amphibian Battalion, and various motor transport, amphibian truck, military police, and helicopter detachments. Our day on 5 June went off per schedule. Despite intelligence estimates which cheerily predicted that only 9 days of rain can be expected during the month of June, RCT-7 drew one out of the barrel with its D-Day landing, 6 June. This took place during heavy rains and decreased visibility which threw the boat waves off phase by minutes and required more than the allotted time for HMR-161 troop and cargo lifts. Use of a 144-foot-long M2 steel treadway pontoon bridge loaned by the Army, in place from the end of the causeway to the beach high water mark, was considered highly successful. It solved unloading problems encountered in the earlier Marleks, in that all heavy equipment and vehicles were landed on the designated beaches. Further experimentation with this novel employment of the M2 was recommended to test the coupling system of bridge and causeway during periods of heavy surf. On the minus side, shore party officers noted that night transfer operations had been hindered because of the lack of running lights on the Amtraks. On 9 June, as RCT-7 was on the way back from its amphibious exercise, a directive from ComNav Phi, Vice Admiral Robert P. Briscoe, notified the division of cancellation of the forthcoming RCT Marlex 3. All available shipping was being held on 24-hour readiness for the expected final repatriation of POWs, Operation Big Switch. All afloat training exercises by Marine, Army, and Navy units between 6 June and 15 October were to be canceled. The division was host to ranking 1 Corps, 8th Army, Korean, and 1st Commonwealth officials when a special helicopter assault demonstration was staged 11 to 12 June at Camp Casey. 2 rocket launcher sections, 14 HMR-161 copters, and 2 5 infantrymen were deployed to show the diverse combat capabilities of the aerial workhorse. While in 1 Corps Reserve, the division was also host and winner of the 1 Corps pistol matches. And 311, which the previous month had taken the Army Training Test 6-2A modified, was notified the battalion had scored 92.91% and received congratulations from the CG's 1 Corps Artillery and 8th Army. A change of command within the 1st Marine Division took place on 15 June with the arrival of Major General Randolph McC. Pate. The retiring CG, General Pollock, was presented the Distinguished Service Medal by the 1 Corps Commander, General Clark, for his outstanding success in the defense of Carson, Vegas, and Elko. The previous month, General Pollock had received the Korean Order of Military Merit, Taeguk, for his active part in the formation, development, and training of the Korean Marine Corps. Attending the change of command ceremonies were General Meggy, CG 1st MAW, General Schilt, CG Air FMF PAC, and other Marine, 1 Corps, Commonwealth, and Korean senior officers. The new 1st Marine Division CG was coming to his Korean post from Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, where, like General Pollock before him, he had most recently commanded the 2nd Marine Division. Commissioned originally in the Marine Corps Reserve in 1921, General Pate was to later rise to 4-star rank. Prior to World War II, he had seen expeditionary service in Santo Domingo in 1923 to 1924 and in China from 1927 to 1929, and also served in Hawaii. For his outstanding service and skill in complicated staff duties, first at Guadalcanal and later during amphibious operations at Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa, General Pate had been awarded the Legion of Merit and a Gold Star in lieu of a second Legion of Merit. After the war, he had served 2 tours as head of the Division Reserve in 1946 and 1951. Other assignments included Director of the Marine Corps Educational Center at Quantico and Deputy Director of Logistic Plans in the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Heavy May-to-June fighting. After the early May change of lines, the Chinese lost little time in testing the new UNC defenses. Shortly after 0200 on 15 May, the CCF directed a 2-battalion probe on the Carson-Elko-Vegas trio and the Berlin-East Berlin outpost newly held by the Turkish Brigade. Supported by heavy concentrations of mortar and artillery, 1 battalion of enemy soldiers moved against each of the 2 major defense complexes. Marine Company C tanks, occupying the firing slots that night, accounted for heavy enemy losses in the action, estimated at 200 CCF killed and 100 wounded. Assisting the TAFC Field Artillery Battalion in throwing back the attack were 111, 211, and 411, which sent 3,640 rounds into the sharp 4-hour engagement. The TAFC defense was further reinforced later that day with 21 airstrikes against hostile personnel and weapons positions north of the Turkish sector. Adding their weight to the clash, 311 and the rocket battery also brought their guns into action, for a combined 5,526 Marine rounds dispatched against the enemy. It was not until 25 May, after the UNC had made its final offer at the truce talks, however, that CCF artillery really began to open up on the Nevada complex. The increased activity by hostile pieces during the 25 to 27 May period was duly noted by the artillery marines who laconically reported, "Operations followed the recent pattern. Enemy shelling of the Turkish brigade increased during the afternoon. No contacts were reported." This latter situation changed abruptly on 28 May. Beginning at 1800, major elements of the Chinese 120th Division launched simultaneous attacks over 17,500 yards of one-corps front that stretched from Cop 2 eastward to that consistent trouble spot, the Nevada cities, on to the Berlins, and finally the Hook area in the adjacent Commonwealth Division sector. Supported by heavy artillery fires, 1 CCF battalion moved in towards Carson and Elko. Another battalion, under cover of smoke, attacked central Cop Vegas, while a 3rd struck Berlin and East Berlin on the right flank. 3 hours after the initial attack, defenders at Carson and Elko were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Chinese. By midnight, the men of the 35th Infantry had beaten back the attack at Cop 2. The Turks, likewise, were still in possession of the 2 Berlin, platoon-strength outposts, but Commonwealth forces were involved in a pitched battle at Ronson and Warsaw. The situation was even grimmer at this time in the Nevada cities area outposted by the TAFC. Although the Turkish troops continued to hold Vegas, where 140 men were dug in, Carson, 2 platoon size, had fallen, and Elko, platoon strength, was heavily besieged. Shortly thereafter, the 25th Division ordered that the TAFC withdraw from the latter position to its own MLR. The diversionary attack against Berlin to East Berlin had been broken off and the twin positions were secured. During the first 6 hours of the attack, the night of 28 to 29 May, Colonel Mills's 11th Marines, now under One Corps command, had sent 9,500 rounds crashing into Chinese strongpoints, while Marine air observers directed 8 missions against active enemy artillery positions. Ripples from the first 4.5-inch rocket battery, transferred to the Commonwealth sector to support the Hook defense, were fired on CCF troop activity there. Another curtain of flame engulfed the Carson intruders. When the fighting started, 15 Marine tanks were positioned in the Turkish sector. Company B and C vehicles, under Captains James M. Sherwood and Robert J. Post, relentlessly pounded the approaching CCF columns, while Company D was put on a 30-minute standby. As action developed, additional tanks were committed until 33 were online at one time or another. When savage Chinese pummeling of the 25th Division Outpost continued the following day, Colonel Nelson's 1st Marines were transferred at 13:15 to operational control of 1 Corps. The regiment's 3 infantry battalions, anti-tank, and heavy mortar companies promptly moved out from their Britannia headquarters and within 2 hours had relocated at 25th Division bivouac areas south of the Kansas line in readiness for counterattack orders. The 1st Marine Division Reconnaissance Company was similarly ordered to the 25th Division Control to relieve a 14th Infantry Regiment Reserve Company in position along the East Bank Imjin River defenses. Overhead, close air support runs were being conducted by pilots of Marine Attack Squadrons 212, 121, and 323. A series of 7 4-plane strikes hit repeatedly from noon on those Chinese troops, hardware, and resupply areas north of the 25th Division line. The aerial assault continued late into the night with MPQ missions executed by VMA-121 and VMF-311. During the 29th, control of the Vegas outposts, where 1st Division Marines had fought and died exactly 2 months earlier, changed hands several times between the indomitable Turkish defenders and the persistent Chinese. By dark, the CCF had wrested the northern crest from the TAFC, which still held the southeastern face of the position. In the 24-hour period from 1800 on the 28th through the 29th, the 11th Marines had expended 41,523 rounds in 531 missions. At one point in the action, Chinese counter-battery fire scored a direct hit on Turkish gun emplacements, knocking 6 howitzers out of action from the explosions of charges already loaded. As a result, 211, under its new battalion commander, Major Max Burroeffi, Jr., took over the direct support mission of the TAFC Brigade. Marine artillery spotters on station from 0450 to midnight directed 42 fire missions on CCF guns, while the rocket battery unleashed 20 ripples against troop activity, one of which caused 50 WIAs. Although an Allied counterattack early in the day had restored Elko to friendly control, the enemy refused to be dislodged from Carson. 1 Corps had previously regarded the defensive positions of the Nevadas complex as critical, with the TAFC having been instructed to hold them against all enemy attacks. By midday on the 29th, however, the 1 Corps commander, General Clark, and 25th Division CG, General Williams, had apparently had a change of mind. The Vegas strength was down to some 40 Turks. Altogether, more than 150 men under the 25th Command had been killed and another 245 wounded in defense of Nevada positions. It appeared that the Chinese, constantly reinforcing with fresh battalions despite estimated losses of 3,000, intended to retain the offensive until the outposts were taken. With Carson and Vegas both occupied by the enemy, the Elko position became untenable without the support of its sister outposts. 6 times the CCF had crossed over from Carson to Elko to try to retake the latter position, but had been thus far deterred by Allied firepower. Accordingly, at 2300, the 25th Division ordered its reserve 14th Regiment, earlier committed to the Elko-Carson counterattack, to withdraw from Elko and the Turks to pull back from Vegas to the MLR. By daybreak, the withdrawal was completed and the 25th Division and Turkish troops had regrouped on the MLR. The Army reported that more than 117,000 rounds of artillery and 67 close air support missions had buttressed the UNC ground effort. Official estimates indicated that in the 3-day action the Chinese had fired 65,000 rounds of artillery and mortar, up to this point an unprecedented volume in the Korean War. The Marine artillery contribution from its 4 active battalions during this 28 to 30 May period totaled 56,280 rounds and 835 missions. During the 3-day siege, 15 to 33 Marine tanks poured their lethal 90mm projectiles on the enemy from MLR firing slots. At times, the action was so heavy that the tanks were refueled on line. As they ran out of ammunition and fuel, armored utility vehicles of the battalion, with a basic load of ammunition aboard, maneuvered beside the tanks in position and rearmed them on the spot to permit virtual, uninterrupted tank firing. One Marine was killed in the action the first night. Although 4,162 rounds of Chinese fire fell near the tank positions, no damage to materiel was reported. For their part, the M46s and Flames were responsible for 721 enemy deaths, an estimated 137 more killed, 141 wounded, and an estimated 1,200 injured. During the second day of action, nearly 20 missions were flown by Corsairs and Sky Raiders of the 3 Marine attack squadrons and the jet fighters of VMF 311 and 115. Altogether, throughout 28 to 30 May, Marine aircraft had flown no less than 119 sorties for the inflamed sectors of the U.S. Army 25th Division and adjacent British 1st Commonwealth Division. Of these, 99 were in support of the sagging Carson, Elko, Vegas, Berlin's line. Ground action ceased the following day as rain drenched the battlefield, although the 11th Marines reported sightings of more than 200 Chinese soldiers, most of them on the 3 recently lost outposts. Benched while the fierce battle was going on, the 1st Marines remained under operational control of 1 Corps as a possible contingency force from 29 May to 5 June. On the latter date, following the 8th Army decision not to retake the Carson, Elko, Vegas outposts, the regiment reverted to Marine control and returned to Camp Britannia. The previous day, the Communists had agreed on all major points of the UNC final offer, and it appeared that a ceasefire was close at hand. Diplomats and military leaders both felt this latest Chinese assault was to show a strong military hand and win dominating terrain features along the MLR. Thus, the enemy would be able to improve his defensive posture when final battle lines were adjusted at the truce. It was not believed that the CCF effort was an attempt to expand their operations into a general offensive. In any event, the Nevada positions were downgraded from their previous designation as major outposts. 1 Corps also decreed no further effort would be made to retake them and that a revaluation of the terrain in view of the destruction of the defensive work indicates these hills are not presently essential to defense of the sector. If things were now relatively quiet along the battlefront of the 1 Corps coastal sector, the situation had begun to heat up in the central part of the UNC defense line. On 10 June, following a CCF realignment of troops and supply buildup that had not gone unnoticed by 8th Army intelligence officials, elements of the CCF 60th and 68th Armies struck the Rock 2 Corps area on the east central front. Advancing south along both sides of the Pukan River with 2 divisions, the Chinese struck at the Rock 2 defense line, which originally had bulged out to form a salient in the Kumsong vicinity. Within 6 days, the Rock line had been forced back 4,000 yards. In subsequent assaults, the enemy made new penetrations further west in the Rock 2 MLR. Although the main communist thrust was directed against the Rock 2 Corps, secondary attacks were also made in the 10 Corps sector east of Rock 2 and the Punch Bowl area manned by the Rock 20th Division. It was the heaviest all-out drive since the CCF Spring Offensive of April to May 1951, when the UNC had been pushed south approximately 30 miles across the entire Korean front. By 18 June, the CCF assault started to settle down. During the 9 days of flaming action, ROC units had suffered some 7,300 casualties to enemy losses of 6,600. Boundaries had been redrawn and 3 ROC divisions had been redeployed in counterattacks to plug holes in the line that the Chinese had punched open. Nearly 15,000 yards of rock front had been pushed 4,000 yards south and several hill positions east of the Pukan had been lost. The brief respite ended 24 June when the CCF again directed heavy blows against the ROC troops, ignoring other UN forces in the 8th Army line. It was generally considered a retaliatory move for the 18 June mass release of anti-communist prisoners by South Korean President Ri. This time, the major target of the renewed Chinese offensive was the ROC 9th Division in the 9-Corps sector immediately west of the ROC 2 Corps. On 25 June, the 1st ROC Division on the eastern flank of 1 Corps, to the right of the 1st Commonwealth Division, was pounded by another Chinese division. Significantly, the date was the 3rd anniversary of the invasion of South Korea. The 7th Marines, training in 1 Corps Reserve, was put on standby status. The regiment was removed the following day when the 1st KMC RCT, minus its 3rd Battalion, was instead placed in readiness, and subsequently moved out from its Indian Head area to be committed as a relief force in the left sector of the 1st ROC line. By the 26th, the persistent Chinese probes of the 1st ROC sector had resulted in several forward outposts being overrun. To help stem the action, the Marine 1st 4.5-inch rocket battery was displaced on 1 Corps artillery order from its regular position in the right regimental sector, 20 miles east to support the hard-pressed ROC Division. On at least 2 occasions, the battery placed ripples between ROC positions only 600 yards apart, and it was felt that these continued requests for fire close to friendly troops attested to the gunnery of the unit. Between that date and the 30th, the rocket battery remained in the ROC sector, firing a total of 25 ripples. For the 25th Infantry Division sector, however, the front continued undisturbed throughout the entire month of June. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 4 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marking time, April to June 1953. Developments in Marine Air. While the division was in 1 Corps Reserve during the greater part of the April to June period, the 6,800-man 1st Marine Aircraft Wing continued its missions as an operational component of 5th Air Force. For the Marine Air Arm, it was a time of major tactical innovation, a number of new air records set, and rapid personnel changes in the squadrons. Shortly before the Marine Division went off the line, a new method of close air support at night was introduced. This employed the use of 2 or more ground-controlled 24-inch searchlights located on prominent terrain features along the MLR in the 7th Marines' left battalion sector where the missions were to be flown. Enemy-held reverse slopes, in some cases less than 500 yards from Marine positions, were thereby pinpointed by the powerful intersecting searchlight beams. These long pencil-shaped beams created an excellent artificial horizon and enabled pilots to make bombing or strafing runs with a high degree of accuracy even on the blackest of nights. Manned by Anglico personnel, the lights were employed either for target location or illumination, both shadow and direct. A tactical airborne observer in an OE light liaison plane of VMO-6 directed the searchlight teams and controlled the missions. A week of experimentation and trial runs to perfect the night close air support (NCAS) was conducted by several VMFN 513 pilots under the direction of Colonel Jack R. Cram. Formerly CO of Marine Air Control Group 2 at K3, he had extended his tour in Korea to complete work on the new program. On 12 April, the first night of operations, Major Charles L. Schrader and Second Lieutenant Thomas F. St. Denis flew 2 night support missions in F-7F Tiger Cats. Although employed only a few weeks prior to the division going into reserve on 5 May, the new system rated an enthusiastic response from both pilots and ground commanders, all the way up to the division CG. as the latter reported to the Commandant following the first week of night close support missions. Results exceeded all expectations. Between 12 April and 5 May, the Night Fighter Squadron conducted 58 NCAS sorties in the Division Right sector employing this new control system with excellent results. The procedure was a marked success and made it possible to provide continuous 24-hour-a-day close support to Marine infantry units. It was considered a supplement to, not a replacement for, the MPQ radar-controlled bombing missions of Massert 1. Plans called for F-9F aircraft to be integrated into the program, since the F-7F Tiger Cats were being replaced by jets. Allied psychological warfare teams on 17 April introduced a different theme in their broadcast to the enemy, that of the dangers to the CCF from the new searchlight marking of targets. As a Marine training bulletin noted, it is believed that this method of attack by aircraft is particularly demoralizing to the enemy because he is unable to anticipate where the strike will hit and therefore has no means of defending himself against it. Another tactical improvement about this same time dealt with artillery flak suppression in support of close support aircraft. Two refinements made in the procedure in the late spring of 1953 involved firing of HE rounds during the actual run of planes over the target. Basically, the plan consisted of releasing a TOT or VT concentration on the most lucrative enemy anti-aircraft positions within a 2,500-yard circle around the strike area. A continuous rain of HE-fused projectiles was placed on these targets for a 3-minute period, during which Marine planes made their runs. Favorable results were achieved in that new system tended to keep enemy anti-aircraft gunners off balance for a longer period of time and thus decrease the danger to friendly attacking aircraft. On the other hand, pilots quickly noted that this became an unimaginative employment of an unvarying flak suppression schedule which communist AA gunners soon caught on to and turned to their own advantage. With respect to squadron hardware, Marine combat potential increased substantially during the spring months with the phasing out of F-7Fs in Night Fighter Squadron 513 and introduction of the new F-3D2 twin-jet Skynight Intruder. By late May, the allocation of 24 of these jet night fighters had been augmented by 4 more jets from the carrier USS Lake Champlain, and the squadron assumed its primary night fighter mission for the first time in the Korean War. While the sturdy, dependable Tiger Cats made their final contribution to the United Nations air effort early in May with the experimental NCAS program, the new Sky Knights continued the squadron's unique assignment inaugurated in late 1952 as night escort to Air Force B-29 bombers on their strike missions. Not a single B-29 was lost to enemy interceptors after 29 January 1953. The capabilities of the skilled Marine night fighters were noted in a well-done message received by the CO, VMFN 513 in April from the Air Force. Organizational changes within the wing included the arrival on 29 May of a new MAG-12 unit to replace the Checkerboard Squadron. VMA 332, Lieutenant Colonel John B. Bertling, was slated to operate on board the USS Barocco, CVE 115, for the F-4U carrier-based squadron VMA 312 due for return to CONUS. Veteran of 33 months of combat while attached to the wing as West Coast CTE 95.1.1 Aerial Reconnaissance and Blockade Squadron, VMA 312, Lieutenant Colonel Winston E. Jewson, was officially relieved 10 June. The change, moreover, was the first phase of a new personnel policy, carrier unit rotation, that was expected to implement a unit rotation program for land-based squadrons. It was anticipated that the new unit rotation program would eliminate inherent weakness of the individual pilot rotation system and thus increase the combat effectiveness of the wing. During the period, other organizational changes included transfer of administrative control of VMFN 513 on 15 May from MAG 33 to MAG 12. The squadron, with its new twin-engine jet fighters, moved from K-8 Kunsan further up the coast to the MAG-12 complex at K-6 Pyeongtaek upon completion of the new 8,000-foot concrete runway there. This phased redeployment of night fighter personnel and equipment began in late May and was concluded on 6 June without any interim reduction of combat commitments. Replacement of the squadron F-7F-3Ns with F-3D-2s was also completed in early June. Late that month, plans were underway for 2 additional changes. The Marine Photographic Squadron, VMJ-1, was due to be separated administratively and operationally from MAG-33 on 1 July and revert to 1st MAW, and Marine Wing Service Squadron 1, MWSS-1, was to be deactivated, effective 1 July. The change of command relationships between CG FAF and CG 1st MAW earlier in the year, which had restored operational control of certain designated Marine air units to the wing commander, increased the efficiency of 1st MAW operations. Despite the fact that VMJ-1 at times contributed nearly 40% of the total FAF input of all daylight combat photographs, aerial intelligence, both pre- and post-strike photos, supplied to wing and group headquarters was considered inadequate. As a MAG-33 intelligence officer commented with some exasperation as late in the war as May 1953, the section continued to experience difficulty in obtaining 1 to 50,000 scale overlays of friendly MLR and OP positions. These overlays are important for making up target maps for close support missions, but they are continually held up for long periods by higher echelons, and, if received here at all, are then often too old to be considered reliable. Similarly, at the individual squadron level, the carrier unit VMA-312 shortly before its relief reported, "The one limitation on squadron activities continued to be photo coverage of the strikes. With limited facilities available, the squadron has no clear-cut pictures of strike results." Return of VMJ-1 to operational control of General Meid ultimately gave the wing adequate photo intelligence for the first time since commencement of combat operations in Korea. Indoctrination of new replacement personnel within the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing took a swift upturn during the spring period. Pilots who had completed 100 combat missions were transferred to staff duty elsewhere in the wing in Korea or rotated stateside. The average squadron personnel strength ran to 88% of TO for enlisted, and officer strength, considerably less, frequently dipped as low as 61%. Under the 100 missions policy, it was a time of rapid turnover of unit commanders too, as witnessed from the following squadron diary entries. VMA 212, Lieutenant Colonel James R. Wallace assumed command from Major Edward C. Kicklighter, effective 19 June. The latter had been Squadron XO and acting CO in interim period following 30 April departure of former CO, Lieutenant Colonel Smunk. VMA 323, Lieutenant Colonel Clarence H. Moore, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Frash, on 11 April. And Major Robert C. Wotton succeeding Lieutenant Colonel Moore on 27 June. VMA 121, Major Richard L. Braun, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Hughes on 21 April. VMFN 513, Lieutenant Colonel Ross S. Mickey, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Conley on 6 May. In June, Lieutenant Colonel Robert L. Conrad, acting CO, named CO for Lieutenant Colonel Mickey, hospitalized for injuries received in a May aircraft accident. VMJ-1, Lieutenant Colonel Leslie T. Bryan, Jr., Vice Lieutenant Colonel William M. Ritchie on 15 May. VMF 311, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur M. Moran, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Koss on 21 April. Lieutenant Colonel Bernard McShane, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Moran on 1 June. VMF 115, Lieutenant Colonel Lynn H. Stewart, Vice Lieutenant Colonel Warren, 5 June. With respect to CAS activities, excellent weather in April, only a single day of restricted flying, brought the 1st MAW air tally that month for its land-based squadrons to 3,850 effective combat sorties, 440 more by VMA 312, and 7,052.8 combat hours. This was a substantial increase over the preceding months. Not surprisingly, the average daily sortie rate for the month was correspondingly high, 128.3. Of 1,319 cast sorties, the largest proportion, 579 and 424, 43.9%, 32.1%, were for marine and rock operations, respectively. The outstanding day of the month was 17 April. During the 24-hour reporting period, 262 sorties were completed by MAG's 33 and 12 pilots, who expended a combined total of 228.3 tons of bombs and 28,385 rounds of 20mm ammunition. For the two MAG 33 fighter-bomber squadrons, it represented maximum effort day. Preparation had been made a week earlier to devise the targeting and best all-around flight schedules for ordnance and line sections. Objective areas for the mass attack were picked by the Wing G3 Target Selection Branch and approved by the USAC 5th Air Force JOC. It was decided that flights of 8 aircraft staggered throughout the day would offer the best efficiency in expediting reloading and refueling with not more than 16 aircraft inactive on the flight line at one time. Throughout the day, from 0410 to 2030, VMFs 311 and 115 continuously pounded designated targets in support of the U.S. 7th and 3rd Infantry Divisions, commented MAG 33. Hitting an all-time high in the annals of memorable days, this, the 17th of April, not only further proved MAG 33's ability to cripple the enemy's already diminishing strength, but it also allowed VMF 115 to set records in total airborne sorties launched in a single day, plus a record total ordnance carried and expended in one day by jet-type aircraft. VMF 115 alone, with 30 pilots and 23 aircraft, had flown 114 sorties and delivered 120 tons of bombs on North Korean targets. A sample of the intensity of this maximum day was a series of 3 early morning interdiction strikes led by 3 VMF 115 pilots that launched the effort. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Joe L. Warren, Major Samuel J. Mantle, Jr., and Major John F. Bolt, the 23 attacking Panther jets lashed the objective with 22.35 tons of ordnance and 4,630 rounds of 20mm ammunition. The 3 missions destroyed half of the buildings and inflamed 95% of the target area and the enemy supply concentration point to Ongcheon on the Korean East Coast. By contrast, wing operations in May were considerably hampered by the bad weather peculiar to this time of the year in Korea. Restricted flying conditions were recorded for 18 days of the month. A total of 153 cast sorties were flown for the Marine Division before its 5 May relief from the front lines. Of the wing's 3,359 sorties during the month, 1,405 were for close support to forward units beating back communist encroachment efforts. The allocation of cast sorties was 412 for U.S. infantry divisions, including 211 for the 25th Division occupying the customary Marine sector, 153 for the 1st Commonwealth Division at the Hook, which the Communists assaulted on 27 to 28 May as part of their overall thrust against Western One Corps defenses, 412 sorties for rock units, and 63 miscellaneous. Heaviest action for Marine aviators took place towards the end of the month to thwart enemy blows in the One Corps sector where Army and Turkish units were attempting to repulse the Chinese. The renewed effort of the Chinese Communists against UNC ground forces in late May continued sporadically the following month. A number of new records were set by Marines flying CAS assignments under the 5th Air Force. During the intense mid-June attacks on the Rock 2 Corps area and adjacent 10 Corps sector, MAG's 12 and 33 pilots chalked up some busy days. Between 10 to 17 June, Marine, Navy, and Air Force aircraft had flown 8,359 effective sorties, the bulk of this massive FAF effort to buttress the crumbling rock defense. Of this number, Marine sorties totaled 1,156, or nearly 14%. Combat sorties for the first mall throughout June came to 3,276, despite 23 days of marginal or non-operational weather. Marine pilots scored as high as 48% of a single day's interdiction strikes made by FAF. This occurred 15 June when the first mall flew a record-breaking 283 sorties, followed by another peak 227 sorties the next day. Actually, when the ground situation in the ROK 2 Corps front began to deteriorate on 12 June, the new 5th Air Force commander, Lieutenant General Samuel E. Anderson, waived the 3,000-foot minimum altitude restrictions on his fighter bombers and ordered his wings to give all-out support to the 8th Army. The 7th Fleet commander, Admiral Clark, likewise kept his carriers online for 7 days and ordered its naval pilots to team with Marine and 5th Air Force airmen for a close support effort exceeding anything up to that time. When the ROK 2 Corps defenses cracked open on 15 June, temporary clearing weather allowed General Anderson and Admiral Clark to hit the Reds with everything they had. FIF planes flew a total of 2,143 sorties of all kinds for the largest single day's effort of the war. Commenting on this heavy action period, 14 to 17 June, a dispatch to General Meid from the new FAF commander, who had succeeded General Barkas the previous month, noted, "The figures are now in. From 2000 14 June 53 to 0001 17 June 53, 5th Air Force units flew a total of 3,941 combat sorties. The cost was 9 pilots lost, 11 aircraft lost, 11 aircraft major damage, 42 aircraft minor damage. The results: 1 enemy offensive stop cold. I very deeply appreciate the splendid efforts of all members of the 5th Air Force at all levels. Only a concerted team effort made the foregoing possible." This came, incidentally, only 5 days after receipt by the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing of the Korean Presidential Unit Citation. The award cited the Wing's outstanding and superior performance of duty between 27 February 1951 and 11 June 1953. During this period, Marine flyers executed more than 80,000 combat sorties for UNC divisions. The fighter bombers of MAG-33 and the MAG-12 attack plane saw heavy action during 24 to 30 June when the Chinese again concentrated their attention on ROK divisions in the UNC line. Peak operational day was 30 June. Marine squadrons alone executed 301 sorties, including 28% of the CAS and 24% of total FAF interdiction missions. It was also an outstanding day for MAG-12, which outdid itself by flying 217 combat sorties against enemy forces. The 30th of this month saw MAG-12 establish a new ordnance record when an all-time high of 340 tons of bombs and napalm were dropped on North Korea. Contributing heavily to this accomplishment was Marine Attack Squadron 121. It unleashed 156 tons of ordnance, a squadron record. It was believed this also established an all-time record for tonnage expended on the enemy by a Marine single-engine propeller squadron. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 5 of U.S. Marine Operations in Korea, 1950 to 1953. Volume 5, Operations in West Korea, by Pat Meid and James Yingling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marking time, April to June 1953. Other Marine defense activities. Like their counterparts on the Korean mainland, the Marines, naval gunfire teams, and ROK security troops comprising the West Coast and East Coast Island Defense Commands felt the alternating pressure buildup and slowdown that typified the closing months of the war. At both installations, the defense had been recently strengthened, more or less by way of response to a SINCPAC fleet intelligence evaluation in December 1952. This alerted the isolated island forces to the possibility of a renewed communist attempt to recapture their positions. The Allied East Coast defense structure at Wonsan, right at the enemy's own front door just above the 39th parallel, was considered particularly vulnerable. As in the preceding months, the mission of the West Coast Island Group remained unchanged, namely, the occupation, defense, and control of its 6 island components. These, it will be remembered, were Sakto, Chodo, Pangyongdo, Command Headquarters, Yongpyongdo, and the 2 lesser islands of Taechongdo and Tokchokto. Formal designation of the island commands was modified on 1 January 1953. At this time, the West Coast and East Coast Island Defense Elements, TE 95.15 and TE 95.23, were designated as task units, TU 95.1.3 and TU 95.2.3, respectively. Korean Marines, who represented the bulk of these task units, were provided from the 2nd KMC Regiment, the Island Security Force. This unit constituted the main defense for the important U.S. Marine-controlled islands off the Korean west and east coasts. Approximately 17 Marine officers and 100 enlisted men were assigned to the Western Coastal Complex, with 2 battalions of Korean Marines fleshing out the garrison defense. The primary mission of this island group was to serve as offshore bases for UNC intelligence activities, including encouragement of friendly guerrilla operations conducted by anti-communist North Korean personnel. Artillery based on the Marine-controlled islands provided both defensive fires and counter-battery missions against enemy guns sighted on the nearby mainland. The secondary mission of WCIDU, that of training Korean troops in infantry and weapons firing exercises, continued to be hampered somewhat by faulty communication. As one officer observed, the training program to qualify selected KMCs for naval gunfire duties met with only modest success due primarily to the language barrier and lack of communications equipment in the Korean Marine Corps. Personnel who had received this training did prove to be extremely helpful in accompanying raiding parties on the mainland in that they were able to call for and adjust fires. Enemy pressure against the West Coast Islands, both from communist shore guns and bombing, had increased during the fall and winter of 1952. Chodo, shaped roughly like a giant downward plunging fish, as previously noted, had been bombed in October for the first time in the history of the command. This new trend was repeated for the next 2 months. By way of response, 2 90mm guns were transferred to Chodo from Kangwa-do, a more peaceful guerrilla-controlled island northwest of Incheon, for use there as counter-battery fire against aggressive mainland batteries. The islands of Sakto and Pangyongdo had likewise been bombed during this period, although no damage or serious casualties resulted. In December, enemy shore guns fired 752 rounds against Task Force 95, United Nations blockading and escort force, ships charged with responsibility for the island defense, in contrast to the 156 rounds of the preceding month. Intelligence in December from Leopard, the friendly Korean guerrilla unit at Pangyongdo, also reported the presence of junks, rubber boats, and a nearby enemy artillery battalion off Chinampo, believed to be in readiness to attack the island. A captured POW, moreover, on 22 December reported that elements of the 23rd NKPA Brigade located on the mainland across from Sakto would attempt to seize the island group before the end of the year. The next day, shortly after dusk, when a concentration of 200 rounds of 76mm suddenly fell on Sakto and another 125 rounds struck neighboring Chodo, it looked as if it might be the beginning of trouble. Naval Gunfire, NGF, spotters on the islands directed the fire from UNC patrol boats cruising the Yellow Sea. This counter-battery fire quickly silenced the enemy guns. Again, at the end of the month, West Coast Islands were alerted for an invasion, but it never materialized. A matter of continuing concern to the command during the fall and winter months was the North Korean refugee problem. So serious was the situation, in fact, that it had warranted a directive from the TF-95 commander, Rear Admiral John E. Gingrich. In the early fall, a large number of refugees had filtered into the West Coast islands, raising serious doubts as to their feeding and ultimate survival during the Korean winter. Through the United Nations Civil Assistance Command, a tentative date of September had been set for evacuating these North Korean refugees to South Korea. By November, the question of their relocation was still not settled, although the feeding problem had been eased somewhat by 2 LST resupply loads of emergency rations and grain by CTF-90. Activities followed a fairly consistent pattern during early 1953, with harassing fires striking the islands from the North Korean shore batteries and sporadic bomb and propaganda drops. Periodically, U.S. Air Force pilots who had strayed off course, planes from the nearby British carriers HMS Glory or Ocean, or Marine flyers from USS Badong Strait or Bataan made emergency landings on the beach airstrip at Pangyongdo for engine repairs or refueling. Logistical support continued to be a problem, due to the peculiarities of the joint ordering system through the Army. In January, the Western Islands had unfilled requisitions dated from as early as February 1952. Official unit reports also noted the difficulty of obtaining medical supplies either promptly or in full. In April, with the hot-cold ceasefire talks again taking one of their spasmodic upswings, WCIDU Commander Colonel Harry N. Shea conferred with American and British naval officials regarding CTG 95.1's Royal Navy Commander West Coast Blockading and Patrol Group, Operation Pandora. This called for the evacuation of Sokto and Chodo, the two WCIDU islands north of the 38th parallel at the time of the armistice. Increased naval gunfire and artillery missions against active enemy mainland targets, caves, and observation posts gave the two 90mm guns delivered to the Sokto garrison the month before and the pair already at Chodo, as well as their gun crews, some unscheduled practice. Marine garrison personnel at the two islands and nearby patrol ships were busy 25 days of the month knocking out or neutralizing communist mainside batteries. Late that month, the battleship USS New Jersey, stationed off the East Coast, sailed around the Korean peninsula to add its 16-inch guns to the bombardment. Enemy shelling of the two western islands increased in June, with 1,815 rounds expended in response by the two Marine gun sections. During June, as it appeared the end of the war was in sight, the first phase of Pandora got underway with the evacuation by CTF-95 of approximately 19,425 partisans, their families, and refugees from Sokto and Chodo to islands south of the 38th parallel. A new WCIDU commander, Colonel Alexander B. Swincheski, had also arrived by this time, since the average tour of duty was but a brief 4 months at both island commands. Across the Korean peninsula, the East Coast Allied offshore island defense centered on a cluster of islands in Wonsan Harbor. Situated more than 100 miles north of the battle line, these strategically placed islands comprise the northernmost UN-held territory in Korea. The East Coast Island Defense Command numbered approximately 35 Marines, 1,270 Korean Marines, and 15 naval personnel. Headquarters for TU 95.2.3 was Yodo, the largest installation, which was garrisoned by approximately 300 Korean Marines and a limited detachment of USMC and U.S. Navy personnel. Smaller defense forces were located on the other islands under ECIDU command. In addition, an improvised NGF spotting team was also stationed at the three forward islands, Modo, Tato, and Hwangto-do. Mission of the ECIDU was a defensive one, to hold the islands as a base for covert intelligence activities. The island defense system existed for the purpose of containing and destroying any enemy forces who escape detection or who press home an attack in the face of Navy attempts at their destruction. Individual island commanders were responsible for the defense of their small parcels of seaborne real estate, control of both defensive and offensive NGF missions in the area, and evaluation of intelligence regarding enemy troop locations, the movement of supplies north, or new emplacements of hostile guns. Fire support for the ECIDU islands, exposed to the enemy shore batteries above the 39th parallel, was available from Task Force 95, which maintained a task group of ships off both the east and west coasts. Aircraft and ships of Task Force 77, 7th Fleet Striking Force, operating off the East Korean coastline, were also on call. In December, for instance, the Corsairs of TF-77 had resumed their rail bridge interdiction. All-out attacks on railroad and highway bridges, as well as bombing runs on the 90-mile stretch of East Coast Railroad between Hungnam and Songjin, were undertaken to cut off supplies being moved north for communist industrial use. February marked the second anniversary of the siege of Wonsan by the UNC, the longest blockade of a port in recent U.S. history. Some naval authorities by this time argued that the venture had become one of doubtful merit which should never have been undertaken, but its long history made it difficult to abandon without apparent admission of defeat. In any event, the month also signaled increasing attention paid by hostile shore batteries to the little island enclave. For 7 consecutive days, 9 through 15 February, the harbor islands were targets for enemy mixed artillery and mortar shells. Minor materiel damage and casualties were sustained at Yodo during a Valentine's Day bombardment, 14 February. Altogether, the enemy harassed the harbor islands for 16 days during the month, expending 316 rounds, compared with 11 days in January. Hostile fire, not limited to the Wonsan Harbor Islands, was also directed against friendly ships USS De Haven and USS Moore. These provided counter-battery fire and were, in turn, fired upon, the nearest shells landing only 400 yards from the two vessels. This attack, also on 14 February, was described as an unusually determined and precise effort. The enemy, moreover, did not appear to take his usual precautions with respect to disclosing his positions. The fact that a communist shore battery would cease fire when subjected to friendly counter-battery, with other positions then immediately taking up the delivery, indicated some sort of central control for the first time. The 1 Corps NKPA artillery units across from the Wonsan Island Command revealed the heavy, effective artillery capability of enemy batteries which encircle Wonsan Harbor. Unseasonably good weather the latter part of February improved the transportation and supply situation. With the bitter cold and wind subsiding, maintenance crews could repair the ravages of the past several months. Craft, up to LCVP size, were hoisted in on a large pontoon for repair. For most of December and January, this small, physically remote Marine Corps command, as the ECIDU commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert D. Heinel, Jr. himself described it, had been snowbound. Winds howled in excess of 40 knots, and temperatures dropped to 10 degrees below at night. Personnel at the command island, Yodo, subsisted on sea rations for 8 days. With boating operations suspended because of the high winds, it was not possible to send supplies or water to Hwangto-do, which for several days relied solely on melted snow. The prolonged foul weather, moreover, interrupted all classified radio communications between the ECIDU and the outside world. CryptoGuard for the Wonsan Islands was maintained by elements of the East Coast TG-95. Coded and decoded security radio messages had to be picked up by patrol boat which could not reach the islands during extreme conditions of icy seas and heavy snows. As with the men on the front line, the communists stepped up their pressure and gunfire against the island command Marines during March. The record 524 rounds which fell on the ECIDU islands in March doubled the following month when the command received 1,050 rounds from active mainland batteries. In April, the persistent NKPA artillerymen kept up a continuing bombardment of the eastern coastal UNC islands, missing only 3 days of the entire month. That caused 9 casualties when a direct hit was made on the Tato CP bunker. It was the highest rate of incoming since UN occupation of the islands. Another April record was enemy mine laying, which increased sharply in both the WCIDU and ECIDU command areas. A total of 37 mines were sighted, the highest number since August 1952. Communist shore gunners, in addition to harassment of the island themselves, fired 2,091 rounds against TF-95 ships, another all-time high. With respect to personnel, the situation had improved markedly. An increase in ECIDU command strength authorized by CG-FMF PAC in March provided for an additional 9 Marine officers, 38 enlisted Marines, and 6 Navy personnel. These were exclusive of the current detachments of 1st Anglico Shore Party and Naval Maintenance personnel, and represented nearly a 40% strength increase. Not long afterward, the new ECIDU commander, Lieutenant Colonel Hoyt U. Bookart, Jr., arrived to succeed Lieutenant Colonel Heinel, who had held the position since the preceding November. As with the WCIDU force, by late spring it appeared that the days of UNC control and occupation of the East Coast Islands were numbered. In view of the imminent armistice, a sink-feed directive of 11 June called for the evacuation of all civilians, supplies, and equipment in excess of immediate needs. This was a preliminary step towards full evacuation of the islands once the armistice agreement was reached. Accordingly, on 11 June, as evacuation of the friendly West Coast partisans got underway, villagers from Yodo, the largest and ECIDU headquarters site, and the far northern island of Yangdo were similarly moved south. The evacuation was completed by mid-June. The division is ordered back to the front. A rash of political activity in June markedly affected the tenor of military operations in Korea. Intensified communist aggression broke out north of rock sectors in the 8th Army Line, largely as a reaction to President Rhee's unprecedented action on 18 June of freeing, with the help of rock guards, approximately 25,000 North Korean anti-communist prisoners at POW camps in the south. Other anti-communist POWs at Camp No. 10, near Ascom City, staged violent breakout attempts at that same time, and Company A 1st Amphibian Tractor Battalion passed to operational control of the camp commanding officer there to help prevent a repetition of any such incidents in the future. Following a recess of truce talks, pending a clarification of the status of the current military diplomatic agreements, key delegates held crisis meetings at Panmunjom and Tokyo to get the beleaguered talks back on track. Despite the furor, signing of the armistice agreement was expected shortly. As a result, the Munsan-ni Provisional Command was reorganized with the 1st Marine Division assigned the responsibility of reactivating the United Nations Personnel and Medical Processing Unit for the anticipated post-truce exchange of prisoners of war. This was to be conducted along lines similar to that for Operation Little Switch, the initial limited exchange. The division inspector was named Processing Unit Commander, and functional sections S1, S2, S3, S4, interpreters, messing, medical, engineer were also activated. As the division training tour in 1 Corps Reserve drew to a close, a number of regimental CPXs were held during June, and the 5th Marines drew a new assignment, training in riot control. Following civilian demonstrations that had erupted in various populated areas of 8th Army, including the 1 Corps sector, the regiment was ordered to be prepared to move in battalion-size increments to be employed as Army Service Area Reserve in suppression of civil disturbances anywhere in Army Service Area. While the Marine Infantry regiments concluded their training period, the 1st Tank Battalion, Kimpo Provisional Regiment, and Division Reconnaissance Company remained under operational control of the frontline U.S. 25th Infantry Division. Marine artillerymen likewise continued under orders of CG-1 Corps Artillery in the forward area, reinforcing division artillery fires. Tentative plans were underway for movement of the 1st Marine Division back to its former position on the MLR in early July. After the signing of the ceasefire, the division would comply with provisions of the truce agreement by closing out its former MLR and withdrawing to designated positions 2 kilometers south of the former defensive positions. End of Chapter 8, Part 5.